call it luck. I call it skill. All right, here I go. Woo-hoo! Yeah, good try. Maybe try harder next time.
The slaughter is upon us. And so it begins.
War mode. First off, I'm here. Second off, everybody shut up. Three things to make clear. Y'all forgot what's up.
The gun is the tool.
I'm on 5 on my top 5. Ain't no 6, man, we alright. I roll a 7 with 2 dots. 8 this big up is 2 5.
The hunter is the weapon. Have spoken. My time is now.
Warriors who on the field, this time to die. Warriors who on the field, go to the sky. I put the crown on my head, I wear the scars on my chest, Yeah, take all the queens and bishops and knights like we playing chess, Warriors who on the field, go to the sky.
I am Bloodhunder, chosen hunter, beast of slaughter. They will learn my name once more.
When I step inside of your rooms, and you know I gotta shake it up. You know I never can settle. I gotta do it, make it boom anytime when I set it up. They doubted me for way too long, gotta prove them wrong. Yeah, they knock me down, but I'm coming back strong. I feel alive, yeah, I'm back from the dead. I'm back from the dead. Yeah, feel like I'm back from the dead. Back from the dead. I feel alive, yeah, I'm back from the dead.
And we're back with day 2 of the ALGS Split 2. Guys, EMEA has been kind of crazy. Day 1 was wild. I got Dia and Graceful back in the booth to cast all the action. But before we jump into it, we did see TLN Pirates yesterday, but that Aurora breakup, and with them playing today, I feel like we need to dissect it just a bit more. So Dia, give me those hot initial thoughts, because post Split 1 playoffs, I'm actually glad to see these changes.
Yeah, everybody is going to be really interested in what's happening when Aurora and TLN Pirates take the stage because, as Hiarka mentioned in yesterday's radio interview, it is just a change of play styles, something that they didn't exactly match up on. The fact that they're going up against each other today should not be underestimated. In fact, when I talked to Hiarka, he still considers Aurora one of the most powerful teams in EMEA, even after the fact that he's had to leave it.
I think it's respectable. I know, Graceful, you definitely have a lot to say in regards to the playstyle Dia just mentioned, so I'll kind of let you take that.
I mean, I think we really just saw the clash of playstyles really, and what ended up unfolding on LAN was something people definitely wasn't expecting out of them. But also, honestly, a lot of Eastern European players have their own standards, and they have had since the long history of Apex, where they were dominant for a very specific reason. They're very aggressive, powerful, mechanical players. And when you're not on the same page, and one perhaps want to play a little bit more passively, more macro orientated versus fighting a lot, well, then that's gonna show up in your gameplay as well. You know, you're opting for a triple swing. There's only two of them on the same page. That's gonna end up costing in the long run. So you have to make sure you're on the same page for sure.
100%. It was a full 180. You had first in Split 1 Pro League. It was a bit of a fall off onto that lamb, which leads to the change. We have Hiarka taking an exit and Kazakh stepping back in. Now, Kazakh definitely has history playing with Oirain, and now Effect is going to be great as well. So I think the switch up, Dia, is pretty solid.
I think so too. I, as always, have my doubts. And
just a doubting Dia.
Exactly. I think that has to become a segment, Doubting Dia, where I just, without slandering these teams, talk about the ways that what they're doing could go wrong. This can absolutely go wrong, especially long term, but holding off on that for a moment.
You're like, let me get through the games first. Let me get through match day 2 first. But I know Hiarka did put out a tweet talking about the exit after Split 1 playoffs. He's like, as many of you guys know, I have requested to leave Aurora effective immediately. They granted his request. He sends his thanks and thoughts out to the organization, still respects them. And of course, they keep the reason for leaving private. That's respectable. And I think this was done in a really mature way because you kind of want to stay in a good standing when you do leave organizations, Graceful, because you could always have that door open in case something down the line happens.
Yeah, it's not even necessarily just the organization themselves, but each individual players. You never know what's further down the road. You might end up teaming up again, as we've seen many times in different regions where former teammates end up making a new roster again, and it just ends up better this time. So always ending on good terms is very mature of them, and I really respect that. Yeah, as we're seeing as well.
Yeah, it's super cool. I mean, we did get to witness Hiarka, Kiner, and Xeon playing yesterday, but now with Aurora in the lobby, it's going to be fun mix on how, A versus C does. But we do have one member of our broadcast team that is standing by, and we're going to have him joining throughout the broadcast. So welcome in, Snipe Down, fresh off a move, settling into the new house. So grateful that you were able to be here on the broadcast today.
Yeah, absolutely pumped to be here. Happy we could get a single room in the house set up for this. So, just excited to see some more amazing matches today.
Honestly, I was still wishing we were doing the rehearsal and I saw the little pup in the corner and I was like, is the pup going to also be on the broadcast today?
Like a little cameo. I'm worried about him barking around the background. He'll find a way to yell at something. So
no, I mean, that's super cool. But you were in Paris, right, for Split 1 playoffs. You did a lot of analyst work out there. Absolutely crushed it. Got to get your quick thoughts on the Aurora switch up as well before we move on.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys nailed it. I think Hiarka with his tweet was very politically correct in terms of just making sure not to burn any bridges. But I know behind the scenes, there was a lot of animosity that went on there. I mean, this was a team that had all the pieces set up for success, first in EMEA and Pro League. Then they get to LAN. And honestly, from after match day 1 and group stages, Grace and I were on the stage looking at their body language. And it was just, you could just tell the trust was disappearing as each match went off. And you could see it, like they really tried to bring that back. And that only works if you have a good game or two after that. It doesn't work when you have 3 duds in a row and then the IGL has no trust, or the teammates have no trust in the IGL. And you could see that when all of them were kind of making their own plays, and it just fell apart. A 28th place finish was nowhere near acceptable for that roster. And I think with Hiarka as the IGL, when your teammates don't have trust in you as an IGL, the best thing to do is to step away and find a team that will have that trust in you as an IGL and rebuild from there. So it's interesting, and it'll see, how both these teams play out now.
Now, how difficult is that, being on LAN, kind of watching the implosion happen as a player? I want to know, because Graceful, Snipe, you guys have so much history doing that as well. Not breaking down on the stage, but just playing professionally. Because I know if I was sitting on a stage watching my IGL and watching that chemistry just start to fizzle, that is so difficult to counteract.
Yeah, I think for, players that have already obviously won events, you have a couple of those players on that team that, some might have been considered flukes or whatever you want to say it. But when you're out there on the stage and you don't have the ability to bounce back as a competitor, it really just takes a full cohesion as a team to come out there and know exactly what you have to accomplish. And it really does just start to break down. It's hard to get back into it. And if not everybody is stepping up on that same page, then body language on the stage becomes a big factor. And you have, players like Effect who are very animated when it comes to their emotions. You can tell, even when he did interviews on stage, you could tell like he was very candid on the struggles that they were going through. And for a player like him who has seen nothing really but success with Alliance, dominating all the group stages, that's a foreign territory for him. And that mentally is a challenge, knowing what you came from versus where you're at and trying to figure out what to do from there.
Well, let's see with the changes and how they pay off in the accelerated Split 2 format. You've got 3 weeks to absolutely crush it ahead of the Split 2 playoffs in Vegas. But new things are here, guys. I was hoping we'd get to see World's Edge in the rotation yesterday, but today is the first day. The redone World's Edge is going to be joining us. We put out that tweet, guys. The hunt comes home, rediscover World's Edge. What was your favorite World's Edge POI? Mine is definitely Sorting Factory, so I don't know who is behind the Play Apex Esports Twitter account because they definitely know me. But are we excited, Graceful, to see World's Edge into the rotation?
Super excited. I hope that it changes the pacing of the map overall. I really think that Landslide specifically has been changed the most now that Big Mod landed there, but also the fact that you're revamping some of the more less popular ones, like Server Camp turning into War, and then East Village now as well, and the Tree Settlement getting a little bit of a blossom now, actually illuminating the night, as we also changed the weather more towards auroras in the sky, a little bit more northern light and stuff, and it's a lot of fun, I would say. Hopefully this spices things up because it has been quite stale some bit. Everybody watches World's Edge and either they go, we've seen this map for 5 years, or it just plays out the same way. Whoever gets Gospels first wins. Maybe this can spice things up. I'm holding my breath for this.
Do we have any teams that you think are going to immediately show out on the revamped World's Edge? Any of y'all? Off the top of your head?
Particularly, I don't think that this has really changed how you fundamentally play World's Edge. Obviously, the change of POIs has improved some of them with the corrupted attachments and the Ravens being like high tier loot that you can grab. So Tree really increased in priority, but I don't see this at a base level really changing the way that the game is played on World's Edge. It is still a pretty safe map, and a lot of its characteristics of being pretty small and being pretty zone oriented should stay the same.
So Zone Intolerant might face difficulty from Group A getting into the zone. We'll see. They were really having some fun on Storm Point just yesterday with the Lions running Bloodhound and scanning them out. But of course, guys, thanks so much for watching us at home. You can make sure that you are logged into your account, getting your drops. Don't be like Dia. The Sushi Nessie gun charm is absolutely super cute. You can get it by watching 1 hour. And of course, we do have those Apex packs in the drops. Thanks, Snipe, for joining us. I'll be looking forward to your analysis after some of the games, of course, throughout the day. But Dia, Graceful, we got a chat match 1.
Yes, we do. World's Edge right ahead of us, and as we said, Grace, a lot of things change, a lot of things stay the same. You and I actually have opposing views on the landslide change. I remember we talked about this earlier this week, but with your position basically being that this is a much more powerful POI. Talk to me about why.
Yeah, I mean, Landslide initially, which is one of the POIs that people ended up going because they wanted to have fast macro, but the only downfall of it, outside of being dead center zone, depending on which patch we're talking about, which active zones are, was the lack of loot. You might be able to loot it super quick, but you were almost always lacking loot. They have made up for it. Like, Landslide has over time grown stronger due to the fact that loot has scaled up. We have more resources now with unlimited baths, unlimited ammo, more loot across the board. Rarity was crazy before this patch, right? Everybody was always full purple on absolutely everything. And as that has toned down, though, however, Big Mod now landing with more loot enabled. I remember your opposing view was that looting Big Mod is kind of scuffed, but I feel like just the raw amount of loot is enough to offset that it is completely fine. It's a buff in a positive direction, in my opinion. Will this scale to how much more people will pick it? I don't think so, because of the general playstyle of people tending to loot a lot later, get stacked and fighting. Since Edge has been omega buffed now, the fact that less people in zone are stacked now, but the Edge people are still equally as strong, it might just take a little bit longer to fight. Some of the playstyles will probably stay the same.
Talking about some of the Edge playstyles as well, I've heard a lot of teams talking about Tree. FUL going to be landing there in this particular match, but Basically, the consensus that I've heard from a lot of players is that this POI got buffed in a big way around its flexibility. It's always been pretty good, but now with higher tier loot spawning in the Ravens that you'll find around this POI, everybody feels much more comfortable with the flexibility that Tree provides. That's relatively central position. It's quick rotates with the balloon that's really nearby. And if you are an edge team, or even if you're a zone team with a last pick, getting Tree is actually much better than it used to be a couple patches ago.
Way better. I think that people also tend to sleep on higher rarity spawns. We've had this actually throughout the game's history several times. People remember north of Trials, there was some bins back then when you had to find armors that guaranteed purple armor. We've seen this time and time again in different areas of the parts of the maps or in different POIs where you can guarantee high rarity loot. It just helps you massively, especially if you're playing on the edge side of things as well. But it's been kind of toned back now since the loot has been readily available for everybody at many phases of the game, especially when we're talking about bins resetting, etc. But for this moment so far, especially if we're talking or recapping to yesterday's matches in both regions, people were severely underlooted. We saw several fights where people had the whites against triple purple. And if that keeps happening, it's no longer a question about are we a stronger mechanically fighting team? You're just losing just based off of armor alone, so people really have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, armor checks are a real thing, and getting into zone does require you to have a very good position. TLN Pirates, one of those teams that do like to go straight to zone as fast as they can. We saw them denied that opportunity just yesterday in a couple of their games, but this time landing at Thermal, a pretty flexible POI as well, but also with a great early loot path if you are forced into edge play style, should be working in their favor. It is worth noting that their rivals, chosen or not for today in Aurora, are landing at Sky West, directly to the north, but on the same side of the map.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think that it'll matter too much. Like, you very rarely target teams specifically unless it's on the cusp of making it like we have before, where you need to make top 10 to make the cutoff into the next round. For the moment, they're all enemies, and I think Pirates in general have a good fundamental, as we have seen so far. Is it all on the back of Hiarka? I'm not too sure, but Kyner and Ishidan is two people not to be dismissed by any means. They have had their moments. Will this be their greater peak? We shall see.
We're going to take a quick listen into the conversation that we got to have with Hiarka earlier this week.
Without other thing, I feel like on the paper the best thing possible that you can make in EMEA, right? You have 3 good individuals, let's say like that. I just feel like when we reached LAN after EMEA, like we left what we had pre-planned, and then I think what damaged us the most was the vibes. I think we were not matching anymore, and there was conflict in between the way we wanted to play the game. It didn't make me very happy. That's why I asked to leave.
I mean, totally understandable, and I think that the way that Hiarka has managed this is actually really good. It is a tough situation, but if you have a way you want to play the game, better find a team that actually wants to play like you do, rather than try and create something out of nothing. And I think Aurora just really had a different game plan. Hiarka's talked about this with a couple of players that he's played with in the past, and he's actually gone through a lot of players. I remember he and Uchako had this constant rotating door of thirds. Hiarka's ability to be honest with his teammates about what he wants, what he's getting or not, seems to be the thing that has actually brought him back with Zidane, who he won a championship with.
Yeah, most definitely. And when you have that experience as well of trialing players left and right, especially just the third players, but now that they're both trialing on each separate sides of things, you really get to open your eyes to what are the potentials out there. And I think one of the other potentials as well with Aurora is they actually almost seem to have opted for no IGL, but they do have it in their backpack because Ninems is on that roster helping coaching them as well. So maybe running 3 fraggers and a coach as the IGL might be the new meta. Oh, I remember in some other games there's been very questionable decisions in that regard, but definitely could pan out way better than most people assumed. However, now though, other teams on the map as well. A lot of Eastern European players in here, as we as well saw right there with Blessed, one of the other rosters that we heard about yesterday from the winning team Alliance, ForFun. One of the teams they said is good in the region. Will they pop off today? I really hope so.
Yeah, ForFun has been an interesting one. We talk about roster swaps all the time, and I see the snake emoji get used a lot in Apex Legends Esports. But the way that this whole ForFun situation has evolved, with Synetic no longer being on the roster, and instead choosing with the org to follow Tyler instead for building this, has drawn a lot of eyes, and maybe a couple of those same emojis. Certainly some feelings from Synetic himself. Very curious to see which of those rosters will perform better in the opening third of the split that we are hitting during the course of the next 2 days. Summer Haze trying to rotate up through previously what we would have called Big Mod, the choke leading into Geyser right now, but with Red Dragon in front of them and TLN Pirates behind, it is a 3-squad meetup.
A lot of these teams are just making sure to stay on edge for the moment to gather up some gear before they opt in for a single fight, but knowing now that they've seen several teams playing kind of passively, making sure nobody's stepping up on them, holding that building, a very beloved old building, actually enjoy that quite a lot, but nothing so far as of yet. Not to speak from yesterday, where we saw some of these teams absolutely ape each other the first 30 seconds of the match. EMEA plays it a little bit more slowly.
It has been quite nice to see that change. The Americas yesterday caught me off guard with how fast we were playing, but here in EMEA, teams taking things a lot more calm. Will we see the recall? Yes, we will. I was thinking it was taking a little too long, but Blessed don't actually end up getting the full thirst, and there will be a full back away over to East Village, I believe, for GEI. They a little bit safer for right now, but a reset necessary, and then ultimately walking into what is a monument fragment zone pull off of the second and third rings. Not quite sure where this will go. Will it pull into fragment? Will it pull into monument? We got a lot of teams in here placing their bets on where it'll end up, but actually, who's to say? Realistically, those teams that get third ring console. Right now, I am noticing that Aurora and TLN Pirates are playing for third ring console. TLN Pirates over at Stacks, and Aurora taking their time through Landslide right now to do exactly the same thing. Wait out the ring close, hit the console, find out whether this is going monument or fragment, and then fight for Godspot.
Playing mid-speed, gaining that zone 3 knowledge is huge for people to play. 6 teams actually playing on edge, doing the exact same plan before deciding where to go and opt. So we're gonna have to see how they play this out, because monument and also parts of frags is heavily contested at this point. You won't really have, like, even if going mid-speed with that information is good, specifically on parts of maps where you have a lot of playable areas, but when every building is essentially occupied, and there's also the fact that Crypto and Alter is heavily invested into this match, it's going to be really tough to make these decisions. And the zone is pulling more central, actually. So honestly, some of these teams might play even later than just for third thing knowledge, you know?
This one is so tough. I really thought the zone was going to hard commit here, but it's still technically split between monument and fragment. To me, Grace, this looks a lot better for teams like Alliance, who have taken the icicles outside of Epicenter, because that is one of the more flexible positions. And also, I've got a small preference for Monument here. I feel like the ring is going to pull north.
I mean, it could definitely. Even though Alliance is in a good spot to even get more knowledge from north side of them, they have to keep out several teams. 2 of these teams fighting right now.
Alliance could end up third partying this. GEI and Blessed have got to finish the fight quickly, with Insane getting shot in the back. Might be GEI, the one that gets wiped out a little bit too fast. Again, we are going to see them try and back away into the Void Nexus. Alliance coming in for the third party, though. That's exactly why you had to wrap up the fight fast. But Alliance, quick on the draw, will take out Blessed, and Blessed are our first squad eliminated.
That's why I said the only tough part is holding out every team, but if they're the team that gets to 3P, no team better than Alliance is making sure to mop up that fight really swiftly. GEI, however, managed to TP out with that Alter TP, seeing if they can get a reset properly or not, but Alliance will just keep holding the icicles to make sure that they own that part of the map. But what other better team than Aurora is also lurking in from the western side of Alliance? We might see a fight up there, up north, but we'll have to see right now as Pirates is just making their way slowly towards zone.
I was just thinking Aurora Alliance, that was the whole rivalry last split. It seems like old news, but then you realize that actually that story may not be over. We focused a lot on TLN, but with Alliance's big wins yesterday and Aurora still being considered a top team in the region, their fight holds a lot of weight, and Alliance, definitely recognizing that, are going to back away, giving high ground up to Aurora right now. It is literally an uphill battle that Alliance have put themselves into.
Indeed, Aurora managed to find an opening and take over Icicles for the moment. We'll see if they can hold it down or not. But you have to keep in mind, if any fight breaks out here, even Pixel Lumina could potentially 3P something, as Pirates, however, is fighting for the far eastern side against GEI that we saw earlier get that reset. Pirates feeling very confident with triple purple armor and utility in hand.
Dude, GEI have had like the worst game imaginable. They've just been constantly put into fights they don't want to take. It's like Huss yesterday, except for GEI aren't winning any of them. TLN Pirates clearly want to fight for this high ground, but unfortunately Kiner takes a swing too wide and will get taken down. GaiminGladiators getting involved in this as Aurora lose one in their fight up against Effect, and a full thirst onto Kazakh gives a kill point over to Alliance and a much better position as well.
Fights breaks out all over the map right now as people are fighting for power spots, trying to clear out their backs as Aurora and Alliance go head to head, actually going 2 for 1 in the favor of Aurora, as Akku is trying his best, the new addition to the roster. Well, not new at this point, but new West is doing his best to reset properly if he can, but it's going to be a tough reset.
Oh, right back into Effect's line of sight, but Akku takes the 1v1. Last shot would do it, but Effect goes down to the zone instead, moving his way closer to the ring. Akku gonna have to follow that, but Aurora end up finding the respawn on Kazakh. Meanwhile, remember, Alliance are down to just 1. This kill on Effect is another point that they would get, but Effect is in zone, and Akku may not be able to finish him off. This 1 point eluding Akku, unless he can finish off Effect, and he cannot. Alliance taken out at the hands of Aurora.
Oirin on that Seer managed to close out that 1v1. Honestly, a super well played from him, but Seer Q is still really strong. Effect hits that teabag to assert his dominance. It's not enough though for the moment. It's only match 1. Don't count them out just yet, but good play so far. They managed to secure the northern side of this zone. Actually, Zone pulled back up Monument, northern side of Monument. They're in prime real estate at this moment as they're playing on top of that Icicle, which is still in the next zone.
GaiminGladiators push out ForFun Esports, who are our 18th place squad in this game, as Summer Haze start looking towards around the area where we ended the most recent LAN Split 1 playoffs, just over the hill from where Summer Haze are currently retreated to. A nice spot to reset, but ultimately a difficult way to make your path into the zone, as Monument is really the only place you can be. TLN Pirates, knowing that now, have to make their way on foot through Fragment, having been unable to claim the high ground.
Pirates slowly working their way in. Nothing as of yet. A couple of cat queues coming down, as a lot of people have been opting for cat quite some bit. People have always enjoyed that character outside of the fact when we used to shoot diamonds through the wall. Currently though, super solid pick as other teams are opting for the more unorthodox but still classical ways of seeing Red Dragon play Caustic.
Everybody's just really trying to find a spot to survive right now. Red Dragon did fish for one slightly better position, but ultimately underneath Monument was a little bit too stressful. FUL gonna go down, and Summer Haze, having lost 1, they've got their fight coming up next. Holding on to a building, or rather at least a floor in this building, should be easy for them, but a swing up to the top side actually makes it even better. Taxington finding the 1v1 on Ozis. Ultimately gonna get traded back though, and Zuni, last one left standing, one of those great mechanical players we talked about in EMEA. A surprise to see him not picked up by a team coming into this split, but at the last second ended up joining in with this squad. Top looking down from, as you guessed it, Top.
Top is doing good to go for the reset instead as well, as they, however, let them reset on the bottom as well. I cannot believe they let that reset happen, but both teams come out unscathed, but a little bit of rattles for the moment. GaiminGladiators, however, one of the teams that played solid yesterday, but not quite just where we expect them to be, falls down 2 people right now. It comes down to Sane trying to make it out alive, and the hardest ones to rat out of the 6-match series that we have actually is the first 2 where Crypto and Alter is still alive.
The Pirates do get their revenge on GG, who made the rotation up towards Icicles difficult for them earlier. Now Zane has lost 2 of his teammates, and very unlikely at this point in the game that you're going to be able to find a respawn. BPR looking for a finish onto TLN Pirates, should be able to do so, but with Pixel Lumina going out first, every second you gain matters for the TLN Pirates. Ultimately, they will fall, but They managed to gain at least the 1 placement point for staying alive those extra couple of seconds and making it into the top 15.
Zone ends between Red Dragon and Bacalhau, a little bit more central of this current zone that we see in the top left. Top still fighting for the same construction building. Going up and down those tips, however, is definitely for this roster alone, who is very mechanically strong. But can they make it out as the zone is about to move just now? This next zone closing hurts a lot.
Top were one of the best teams in EMEA last split. The fact that they've been able to hold on for so long in this building seems good on its face, but it has been a very difficult game for them and rather drained of resources when compared to the Virtus Pro that we saw them operating under just last split. With GaiminGladiators having made a nearly impossible full recovery, I want to hear what they're thinking about as we approach this next zone. 30 seconds on ring 4.
Yeah, I'm down to just kill them. Yep, kill.
Yeah, go. You can double, just all in them.
I don't have to. Yeah, he whiffed Sicky. 50 on him.
I saw it,
I'm popping the back. Nice, good zero.
Double solid.
Okay.
One.
Nice, good shit.
I'm queuing up. Bottom.
Yeah, I'm queuing up top.
I thank you.
Yeah.
I'm queuing up. Kill this shit.
He's running along.
1, good damage. Good damage. 600. 100. Push the
Someone outside.
Kill this guy on top.
I got kidnapped. Coming.
0-100.
You come
Anybody?
One.
Nice. Res. Reset. Res.
I'm resing. I silenced him. Look at him.
Fucking res.
I cannot see him.
Close door.
He's on bottom floor.
He died.
All dead.
No, it was see.
Pulling up on him now.
Yeah.
You couldn't have. Someone else is close.
I'm getting pinned.
Outside wall.
Play slow. New team could come.
I think that's him.
Yeah, it's fine. We can kill him in a second. It's fine. No rush.
Yeah, he ran here. Okay, he ran over here.
Okay.
We're not in next.
GaiminGladiators, they find the quick squad wipe. They are still technically right outside of zone. They're going to have to take another closer range engagement, but very wary of the teams around them. GEI to the south, a solo having survived for so long, but with Glacier and Red Dragon in buildings and Bacalhau actually having a lot of safety here as well. GaiminGladiators need to pick an isolated 3v3. Their fight with Bacalhau may be brewing, but perhaps under Monument is free. They don't know yet.
They have a good spot in the next zone as well, but good comms from them. Hitting that circuit, immediately screaming I am in thing to closing out that fight was phenomenal. If they can keep up this form for now, they're just going to get more heated as the day goes on. Summer Haze, however, next zone, they're nowhere near it, and safe spot is either under or outside. They have to pick their poison and fight for something. We're going to see right now in about 10 seconds a fight go down.
I mean, this whole side of the ring is going to be like 18 fights on top of each other. The culling will happen towards the western side of this ring, and Summer Haze could find themselves a victim of it. Going actually through the altar portal to pick the fight. They're right on top of Majin. Bazooty gets 3-man beamed with Taxington coming in right after. The caustic gas ticking away at them. Summer Haze put themselves into the oven and ultimately do not come out on top. Majin don't even lose a single member and get to reset with 3 KP to their name.
Even though they got EMP engaged on an altar cooldown, was not enough to put Majin down, as they're currently resetting in the same corridor right now. But this corridor or room is not safe. Aurora tries to come down this slope as well, or the stairs, as effect goes down. Majin immediately capitalizes off this and look for other options, as there's actually a team right above them.
Majin's composition is so hard to push in this room as well. It's like a caustic's dream. They do have to leave most of it as the ring finishes closing. Majin don't really have a safe spot to play anymore. With Ben going down, we are losing squads at the drop of a hat. 8 teams left, could be 7 in just a few seconds. Majin looking for a kill onto Zone Intolerant. These are great thermites coming out of Ozzy. Majin with the nades never ending, could end up going up, but it's Zone Intolerant this start coming down. Ochako swings onto Ozzy, and Ozzy even at 1 HP goes in for the kill. Gonna be followed up. That's 2 for Majin down. Ochako making his last stand, wipes Majin in a 1v3.
Majin bounces great nades, but can't close out that 3-3 as Aurora gets the reset. Now looking to see if they can clean it up, and Zone Intolerant also goes down. Couldn't reset on time as Bacalhau comes down to their last rat. Everybody's feeding kills to Aurora at this point. 8 total KP, top 5. They're looking great for the moment.
Aurora are looking like the unstoppable team that they should be on paper. But with, as we said, 8 teams left, who can stand in their way? Red Dragon, GCR, Infinite are winners of Game 1 yesterday, and the GaiminGladiators, who found that quick fight earlier. Will the killer instincts of GaiminGladiators claim yet another squad as they're staring down our Game 1 winners of yesterday, Infinite?
It's gonna be tough. Zone actually really close to Glacier. GaiminGladiators and Infinite have to make the move first. There might be a couple of cars in that street, but natural cover is definitely to be missed by a ton of these teams, as Red Dragon as well. Here's fight going on underneath them as Oirain takes out 2 people. Glacier actually gets eliminated.
With Glacier down, I believe that Red Dragon, yes, Red Dragon have the only Caustic left in the lobby. Could be huge for them in the end game. One that Caustic is going to benefit from a lot. GaiminGladiators almost get abducted, but Zane is just getting cooked by Caustic gas. No guns necessary. That guy's going to die. We might see some crazy value out of Caustic, as Red Dragon do need to go up to the high ground soon. EMP is going to come out, and Red Dragon needing to fight Aurora. Don't have the cooldowns to do it. No ult for the Caustic. Oirain buying as much time as he can, but not having to tank gas for the moment. Does find a single silence, swings out onto the head glitch, has one of his own to play on the stairs. Oirain is making a stand for Aurora, who actually dipped down underneath for effect to survive a little bit longer. Aurora in danger of going out in third, but it's Red Dragon who will fall first. Infinite coming in for the kill, and Infinite again will win game 1 in EMEA.
Infinite absolutely bullying GG on that outside of that wall, as they were getting cooked by everybody through the window, through caustic traps as well. But Infinite comes in from the northern side, managed to play that wall and then close out the game properly, as the other teams were forced to engage on top of each other. We've seen this type of consistency, whether that be getting yourself into end games, but also playing space properly and pushing people away from your wall to then secure the match. Super good, well played from them.
Yeah, Infinite were, as we said yesterday, big highlights in game 1. They did fall off pretty significantly. They had a couple of bad placements, but as a whole, Infinite in end games have performed really well during the course of this, or rather during the course of yesterday. During the course of this split, makes it sound like it's been forever. It's been one day. Infinite looked good yesterday, ended the day at 6th, and this first game for them actually better than yesterday's, with 9 kills coming in during the course of yesterday's games. And today they start off with the 5, and hopefully will be able to make their games even more consistent today. Clearly a squad with a lot of talent, just barely beating out Aurora in terms of the placements, but it is a 22-point game for Aurora. A big difference between these squads. And for more on that, we've got Tiff and Snipe down.
Thank you so much, Dia. Graceful. Honestly, wild game 1. Infinite being pretty consistent on being our game 1 Reapers, but Snipe, you were in the back checking things out. Initial thoughts from match number 1?
Yeah, I mean, a very good game overall. I think one of the things I picked up early is, you know, you had the Aurora and Alliance fight that happened, and what was really cool about that is Alliance was actually playing very aggressive. They were looking for fights, you could tell. And with Alter Crypto, you know, I like the ability to push down and try and get the kills bottom epi, but at the same time, it was almost like they were aggressive but lazy at the same time, because with Crypto and Alter, you shouldn't be letting a team rotate on your back. They were playing on top of Fragment Hill, right on top of Epi, and when they pushed down, they allowed Aurora to flank them, and after getting a couple kills down low, they had to then run up the hill from Epicenter, try and fight Aurora at the top of the hill, and Aurora ends up with the better position after that, and they end up getting second place with a bunch of points. So for Alliance to have the abilities with Crypto to scan and be able to see everything around you, and have Alter with the TP to get back to the spot where they should have been holding the whole time, maybe just send 1 or 2 people down to try and get the kills. Instead, they gave up everything that they had built out, spawning at War Camp, which was their original POI, so they got to a good spot with Beacon and Radar, and could have just held and tried to kill people coming up the hill like Aurora did, but instead, too aggressive, a little lazy with the abilities, took them out early, and Aurora ended up having a phenomenal game from the position that Alliance was originally holding.
I mean, I'm really glad that you brought up this clip specifically, because when I was watching this happen, I was like, oh, I don't know about this one, Aku. We are full sending. But yesterday, at the end of the day, after Alliance 1 match day 1, we got to talk to Unlucky, and he was talking about their initial performances on Stormpoint and how they were just making these minimal errors, and we were getting inted and third-partied. But when you break it down like that, that was just a minor error. But you can correct that and go forward in World's Edge. So now that Crypto's banned, what are you looking to see out of Alliance in match 2?
Yeah, I mean, maybe with Crypto Band, they're gonna have a little more communication instead of just relying on the one person. So maybe just a little more cohesion. Obviously, I think they're a team that they want to come out game 1 and just dominate. But after having a poor game 1, I think they're gonna lock it down a little more heading into these next few games for sure.
Heck yeah, I gotta lock it in, because we do have Split 2 playoffs on the horizon. We have a really quick Split 2 just going over the course of 3 weeks, but tickets are on sale to visit the beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. I say beautiful, but it is truly an interesting city. But it's going to be cool. October 29th through November 1st. Over Halloween, Snipe, you breaking out the Mirage costume?
Yeah, I might have to. I still have that. Actually, it's hilarious. In one of the boxes for when I moved, they literally wrote Mirage on it. So apparently they knew a little bit about Apex Legends. So I might have to make a bit of an appearance, but super pumped to be in here in Vegas. And, you know, it's my hometown now, so I might have to show some people around.
Hey, that's actually a really cool idea. You have to give everyone like the restaurant events, throw a Twitter thread up and be like, these are all of my recommendations for that. And plus it's at the Orleans Arena, which is actually it's kind of like just off the strip. So it's all connected within the hotel, plus all of the fun things that you could find inside Vegas hotels. You know, I don't know, whatever you guys want to do in your after hours, right? Exactly. But guys, we've got match 2. Enough about this from Snipe and me. We got to get back into World's Edge. Dia Grace will take it away.
All right, game 2 is coming up. Grace.
Yeah.
Something says that with Aurora winning getting second in game 1. I didn't mean to leak the script. They're not winning game 2. I didn't say that. With Aurora getting second place in game 1, maybe it's not the time for me to raise doubts about this team, but it is the best time for people to know that they are just doubts. You know, they're not anything crazy. So I wanted to talk a little bit about player discipline with you, because this is my concern around the Aurora roster that we are seeing succeed even now. Effect, we talked about this last split, best fragger in the world coming out of his days with Alliance. I don't think that was a controversial statement. Now maybe that's changed a little bit, but I am wondering, as we head into the second split, as we had that explosive emotional land from the Aurora roster, whether Effect is a star player with a little bit too much power right now, who is ruining his own discipline by basically trying to play his own game. I want to know what you think about player discipline in fraggers and how they relate to their IGLs in terms of their long-term success.
I think it is tough to say that it is black and white, because we have seen several different players have success when they have carved their own path. They don't have to go the orthodox way of just making it to follow the same scripture that everybody else has. We've heard that as well from, you know, the likes of Cinetic saying that, no, I just really wanted to do this, and that's when I started finding success again. Maybe this is his path to get more than what he has already achieved. He is, like you said, he might be emotional because he's so passionate about winning, right? Very competitive person on his own. Maybe one trophy isn't enough. He needs more, and this is the path forward. That's the only way he can see it. And who am I to judge before we get to actually see a little bit more matches into on this roster specifically? But I do definitely think that people might not be accounting for the fact that 9imps is on that roster, and having that said player discipline could be enforced through the coach. Doesn't have to be on the roster that is actively playing, could be by other means.
Very true. I do think this sort of like IGL as coach situation does create an opportunity for Aurora to both play very aggressively and have a really solid game plan behind them. I think we saw a great glimpse of that in this first game, where the obvious fight for Aurora was not the one that they took. They actually took a lot of fights that were for the game win. They demonstrated a lot of discipline, fighting around Epicenter specifically, and then their move into Monument was really clean. A lot of good looks for this squad. That plus the respect crouching was something that I'm sure Alliance is going to remember as we head into game 2.
Definitely, always keeping each other on their feet. I'm sure they're still friends in the end, though, outside of that for sure. But we can't forget the fact, though, Infinite won the match number 1. We said it yesterday as well, starting hot, but then kind of went cold at the end of the day. Will they keep up this form or not? It's going to be tough for sure. But overall, we've seen the lights of some of these teams. GG, namely for me, has had great comms, put themselves into endgame, but once they got there, couldn't close it out with that lackluster wall, honestly.
With the crypto ban having come in game 1, it is with great pleasure that I announce to the audience that Seer will be banned after this game. So enjoy it while you can, because silencing people in a line is stopping after this. Infinite gonna make good use of that after their game 1 win. I'm sure very happy. And I gotta say, Grace, proving me wrong here. Infinite came out of mod. They won the first game. I'm not, you know, correlation's not causation, but it's definitely correlation.
I think that regardless of how it is, they're still making up for it nonetheless with the way they're playing out these games. Now that Seer, however, is shaking things up, I think as well we heard it from GG last game. I hit my Seer Q, I am inting. That can either enable your team to close out fights really quick, or you're gonna get absolutely engaged on, as we've seen some of these teams. I'm not too happy about copycatting too much because you know how metas is as well. Some of these teams start something, everybody tries to copy it, don't get the same degree of success, but they keep doing it because everybody else is playing it. Don't get me wrong, some legends are really, really strong, but if in your hands you're not doing well on it, you might want to try to switch things out, as we saw Wraith very prevalent in Americas yesterday though.
Yeah, the Wraith in Americas was a crazy thing to watch. And in EMEA, we saw a little bit more Bloodhound as well, specifically out of Alliance. That was a very exciting turn. A few teams in the Americas choosing to run it as well, but Bloodhound not super popular. Once, however, we get rid of things like Seer and Crypto, some teams start going, well, if we want recon, maybe the best way to do it is actually with Bloodhound. Not a choice that we saw true last split in any way. And it turns out that in this ring, I'm very happy. We are going to Sorting Factory. So a little bit of a showcase on the new POI, or old POI.
Old POI. The comeback of the old POI Sorting Factory is where the zone is pulling towards. Of course the devs knows and want the zones at the newer or former POIs. They need to make sure that everybody gets to see the work that they have put into it, and I'm so happy for that. However, on the flip side of things, the Lions playing far edge for the moment, seeing that the zone is on the other side of the map, hunting down GEI for the moment, trying to look for fights, which last game could have gone very differently had they won that fight at Epicenter. This is the thing, that it comes down to top teams that have the same play style as other good teams. It just looks like they died 20th, but they win that fight against Aurora and Epi, and they could have been the team that landed second place, right? You always have to keep this in mind. As long as you keep fighting for God spots, either you're guaranteeing yourself into endgame or you go out early, but that's a risk most of these teams are willing to take.
Something that Alliance are very good at is keeping their mentals in check even when set behind. Zone Intolerant, maybe a little set behind in this fight. Guts is down. Nuchako, after 1v3ing last game, says, you know what, this game is probably not happening. Tries to run, but Remix Powers chases him down for fun on the verge of a squad wipe. Our first squad wipe of game 2. Zone Intolerant get taken down.
Prowler and Nemi is so strong. People die in literally, you just blink and somebody could be knocked. However, Team ECLIPSE right here, not really at the point where they can win endgame for the moment. They might have to make some smaller adjustments, but sitting kind of comfy up here.
Would you rather have, in this meta, would you rather have an infinite ammo L-Star or an infinite ammo Nemesis?
Honestly, I think L-Star if you're used to it, but a lot of people didn't really get comfortable using it. I feel like there's a couple of these weapons that have been really, really strong for some moments, and if people just didn't enjoy picking them up, like it's kind of like the whole when you have a fully decked out Scout and people didn't pick up Kraber. I've seen that several times as well back when Scout was really, really strong, right? So honestly, preference, but regardless, when you're in that tier of strength on the weapon, not too big of a difference, honestly.
Sure. Both definitely able to completely delete a health bar in a negligible amount of time.
Yeah.
Ultimately, infinite ammo, as we saw yesterday, extremely strong, especially when you're able to get it on red weapons. Pixel Lumina, unfortunately, not with infinite anything, certainly not infinite time when you get sniped at by ForFun. Sharing a building with them going to be difficult, even on the Rampart Newcastle composition that Pixel Lumina have. They should be safe in theory, but against ForFun, how safe do you really need to be?
Indeed, it is scary indeed. ForFun, one of the teams that we heard so much about yesterday being strong for the region. One of the few strong teams in Alliance's eyes have been showing up in this match right now. Pixel Lumina running out as a duo should be able to get this reset as long as they make it through potentially that tunnel. But other teams are lurking. It's definitely not free.
With round 1 closing in just the next 30 seconds, we're going to hit a pivotal point in this game where we have the mid-speed squads, you called them last game, finding out the big info around where the zone is actually going, what section of Sorting Factory we are ending in. Again, Alliance and Aurora both positioned to get this information, and Pixel Lumina would be lucky to survive to even see the next zone pop. Oh! That was a nice nade.
That was a nice nade indeed by Suni. His teammate shooting out that wall as well. And then the nade landing right on his forehead. Billy gets taken out, but that's a great thing for sure. No, I think though, one thing people have to keep in mind is that as this match is progressing and more playable area gets eliminated, typically you see a lot of these these teams clash, but there's so much playable area in Sorting Factory. That was one of the biggest things, I think, back in the day where most teams were alive. So we'll have to see if these teams can reset.
Tricks, does he have crafting at stacks? No, he does not. It looks like maybe Dome could have a crafter. This whole eastern side of the zone, not really great for making a recovery. North maybe a little bit better, since you're going to have to against Alliance. Those are some nice moves from Unlucky on the Prowler, and Aku getting right back out to safety. Have Alliance playing in a very different zone, the same exact spot that they played during Game 1. Moving through these icicles, knowing that they are a power position from which you can take fights, and now chasing down the last remaining member of GEI.
Honestly, they've been chasing them since Zone 1. Speaking of it, you said it earlier as well in terms of mid-speed. One thing I would like to clarify for everybody watching at home is that typically what I refer to as mid-speed is after Zone 2 knowledge. So typically when you run early and you rotate really quickly, you get the first information available on the map to then play for the second knowledge. So you go, oh, I see the second zone, let's play accordingly. Mid-speed would be the zone after that or potentially later, to the degree where you have more information later on, but you're giving up the fact to get early, in quotes, power god spots, hoping that the zone potentially pulled off of where people predicted. And if it did pull off, which we've seen many times over again where people are misreading the zone, it ends up netting them even a better spot that people initially thought it was pulling differently.
Highlighting a couple of spots where we actually had teams play for the next zone read. Aurora going to be able to hit one over at Tree Settlement, although I believe they got this one earlier at staging, so maybe actually be waiting this out on this ring console for even the subsequent zone read, not just zone 3, but even beyond that. As we look forward to Sorting Factory and where this is going to end up, it seems that Red Dragon have once again ended up in a really good position. This building likely going to age very well, and next zone pop, going to tell us a lot. The next, what is it, 30-ish seconds?
Definitely, and you have to play for that as well. There's no reason to go in there when you don't know where it's actually ending. If we're going off of old zones, if this is pulling towards that silo, some people called it the toilet because you could always fly into it as well. I don't know where BPR might be holding. It could be anywhere near them, and Red Dragon in a great spot, as you said as well. A lot of these teams are opting for whether that be current knowledge of playing a ton of ranked, or maybe even going back to the old history knowledge where they know where these zones potentially could have ended. It's going to be interesting to see though where it ends up pulling.
After finishing third in Game 1, another top 3 for Red Dragon would put them likely at the top of the leaderboards unless somebody else is able to match that consistency. Did spill my hand earlier talking about an Aurora potential Game 2 win, but Alliance are going to try and fight for that, scouting out the north side of the zone right now. I believe they have the last member of Pixel Lumina nearby them. The Solo is trying to rat out in the zone, but Unlucky is not going to sniff him out even on Seer. And Alliance will continue with the game plan that brings them further into Sorting Factory. Next zone pop is revealed to all of our teams that are playing at mid-speed right now, who are hitting ring consoles as we speak. And we are going just a little bit south of where Red Dragon are. And that toilet bowl that you talked about, I never thought I'd say this, actually looking kind of appealing.
Yes, indeed, it is. Might look appealing for this. The sense of Alliance, though, coming in with triple perp, super stacked. decked out to the height of them as they are like holding out the entire side again. Once again, we see this repetitively happening for their playstyle. They inch their way into the next zone, holds out their back, clears out their side, picks fight with teams that might have been playing their way too early. And if you're on the side of right here, we can see Bongo, blue armor. If you get ran at by full decked out alliance, you're gonna have a tough time surviving. Never mind the fact you can get crossfired as well.
The solo from Pixel Lumina, though, Trix is really doing a lot of work for the team. Has been tanking zone for like 2 minutes now and is just trying to avoid being sniffed out by Alliance, who are still running the Seer because it's not until next game that he's banned. So a very dangerous place to be. Alliance finally sniff out Pixel Lumina. I feel bad for you, Trix, but you did great work. 18th is where they're at.
Great work indeed. One thing we have to keep in mind, though, you might be happy that Seer is going to be out of the game after this match for teams that have been struggling with the Seer queue specifically. Even with the nerfs coming in the future, probably still going to be strong. However, that means Alter gets to live another game. We saw Alter go out kind of early in Americas yesterday, where people don't like the fact that you can get 3-peat from Narnia or reset in Narnia. So you have to make sure to say, which one will we choose first? Which one applies more to us? Are we going to get more value out of playing? Whether that be Seer or Alter to an extent. Some of these teams definitely have to work on that.
The Alter survive a very long time indeed. In fact, moving up on top of this building, Aurora could fight ForFun Esports. If you take Kiarka's word for it, these are two of the scariest squads in EMEA right now, next to Alliance. And they are positioned right on top of each other, sharing space in Sorting Factory.
Indeed, right on top of ForFun. Narrowing it down to see. You gotta keep in mind, though, we did see even a double Kraber team yesterday, but the one legend that turned that tide was Alter. At any point, an Alter team can pop up behind them, in front of them, on the side of them. So they have to keep in mind, be cautious, be disciplined.
Aurora do have a lot of teams to keep an eye on right now. Summer Haze, the one that has most recently attracted their attention, but even Infinite up to their north was the squad they were firing at earlier, with everybody rotating along the same path. Weirdly, ForFun Esports, even just underneath them, are the least of their worries. Aurora are going to have a lot of squads flanking them as they move towards the next ring, and a ring that is increasingly pulling out into the open. You saw that zone pull, Graceful. We are going to have basically no cover to work with for any squad by ring 6.
Honestly, it's going to be fun to see how some of these teams work this out, and I definitely want to hear what Alliance have in mind.
Fucking bin on high gun, okay?
Yeah, we can play easy.
Yeah. We actually path to the bin on high gun and play there.
Okay. It's
we should do it at like 10 seconds.
Yep. In like it's a classic team out there, though. Hux, just saying.
Yeah, you guys go early. I'm just gonna stay in anchor for you guys. Oh, try to side. Okay, building.
Oh, no. Who's this guy?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm ready. Get force already. Casting play up. I'm ready. Come.
Yeah, I'm anchoring.
Let's go. On to me. Yep. Maybe don't shoot. Come on. I'm not that. TP.
Okay,
TP.
No, I gotta wait. 3%.
Okay, I'm taking this TP down.
Okay. I'm pulling here.
Yep, good. We can still do the same play, just...
Yeah, do that.
They have no shield now. Yeah. Also playing out.
Fight picking my left.
Up in the left.
He's picking.
What? I'm here. I'm picking for you.
7 on him. One more. Please shoot him.
Yeah.
Kill him.
I got left. Yeah. We should take that pad in front of us.
Yeah.
Well, Alliance's rotate is looking rough. Aurora have just cleared theirs, eliminating Summer Haze. Alliance going to try and make things in. Despite the low health bars, Hackis has to go first. Ends up popping up on top of the toilet bowl, and it looks like surviving that Arc Star. Going to make things complicated, but he finds just enough cover with this loot bin. Even more nades, even a caustic cult coming in on top of him. But he's going to try and at least get a little bit of space from that with a nade of his own. Aku's joined him. Alliance may be safe for now, but the siege is just starting with Blessed. After being eliminated by Alliance in game number 1, are looking for revenge, and revenge they should find.
Alliance couldn't find that movement in on top of that bin that he was talking about in that listening. However, Aurora managed to work their way south, cleared out all the way south, made their way inside the building. Zone ends just to the east of them. There are some cover outside of them, but they're gonna have to fight for sure. There's plenty of teams that will be opting for the western side.
I mean, it happened so fast, we barely had time to process it, but ForFun died, and Aurora did it to him. Again, top top 2 squads as considered by some in EMEA, and Aurora made that short work with Alliance gone as well. TLN Pirates are the other squad that everyone should keep their eyes on in terms of teams that are powerful on paper, and especially those teams that have a fantastic spot in zone. In fact, TLN Pirates are the only team in the next zone. Of the 13 squads in this game, 12 of them are going to have to move, and Majin, certainly one, are dealing haymakers back and forth with Ben, Top, and Red Dragon.
Majin made himself into mid to late game-ish so far, but they have had struggles of closing out that last walk-in. When you have several teams collapsing on the same side, you have to make that awareness, that split-second decision-making to choose which side are we fighting for. They get another down here, but there's going to be plenty of teams there.
Yeah, I love that Aurora are watching their back, but TLN are watching their front. TLN are going to have to fight Aurora in the next few seconds. Will Team ECLIPSE struggle to survive? Aurora are trying to farm this side of zone, looking for KP. Will it cost them their lives? Top gonna go down. Bacalhau out. BPR
Zero's coming out right now for the moment everywhere on the map as all of them are stepping out. Natural cover is here, but everybody has to fight for the same spot Aurora has right now. Teams are walking in from the western side as they are running on top of each other. Aurora should be able to pick up some KP here.
Finally shot in the side. Aurora, they look for the KP. They find it, but the TLN Pirates are finding them. Infinite and GaiminGladiators out. TLN not wanting to give up the fight. Aurora playing along the fence right now, has Kazakh on 1 HP but making a stand. Red Dragon are gonna go out, and Aurora still hold on against TLN Pirates. Oirain with the swing behind the knockdown. Hiarka cracked. Aurora are holding on.
Aurora managed to win that fence line that I talked about, the natural cover, as the Pirates are playing underneath the bridge. They were trying to push them out. Aurora gets the reset actually as Blessed takes the northern side of that wall. This will be tough. The zone pulls away from Aurora. Are they gonna play for top 2 with KP?
Aurora killing everyone.
Win this game.
This is crazy! Not killing Aurora when they were weak may cost TLN Pirates the game, but it will certainly cost them KP, as Aurora are not slowing down, fragging out, looking for Blessed right now. Aurora forced Blessed onto the low ground, and they have got a crazy angle to play as well. Effect, so much space up on this high ground. He can fire at TLN, he can fire at Blessed. Effect can do whatever Effect wants.
Zerout comes out early to see if the Pirates can close this out or not. Aurora owns essentially everything, but the Pirates try to make an alter play on Ourain. Can't really force him out though, as they're trying to side angle him, as Bless is recovering as that duo on the low ground. Whoever engages first will get thirded almost immediately. So are you gonna opt for second place guaranteed for the Pirates, who has the low ground, comparatively to Aurora, or are you making an alter play? This is why alter is so crucial. If they can just find that sliver of a moment to potentially TP anywhere to get an opening on Aurora.
Kazakh with the 30-30. He finds the first knock on Hiarka. TLN Pirates are weak. Do Bless take advantage of it? Out goes the Seer ult for full information. But Aurora, they may be getting just what they planned for. Control of the high ground, control of the game, as even Blessed commit to TLN Pirates. And with these two squads fighting each other, Aurora will complete the script. Aurora go where they please. And Oirain firing down is going to drop with the rest of the squad. It is kill or be killed, and Aurora take game 2.
Phenomenal gameplay from Aurora, working their way in, getting that late knowledge on where the zone was pulling, clearing out the entirety of the southern zone, fighting for that fence line, pushing off Blessed off that cliff, and at the end close out this game. This was a phenomenal way that they could have played Edge, and it just goes to show that sometimes when you have way more firepower than the rest of the lobby, that's enough.
And it was firepower and a great game plan as well. The way that Aurora played that, taking control of so much space, and especially using the Alter, the Void Nexus that Effect got to use to pull the rest of the team to him, meant that Aurora and Oirain specifically did not have to make a risky cross. The 30-30 makes that end game so much better for them, finding the first knock on Hiarka. I don't think you could have asked for them to play and get a better game. It's both.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We definitely see that as well on that leaderboard. 26 points for that game, 14 kills. And those weren't 14 kills of the fact that you just had to hold out teams walking in with the zone. They were full on engaging on teams and winning these 3v3s. I wish we could have seen more, but it explodes so fast. Honestly, I think they might have wiped ForFun so quickly we didn't even get to see it.
And it is just like we talked about earlier when Aurora were looking for some of the 14 kills that they got on other squads. TLN Pirates did have the chance to kill this team. TLN Pirates theoretically could have committed, but in not doing so, TLN Pirates lose the game to Aurora, who end up walking away not just with the win, but now our first place in the series, 48 points to Infinite's 21. It is Aurora who go from second in game 1 to first in game 2, the most consistent and the most deadly squad we have today.
As they are towering over the lobby right now, everybody is playing catch up at this point because Aurora is stomping absolutely everybody. And you have to keep in mind as well, some of these teams that we have seen, Alliance, ForFun, both of these teams, both of these matches could have looked very differently because they were fighting, they were in Aurora's path to victory. But could that have been turned on their head? They could have been the ones to win that game entirely.
And if you want to check out what Aurora is doing, be locked in on their comms, be locked into those quick team fights that they are finding. You can check it all out on Multiview. And hey, if Aurora end up dying by some miracle, there are plenty of other teams that you can check out as well, because Multiview lets you do everything. Watch your favorite team, listen to your favorite player, and even draw your favorite Nessie as you do all of it. Definitely one of the best features that we have here in the ALGS, especially because it lets you have control of your viewing experience to the point where you can watch the minimap and the broadcast at the same time. And the minimap, oh, Dia loves a minimap. But you know what else Dia loves? Dia loves a break. So we're going to take one before game 3.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the ALGS, y'all. EMEA has been crazy. I was sitting in the back watching that game, Dia, and I was like, 40 points, 41 points. Aurora is, oh my God, dude, they're reaping these lobbies.
Yeah, they went wild and in the best way. I think Aurora did hands check a lot of teams there. We talked about the ForFun team wipe, but even the Summer Haze team wipe was also just a, we think we're better than this team, we're gonna run at this team. And surprise, surprise, it works. Aurora get to do the same thing onto Blessed, who, after a difficult game one, looked like they were going to have a really good game two. And hey, granted, making it top 3 is still a marked improvement. But Blessed get picked off by Aurora, are forced to drop to the low ground into a much weaker position. And from then on, Aurora navigate the fight really well. They apply pressure in the right places. TLN Pirates lose control of the game, and Aurora walk away with it.
I mean, that's crazy, right? You've been leaking the script kind of all day. Would you have any insights onto what's going to happen now with that Seer ban? Like, who's winning this one, Dia?
Boy, with the Seer ban, I mean, I may as well keep it going, right? See how far I can get. I'm gonna say ForFun win this one. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Okay, I feel like we need to see a lot of ForFun on main so we can really grasp how they're feeling. We know Snipe's probably in the back, just like tracking all the comms and looking across. But as you see the series results that pop up below, Aurora, I was on 40, 41. Aurora after that win have 48 points, which is more than double than the second and third place team that are currently tied. That is just a banger start to your match day. Let me just tell you, if you come out with that much confidence, that much dominance, and you are just bodying every engagement that you're taking, that's only gonna keep stacking. And if you've got 48 points after 2 games, what does that lead you to towards the end of the day if you keep up this? I mean, they got 13 kills in map 1, 14 kills in match 2. Can we see 15 out of them, Dia? I want them to best their record.
Yeah.
Like, do better, Aurora.
Tip just wants blood. Tip is like, no amount of carnage is enough. Run it, everyone. Aurora, very well deserved couple of games. And the Pathfinder?
Yes! That's what I was curious. Okay, so Kazakh has been the one that's been switching, right? So Kazakh ran Crypto gets banned. Kazakh runs Seer gets banned. And I was looking at scrims and seeing like what he was playing with, but the ban order from what they most recently had in scrims is different, right? Ultra got banned in game 1 in scrims. But now that we've kind of shaken some things up, Kazakh locking in the Pathfinder, my guy. Now we can focus on movement and getting aggro. And I know that dude excels on this.
And if you want recon, there's been a couple of other teams that went a different direction, went towards the Bloodhound that we talked about. Alliance are one, Summer Haze are one, and GEI are another. Those are 3 Bloodhound squads in game number 3. Now that recon is coming at a premium because we've already taken away 2 of the premier recon legends. Those are going to be really important, especially around Grandma's house on the entrance into this zone. We're going to see a lot of people hitting the beacon over at Big Mod, as ForFun are looking at right now, and Ben just passing by the Grandma's house that is north of Monument are also likely going to be in a high traffic area, since we get a lot of late rotates into the Skyhook zone through that choke.
And hear me out, this is going to be disgusting. We're going Skyhook. You have Mad Maggies throughout our lobby. You've got altars for all the people that are just going to go in these different buildings. And then you have the Rogue Pathfinder for zips up to the top for the flanks. I feel like if we're going deep Skyhook, which it looks like it's going to get real nasty for a fun end game. But you were talking about ForFun, and as they kind of make their way over, we jump into zone Intolerant, who's just on the outskirts. They've been poking and prodding at each other. But if ForFun can rack up a nice team fight and then kind of keep moving forward, I would love to see that script you've been cooking up come to fruition again.
Zone Intolerant did get first blooded in the last game, so have to play a lot more carefully for the rest of the round, because dropping 1 0-point game, everybody gets 1. Dropping 2, things start to become problematic. Russian just forcing their way in through the Watson fences. This is not a crazy fight brewing just yet, especially because the team on the other end of this has access to a building. Majin, though, likely going to lose access to one of their own.
Oh, okay, the influx. You see the fences going up from Irie here, but still the frag grenades backing away behind the knockdown should help them. But as we go to the stairway to get them back up, I love that they'll have plenty of time to make that happen. You have Blessed on the right, Max Strafey up there on the top, and I will forever say Max Strafey over there in EMEA. We know it's Max Strafe. All the way back to the Nasky days, guys.
It's just something about the muscle memory. It feels
Nostalgia.
nice.
Nostalgia. If we're bringing Sorting Factory back, we're bringing back the old way I said the names. You can put me in the cage. I know I'm a grandma.
The cage that you got in the basement where you keep the analysts, Tiff. We can't
That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy.
You literally.
All right.
Where do we think we're getting our analysts? It's Tiff's basement.
Just why is that so Rick and Morty coded? All right, regardless, back to ForFun, back to the chaos, and Remix and Glacier taking entirely too much damage. Tyler FPS on the back line holding with the Hemlock. But it doesn't seem like we're getting enough damage.
For a team that died to Aurora in under 30 seconds last game, we were very complimentary of ForFun Esports. So I want to see it happen now. I want to see them take a fight that is just as quick, just as convincing. And at least for the moment, it ends up working in the sense that they're able to claim Big Mod in its entirety. Team ECLIPSE end up running for the south entrance to countdown. And ForFun, if they stick around Big Mod, can play for third beacon scan. Getting a little bit of extra information, and this gonna go very well with that. The UAV is actually a bit early for my liking. I'd rather wait out the next zone close, hit the survey, and well, whatever. I mean, do as you will. As long as you win, that's what matters.
We're not super critical here or anything, but GaiminGladiators now on our screen, diving into Diner. You've got the Jenny down, and we are burning. But I just want to see, what does the opening of this look like? You grab the knock onto Irie, and we stay relatively healthy throughout this entire engagement. The ball going rogue at Lufka across the building is just getting yeeted into a corner. We're gonna heal here.
Medkit's going to go off without a hitch. The pylon also providing GG a lot of staying power that they wouldn't otherwise have. Watson really powerful in this game, but this is weirdly the Maggie game because Maggie's going to be banned after this. So Watson weirdly also going to increase in value during the subsequent games that we will see. Things like Newcastle and Gibby as well, likely to go up in priority. Glacier playing on the high ground right now, do still have a lot more nades, a lot more utility to use, and their fight with the GG doesn't really go anywhere for the moment.
And I'm okay with that, right? There's still 20 squads, and the majority of our teams are already into Skyhook. And you are kind of just like jockeying for your position of what's going to be best long game, because if you try to take someone's building towards the end, there's a good chance you're going to get third party. And I think that's what's keeping them at bay, because Blessed could easily dive into this. But Glacier, Suki drops down, tries to make something happen. And Lufka gets the trade instead.
Go for the kidnap? He goes, what is this kidnap?
It was not
the one floor kidnap. He goes for more of an elevator than anything, but it doesn't work. And Glacier did have to try something. Unfortunately, come up hands empty. GaiminGladiators wipe them out, not quickly, but effectively, without having taken too much damage, and should be pretty safe. Something that you are not if you are fighting against Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, Effect versus Educated Fish. Educated Fish takes the win there, and Effect racks up another kill. This team is looking very scary, I do have to say. An Effect on Alter, just kind of making Skyhook his playground. Kazakh bounces back up, and now they're just trying to slurp up a little bit of loot.
Bacalhau gone, 18 squads left. A lot of fighting for a very low amount of squad eliminations so far. Alter definitely contributing to that, as Graceful had pointed out earlier. Gives teams a lot of safety, a lot of reset potential, even in a zone like Skyhook, where you do have a lot of teams playing proximally to each other. Void Nexus is such a powerful reset tool, and it's saving the lives of a lot of teams that in any other game would probably be dead.
Interesting. Curious to see where Vushi here wants to go with the portal. Get to the stairway and get into the building. Now, Infinite did win match number 1, like fall off in match 2, but a good bounce off to end World's Edge on a high note would be pretty integral here for them. I do note that we still have 3 teams outside the circle. So out of our 18-team lobby, 15 of our squads have made it into Skyhook. Aurora have elected to play the train station up into the north as we pull the map. But it's Summer Haze, Alliance, and TLN Pirates. TLN Pirates are fresh off a redeploy. Curious to see how that rotate goes for them. There's going to be so many people looking that direction.
I feel bad for TLN Pirates. They took so much time playing around the edge of zone to try and figure out where this ring was going and get a really definite pull. This is not a definite pull. There's still like 6 possible zones in Skyhook where this could go. I suppose the north side is mostly eliminated. ECLIPSE likely not going to be able to play out of, say, Market later on, but this could go to the center of Skyhook, and there's a very good chance that it goes just south of the center of Skyhook. I wish I could draw right now. I can't draw on the screen that we're seeing right now. I could draw elsewhere, but just a little bit south of the center of Skyhook, where you got the 4-story building that ends up being quite powerful later on.
Love that we like get that rotation in from Alliance. They find a nice building with relatively 0 issues, and Unlucky just drops 120 damage immediately towards center Skyhook. So making their presence known that, hey, we have moved into this building, we have claimed it for our own. Hopefully Summer Haze, being the last team to rotate in Skyhook, has 0 issues, making it happen. But for now, Alliance just want to make it to endgame, want to get a good game. Because it took them till E-District on match day 1 to get the majority of their points, and they walked away with a match day win. But with what Aurora has already done to the lobby, that gap is going to be difficult to overcome.
With Alliance placing their bet towards the western side, remember this is a Bloodhound team, so they can make, especially at close range, a surprise play happen at any moment. Aurora, very different story. Having opted for the Pathfinder right now, they have a lot of access to high ground, and it's no small wonder that Oirain is looking at that very same high ground right now, because if you can make Zone Intolerant uncomfortable, if you can take their spot, you've got a very good shot at taking away the best position in the upcoming endgame. When we get a moment, we'll end up pulling up the minimap and talking a little bit more about where this zone goes, as Zone Intolerant going to have one of the best positions. There we go. So not going to end up going likely by Blessed, but instead FUL, Alliance have a good spot, and it's probably ending somewhere in this corner. It could go a little closer to Pixel Lumina, around the areas that we're thinking of right now, but tough zone. Oh, could it go? It actually could go really close to Zone Intolerant as well. It could basically.
We have seen that. I feel like if there would be more of that center spire in if we were going to go that route, but we have obviously seen that one, a very notorious type of circle there. But I do think your hunch is correct on the Pixel Lumina kind of pull towards it. It's going to favor. For Aurora, I would say I'm worried about them being on the opposite side for the pull, but based on the engagements they've been taking and how quick they've done it, especially in World's Edge match 2, right? They immediately walk in. I thought they were going to take a fight onto TLN Pirates for zone, but dive off to the left and take down ForFun instead. So keep tabs on them on how they decide to fight their way in. Other teams like GEI, BPR, and Infinite are going to be around this area towards the left of Aurora.
I don't love the position from GEI, but that's not Flame, because I don't think they love it either. Nobody really wants to be here at this point, but GEI have got 7 seconds to get out. This next zone is going to be the dangerous part, where ultimately we get to see, and GEI get to find out where the next ring is pulling. The unfortunate part is that everybody learns that at the same time. Everybody's going to have to move towards the southwest side of the ring. Right now, Aurora slow wrapping on GEI, seeing if they can pick up a couple of unexpected kills in their favor.
Oh, interesting. Kazak's down, so I see the disengage immediately back, but he does get taken out from Zuni. Now, Summer Haze is off into the distance. They've got a ton of space, still investing one player to watch their back because they don't know if anyone's going to be rotating in late. But for the most part, everyone has made it in the time being to Skyhook, and now the reset back onto Kazak is perfectly fine. Once they see this pop, though, you know they're going to be calming of where we want to take. For Alliance, though, brief check-in with them. They've been safe.
Let's go over there.
Alliance have a really nice spot for the ring. Not as nice as Pixel Lumina, though, whose position we had highlighted earlier as being a likely zone pull. FUL should be able to outlast until an end game. Oftentimes that building stays in for a really long time. TLN Pirates could easily manufacture a third, but second will be a little bit more difficult from their building. And it's up to Alliance to make themselves an argument for the top 3. we got to keep reminding everybody, Bloodhound is a possibility. Alliance have this relatively short cooldown ultimate that they can use to make a play. But it is difficult to know whether you clear your backs or look for a spot in front of you first.
Curious to see. I think they're just going to be anchored down for a while, likely going to have to defend their building because someone's going to try to rotate through here. And with Aurora having moved out towards the left, they could be one team to go for it. Now, though, Imagine finds themselves on the most congested side of Skyhook. So a ton of pressure. I do keep tabs. Imagine one player is out looking to put them closer into that next circle. It might drag them into the open and it's going to be nasty. But this is kind of what they've got. This is what your Wraith is good for, scouting your next position. Come on, this way.
Ends up finding one that FUL actually do spot. It's a well-placed nade from Beamsy to make this position uncomfortable for Majin, but a pylon forced out is a very worthwhile trade. That is at least an ultimate accelerant that Majin are going to have to use if they even have one, but Aurora sending it right on top of that recently placed pylon. They might just be sending it into their death. Oirain does find one, a pylon of his own, but it's Oirain against the world as everyone takes note of the fight.
It's still a 1v1, but Oirain just takes too much damage, and Aurora have been stopped out in 18th place. Doesn't matter, though, they're still at 50 points. Now, if you're in second place on the day or third, you've got a nice chance to make up 29 points on Aurora to take the top of the leaderboard.
Our second place squad, Infinite, still in this, but trapped in the same building as Majin and Blessed. And remember, Majin, without a portal, don't really have an easy way out of this building anymore. These teams really likely to have to drop on each other.
So Intolerant working their way in. We lose GaiminGladiators. Looks like at the hands of multiple teams. We were talking about this kind of exodus from the center spire of Skyhook, and for now, we're just seeing if we can get some angles on the low ground because we are breaking out in fights. BPR, GEI, they've all found themselves down here, including Top, and GEI not surviving.
Not a lot of proactivity we saw come out of the center of zone, and that includes for Zone Intolerant, which, hey, fair enough, they're obviously not going to look for a way into zone, but it does come back to bite them right now. Top sitting up on the high ground, have a good spot, but they portaled for it. So unfortunately for them, this good spot is going to turn into a terrible one when they have to drop into everyone else. This whole north side of the zone, I'll be honest, normally I say one team should come out of it alive. Everyone from the north side of zone should die.
Yeah, they should definitely fall, and Alliance is even looking to capitalize on this, right? They had to leave their building, and instead they focus on Team ECLIPSE here. And ForFun Esports, but with the portal play to the second floor, all the damage markers, and Team ECLIPSE is down and out. Now for the solidifying against the third party, ForFun try to go through the stairway, and Hackis with Alliance remain healthy.
There comes the Invis for Alliance, trying to use this as a bit of a reset. Makes it very confusing to swing in, try and punish the team, and Alliance get a full reset and a Void Nexus out, despite ForFun trying to find the kills on them. I love the combination of ultimates for a stealthy escape by Alliance, leaving ForFun hands empty on the zone close.
And I'm worried about Infinite here. Vushi's not into the Void at the perfect time. I feel like we're just kind of delaying the inevitable. There it is. Yeah, Kiro with the G7 Scout's going to finish that off. Blessed and Infinite now have fallen, and ForFun Esports do not survive as TLN Pirates have moved in. But job's not done, guys. Top drops down, which, by the way, guys, it's Pot. We've just changed our name to Top.
ForFun unfortunately die, so it turns out the script that I had not entirely accurate.
A delay on the raid queue is just Prestus's downfall. Okay, Ozus last alive as BPR and Alliance both fall down to the top 8. And now Zone Intolerant have racked up 5 more points since leaving the middle of the map. Very healthy, a portal at their backs. Still trying to find the players up ahead. But a shield swap comes in, and it's just too much to deal with as they keep the riot drill to stop off the push.
Red Dragon in yet another endgame. Zone Intolerant actually having made it through the north, being the only survivors up to this building. Playing up against FUL and Ben, the solo of Ben, who is trying to rat out Miscam. See how long he can survive on this bottom floor, as FUL have not actually scouted him out yet. FUL, we did mention in this building, could easily get themselves a second place. But who's going to win the fight for first? So many of these buildings, and it's about who leaves first and who ends up taking the fight.
Well, Pixel Lumina was here in a really powerful spot. early on into the Skyhook rotations, but have not really found anything for it as of yet. But they also haven't been just with, they're Wraithless, right? They're not portaling and being aggressive and looking for fights, but you've got Tricks with a Kraber in their hand, so we've just got to line up some of these angles. TLN Pirates as well as Red Dragon occupying their own building. Summer Haze at the back of Pixel Lumina, and then you have that crazy Zone Intolerant, FUL, and Solo Ben.
If I had to guess, Summer Haze, Red Dragon, and Pixel Lumina are going to fight over the fence line. The solo of Ben going down is one thing, but Zone Intolerant losing 2 is another. That means TLN Pirates are going to come in for the third party here. We're going to get 2 fights happening on opposite ends of the zone. Who will win both?
I mean, Zone Intolerant, it's going to be really tough when you got only one left. TLN Pirates getting the full on a couple and now setting their sights straight onto FUL. The riot drill burning through the second floor, ticking. But as we look for the swing, tries to catch the play out and does just that. Zone Intolerant eliminated. Now TLN Pirates just have to finish off FUL to claim the North.
It was Pixel Lumina, Summer Haze, and Red Dragon that fought Red Dragon, the first team to go down. Summer Haze, though, finding a little bit of safety. Do get swung on with Calamity being the last member left standing. Pixel Lumina is going to look at this. TLN Pirates looking at the result of this fight. The fence still belongs to Pixel Lumina. What's happening with FUL behind TLN Pirates? Who has the chance to look at Pixel Lumina? The answer is no one. Everybody leaving the building at the same time. TLN surely going to fight FUL. Pixel Lumina could find the win. The Maggie Ball explodes. Pixel Lumina's game. TLN Pirates, they go down, and Pixel Lumina, they get to walk right into a free fight, winning game number 3.
Yo, can we please talk about that Maggie Ball? They literally portal out ahead of them with the altar, boop them on the nose for TLN Pirates, and Pixel Lumina walk into clean match 3 up. Brilliantly done. Patience pays off. I just hope they were able to rack up enough kills, because when we checked in with them, they really didn't have a lot of momentum, but clearing up the one fight before they took the fight to the north, they had to have at least had 3 to 4 kills. Right, Dia? 3 to 4?
Yeah.
My math is math.
Yeah, 3 to 4, definitely. Yeah. They probably got 7. This looks like a pretty active game for them, because remember they were able to clear out some kills likely on the eastern side of the zone as that was closing in as well. They may have gotten in on a few teams that had to leave their buildings. I could see this being a pretty good game, but the win, of course, mattering the most for Pixel Lumina, able to convert their spot. Huge game for FUL as well. We talked about the Maggie Ball, but them turning the fight around on TLN Pirates in such a huge way gets them the second place we talked about that they could likely have gotten from their position, but that almost got wrestled from their control by this weird fight that TLN, FUL, and Zone Intolerant got into.
And honestly, for them to have 10 kills, they grabbed that 3 onto them at the end. So it brought them to double digits. A really nice performance. Gave them 19 total points, which actually outpoints Pixel Lumina, who did have 6 kills, by the way. Both wrong. And we split the difference, right? But when you pull up the series results, it's still Aurora all day with a 24-point lead on FUL and TLN Pirates, who have both climbed up substantially. Red Dragon and Infinite rounding out the top 5. Infinite's got most of their points from that initial match 1 win, have been kind of tapering off ever since. This is where that kind of halftime check-in comes in, and then Alliance is like, oh wait, we actually get to play the game, so I'm assuming in the back half they're going to get all their points.
I have been impressed with the teams that are consistent as well. Well, I can't count out Alliance because of their insane performance on E-District yesterday. It's Red Dragon that are really standing out to me right now. Not a super flashy squad, but we keep mentioning them in end games. They have not dropped out of the top 5 yet today. These are 3 games where they've placed 3rd, 5th, and 5th. Their kills vary. It's not flashy, but they're 4th right now with, honestly, their big game yet to come. They're doing a great job of converting their top 10s into top 5s and obviously making top 10s with ease. This team is looking really good right now, and I hope that they can continue that as we change maps.
Hey, I hope so too. But of course, you're right. We do have to change maps. So let's hit a quick break and we'll see y'all on the other side.
Sony InZone, the official audio and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
it begins.
War mode. First off, I'm here. Second off, everybody shut up. 3 things to make clear. Y'all forgot what's up.
The gun is the tool.
I'm on 5 on my top 5. Ain't no 6 man, we all ride. I roll a 7 with 2 dots. 8 this beat is 2 flat.
The hunter is the weapon. The gods have spoken. My time is now.
Warriors who on the field, it's time to die. Warriors who on the field, go to the sky. I put the crown on my head, I wear the scars on my chest, Yeah, take all the queens and bishops and knights like we playing chess, Warriors who on the field, go to the sky.
I am Bloodhunder, chosen hunter, beast of slaughter. They will learn my name once more.
Well, World's Edge is done for the first time in ALGS Split 2. EMEA still staying pretty crazy, but I got sniped down back out of this apparent basement that Dia thinks I keep all the analysts in, so welcome back, homie.
It's dark down here. No, I'm kidding.
I don't know. It looks pretty nice over there in the new digs. I'm telling you, we're going to have a house tour at some point. But honestly, it's been fun. I know you've been keeping an eye on all things that have been happening in that first half. And most notably, you've been talking about Aurora. And of course, I'm not shocked. Everyone's going to be talking about Aurora after today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even after their game 1, you could tell that they were just in a mindset to where they're going to act first before all these other teams. And I think that became most apparent. Obviously, they had a very good game 1, but having another game in game 2 as dominant as that with 14 kills and a win, I mean, you have 3 of the 4 players on that team obviously in the top kill leaderboard here, and I can't wait to kind of break down a little bit of why that's happening specifically. And I think for the biggest thing on what's going on is they picked Maggie in this game too, while majority of the rest of the players were on a Seer and a Watson comp. And of course it goes to Sorting Factory. And I think one of the biggest things is when a lot of these teams are playing these Watson comps, you know, you get comfortable holding a position. You have the gens, you get your fences up, you're like, okay, we can sit here for a little bit. While you see effect in every one of these other players on Aurora kind of scanning around the rest of the map, they're letting all these other teams group up, get stuck in the buildings with Watson fences where they can't navigate each other, and they're just getting picks around the side of the map the whole time. It was just phenomenal aggressiveness out of them, realizing that we don't want to be in buildings, we want to take the roofs of the sorting factories, we want to catch the teams off guard that are around them, use the Maggie drill to make people oppressed to where the gens aren't going to pick that up, and then we're able to get into positions. You know, they were playing tracks while no one is shooting them, and every one of these other teams, the only team that ever had a chance to kill them was the TLN Pirates, and they didn't actually get a good chance because another team started attacking them and they were holding the position. So for Aurora to kind of go out of the way, like I said, one of 2 Maggie teams, and then they tried it in game 3 where they picked a Pathfinder. You know, it didn't work. Maybe they're trying to give Timmy a little bit of extra motivation to come back full time, so maybe we might see the Path bust out again. But it was cool to see them kind of adapting and using their own playstyle that they want to make, because we talked about that early broadcast with Aurora just couldn't find the way that they wanted to play at the LAN. Now they're playing aggressive comps with an aggressive team that works well for them, playing into their own playstyle. And as you can see with just all of them at the top of the kill leaderboard, they're doing exactly what they want. You can tell they're comfortable.
It's just been looking really wild with Oilrain being that Sony in-zone kill leader thus far at the halfway point, but this is the immediate push. You drop the zip and you full send into Majin. Now Kazakh gets immediately just torched, right? But you see the preference to put up the pylon to get that to try and help, but you can only do so much when you've got an absolute influx from everyone's snipe.
Yeah, I love the attempt there, but you could clearly tell that they had no information. They didn't know where they were going. They just blind path zipped in the middle of a skyhook zone, and everyone started focusing them. I think that's one of those situations where, because Seer got banned, I would like to see a Bloodhound come out for these types of games. We saw a couple other teams running Bloodhound in that game, but once you lose the scans, you could tell it just kind of the overall vision of what was happening around the map was gone. We did see a couple teams playing Bloodhound. I love that. I saw Alliance on that. I saw a couple other teams attempting it, and for them, I don't think Pathfinder was obviously the play in this situation, but I do like how they're trying to adapt to it. But for them, I do think Bloodhound would work well in a comp like that with how aggressive they want to play while still giving them the ability to find the spots that they're looking to push into endgame.
So you would have pulled off the Pathfinder, threw in the Bloodhound for Kazakh to play Blood. Because, I mean, he did play Crypto map 1, Seer match 2, so you would have loved to see him slide right into that. He could still be aggro on it. All right, well, let's see what happens, because I know we got to throw it back to the boys and get on over to Stormpoint. Thank you so much, Snipe, but Dia, Graceful, get back into it.
Me when I'm part of the boys. I'm so happy. Graceful, we're the boys. We're the boys, at least for Stormpoint. At least for Stormpoint. And first map on Stormpoint of the day. Gonna be fun, gonna be exciting, and Dia just loves doubting so much. I don't know why I'm talking about myself with a third person today, but let me throw it out there, guys. Alliance have had a tough start. Alliance didn't have great storm points yesterday. Is today just going to be the day that Alliance crumple for now? For now. I'm not saying long term. We'll see. We'll see.
Definitely possible, but I wouldn't count them out just yet. I always tend to say don't count them out just yet. And the main reason why I say that isn't because they're a team that has been formally and still at the top of the region. The reason I'm saying that is because I'm still seeing the macro being on point. They are fighting for the same spots that the winning teams end up winning the games on. They fight for those power spots, they fight for those god spots. They might lose a 3v3, but like I said before, it could have gone in the opposite direction at any point, and we would have looked at them at the top of the leaderboard. So for that reason alone, like you said as well, if you get your way into enough end games, one of them is going to swing your way, and who knows, maybe we see another 20 bomb like we saw yesterday.
And for a little bit of playful flame, credit to Alliance, they are taking fights that are slightly better than the fight we saw Aurora take in the last game that looked more like colorful inching. But, you know, it was a tough zone. It was a tough zone. We'll see what happens over on Stormpoint. One of the teams that has been really consistent that we highlighted, but I do want to hit this again, Red Dragon. They are popping up right next to Infinite over at Echo HQ, but have been playing out of their minds today. I'm a really big fan of how they are approaching the day's games. We're seeing a lot of consistency out of this team. It is not flashy, but they are in the end games. And like you say, Grace, eventually it'll go your way.
Yeah, and speaking of that as well, we saw Pirates in several endgames. Red Dragon right next door as well. Both of these teams find their way into endgame, but haven't been able to close out just yet. But it definitely could happen. So I'm looking for less chaoticness right now on this map than before. Even though we saw those bans go through the way they did, Stormpoint should be way more stabilized.
Yeah, I mean, there is, even though World's Edge has been in the map pool for the longest, the change up of everything, the fact that teams were not used to playing it at all during Split 1. I mean, this map was absent from the competitive pool until we got to, I'm trying to remember, Split 1 playoffs. When was the first time these teams ended up playing? It was like a very long time of a break that they weren't playing World's Edge. So Stormpoint at the very least has been consistent through that, and a lot of these squads to them should have this a little bit more solved at the ALGS level, at least in the current meta with the teams that they have been playing against for the better part of the year. TLN Pirates going to be landing over at Wall Alliance next door. That's certainly a clash we could look out for. And GaiminGladiators, a squad that I hate to see being counted out, but that naturally has been throughout the course of the day. GG haven't had the big pop-off game, but not even in a perfect world, in a regular normal day, I would expect them to be in the same conversation as TLN, as Aurora, as Alliance, and as ForFun. But GG have had a very quiet day so far. I am hoping that turns around, because their performance at LAN was indicative of a much larger potential.
Yeah, most definitely have been kind of quiet so far, but they always have to be lurking here and there. We did see them in one of the endgame zones, even though they did fall kind of shortly. Still finds potential to make plays. When we had that listening, the comps are there. The fact that they're on the same page, taking these fights very comfortably, seeing that CRQ and swinging immediately, it's right there. They just had to figure out a little bit more towards endgame, and they should be able to close out a game.
With this game banning Maggie, we're going baby comp for first game on Stormpoint.
Very likely. I would assume some of these teams will play that for sure. I have been pleasantly surprised, though, as we saw Eric say as well. A lot of Bloodhounds are sticking up a little bit. They're like guacamole. People are trying to knock them down. But people are testing things out. But at the end of the day, comfort pick is definitely a real thing.
You saw the Alliance play with the reset in the building that ForFun wanted to siege over at Skyhook. You know we're trying that in solo queue. We're gonna be hitting some altar Bloodhound escapes, and I don't think there's much that anybody can do about it, because seeing the creative ways that Bloodhound can be used is really nice. I think a lot of teams expect this to be a really snappy thing, but like you and I have talked about, the audio, even Unlucky mentioned this yesterday, really makes people aware of when Bloodhound is going invisible. So it's a lot more about the creativity that you can use with the invisibility being sort of an obfuscating tool instead of just a straight up, we're going to jump this team and they have no idea, because teams do have an idea. They know to look out for it. It's not pure invisibility. So you oftentimes have to combine Bloodhound with another cooldown to really get effectiveness out of them.
I mean, the sound is super loud. You hear rawr, and then immediately you know a full team is coming out cloaked. But you have to keep in mind as well, I'm sure people at home has already read this. Patch notes in the future is coming. Bloodhound is getting buffed, actually. So people could just be practicing for the next week after Tuesday hits to where they can pick him up for other Pro League days eventually. And yes, even though we're counting for his cloaking specifically being a strong tool of him, just his basic tool of having scans helps out immensely in terms of awareness, making fights a lot easier to swing stuff. People tend to forget that we had a time where Bloodhound was a menace and everybody heard that scan and they got terrified. That's still in there, so keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot of power in Bloodhound. Used to define the meta and might just continue to define the meta in future, depending on those buffs. I'm terrified, Graceful. I think Bloodhound's in a really good spot. But speaking of things that are going to continue being picked up and continue being more important as the season goes on, we've got tickets on sale for Split 2 playoffs in Vegas. Let's take a look. I really look forward to joining everyone in Vegas because, well, first of all, I've never been, and second of all, Vegas seems like a happening place, and third of all, and most importantly, it's going to be Halloween. So, Grace, we're going to dress up. I don't know what we're dressing up as yet, and I really hope that you're on board with this plan, because I said that like I could make you. I can't. I'm just really, really hoping that you're down with it.
I definitely love Halloween as well. I've only spent it in the comfortness of my own home and country here in Sweden, but hearing all the hype right there in America has been something I've been looking to take part of. Of course we're gonna dress up to something. I don't know what, but something.
Yes. I'm happy. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as we're having fun. Vegas is going to be a really exciting event outside of just the fact that it is Halloween, though, as Split 2 playoffs being reintegrated this year. Again, we have added a LAN this year of getting Split 1 playoffs and Split 2 playoffs back, as opposed to the mid-season and champs thing that we had going on last year. So I'm very excited to see the fact that we have our players also able to participate in more international events, especially because of what just happened at Split 1 playoffs in Paris, where we had a Japanese team, Unlimit, be able to walk away with the win in a historic moment for the APAC North region. Of course, mirroring Reject Winity's win in LA, but also for Japan in particular, that have been such a supportive region for the Apex Legends Global Series.
Most definitely. Moving forward, though, however, Stormpoint up next, as we saw as well as we're loading into the match. Hopefully, we are seeing that beautiful, beautiful map in the background. Watson getting knocked off. Dia, I keep saying this over and over again. If Alter is in the game, some of these aggressive teams are so favorable winning these fights. And I don't know, some teams are getting abused.
Am I crazy? I definitely thought Maggie was banned. I said that Maggie was banned. Anybody that heard me, apparently Watson is banned. That's my bad. Maybe they were tied. They might have been tied. It's possible that they were tied and Watson won the tiebreaker. Given that, though, given this adjustment that we're making, I guess Baby Comp isn't popping up on Stormpoint. And thank you, Tiff. I'm getting confirmed that Maggie and Watson were tied, with Watson winning the tiebreaker. So I'm not crazy. I was just wrong.
I think it is completely fine, though. Speaking of Els, though, we see a couple of Bloodhound picks on that map. Rampart coming out hot, as well as Valkyrie is seeing some gameplay. Maggie now as well getting picked all over the place. But still, the one looming threat of all of these teams that keep winning fights over and over again, Alter is definitely favorable.
And the fact that we have not said goodbye just yet is wild. Another Alter popping up on effect screen, although Aurora have chosen not to run Alter, instead going with Sparrow Alter, that was the thing that was standing out to me, and Bangalore. Rain down though, and nice positioning and just movement from effect to find the answering kill, puts Aurora in a winning position with them having high ground.
So far, so good. Getting that down comes down to a 2v2 here. Aurora, one of the teams comfortable to fight, and that right there is what I'm talking about with Alter. Being able to pressure so much, but is it enough as he actually almost gets dropped on? Kazak gets that down though, comes down to a 2v1. Aurora is looking to stabilize potentially.
Glacier shot in the back by Kazak. Great team fighting between these two. Effect and Kazak able to win the fight. And despite not fully wiping out the squad, it is more than enough space that they buy against Glacier to pick Oirain back up and keep their game going.
As we've seen as well, if people have noticed off that minimap, Zone is pulling towards launch pad all the way southeast of the map. And we've seen this zone quite frequently. A lot of playable area though, even though it's open, somehow very playable. Glacier running for their dear life on that Maggie. One of the characters, honestly, this is crazy. When Maggie came out, Ball was like, oh, we're balling right here. We feel fast on that ball. All of a sudden in this meta today, Maggie doesn't feel that fast. You feel like you're getting caught up by absolutely everybody, even Gibby.
Yeah, Maggie feels way more like utility than speed at the moment. Yeah. And to see that change has been really crazy. But, I mean, Axel has done some wacky things to the meta and certainly making Maggie not seem nearly as fast is one of them. Quick note for Glacier, they did end up getting the Crafter in Command Center as GaiminGladiators had rotated really quickly out of there. So Glacier should be able to find a respawn. It looks like they're heading over to Cascade to try and do that. A risky spot, but better earlier than later, so closer is better, I guess.
Even here, though, once again, we saw this zone pretty close to Devastated Coast, but a little bit more towards Launchpad. Could pull south, though. One of the teams, once again, as we talked about, Red Dragon, current top 3, once again, in potential endgame spot from here. They should be able to work their way through, and if they can do that and put themselves once again in top 5, maybe this is the game that they can close out.
The high ground position basically unassailable for the moment, so Red Dragon should be able to hold on here, get their evos up, and have a very safe game for the majority of it. We are seeing a couple of Valkyries and Newcastle scattered in here as well, especially on Stormpoint. You get a lot of value out of Valkyrie, so it's nice to see her coming in just as we tick over to that map. And Newcastle, without Gibraltar, isn't going to be as effective, but I think still can define your game in how much easier you're able to dive deep into zone, get as much value out of the legend as possible, and play otherwise untenable spots.
Yo, I gotta say, did you see that? It was a golden rampy. Nobody picking it up. You're telling me you're sticking naked R9 and other weapons over gold rampy?
That's disrespectful.
Whoever made that weapon is crying right now. Tears are streaming down their face as that poor gold weapon gets left behind on that crate.
I feel bad at the same time.
You understand.
Rampage has been done dirty. Yeah, like, dude, I saw the state the Hemlock was in, and there is no way that we're saying that this is an acceptable place for the heavy weapon meta to be in. Hemlock is too good. Flatline is in a weird but effective spot, and the Rampage. I mean, why? Why would you pick it up?
Honestly, it could be used with that thermite to maybe close. Like, honestly, you could use it. I'm not saying it's great. I'm saying it's definitely usable. I would have probably picked it up there instead of a naked R9. But I digress. All right, we'll have to see, though. Alliance once again on that hunt, as we've seen over and over. Again, they are at the far edge of the zone, waiting for that zone to close in, taking their time, getting stacked, and taking these fights. And a huge down comes from Haze on that roof. Free fires on everybody as Alco gets that down with P2020. Comes down to a 2v1. And they should be able to reliably either reset or close this fight out.
You gotta feel bad for Glacier, who start their game with a fight against Aurora, walk all the way across the map just to die to Alliance.
It is rough indeed, but this is the issue. With that buff, or I should have buff to the sound, nerf to the rest. Call it whatever you want. When you rest, the whole lobby pretty much hears it, and you are gonna get absolutely punished for that. Aurora, speaking of getting punished right now, comes down to Kazakh, one of the dominating teams so far, but are currently running.
Yeah, in fact, getting his banner picked up at the very least, but Kazakh, last member standing on the Sparrow, is going to have to pull off a res, and I do appreciate that at the very least he's not killing time waiting to try and get Oi Rain. The focus is getting to the crafter as fast as possible, getting the respawn as fast as possible. Because this does happen really quickly, Majin have to move fast if they want to delay it, and actually watching the respawn go down now, you know Majin want to finish off Aurora, but they can't because the res comes in too quickly. And already, Aurora are a full 3 again.
Honestly, that rooftops ends up saving them as well, because even if you were to go all the way in, you're still fighting against somebody who has upper high ground on you, as both of his teammates are falling down to potentially fight you. Are they gonna re-enter this, looking for this fight as well, or are they just going for their boxes?
Yeah, I think it's the boxes. Getting a little bit of extra loot. Majin can't do too much about it. Negative rotating back into the zone would be bad for them, and Aurora can actually just move through the red, wrap around on Majin. You have to be careful. You don't want to pick another fight with Aurora. You did win one, but it's Aurora. Majin need to get to zone.
Speaking of zone, Red Dragon currently still in that zone. Might have to move in a little bit deeper if it does pull up more north rather than on top of them. And this is the scary part as well. A lot of the times we talk about buildings being safe. The one time no building is safe, never mind the fact that Alter is still in the game, you can either get kidnapped or just ran through a wall. Maggie is played heavily, so any indoor building will get drilled, so you have to be mindful. But mindful right now, huge fight is about to break out.
Pixel Lumina, winners of last game, an engagement up against ForFun that they've come out on top of for the moment. These drills are brutal, and ForFun agreeing with the diagnosis that Pixel Lumina were likely going to win that fight, end up taking the Void Nexus all the way back into Barometer, resetting on the fight, and likely running at it again later, because to access this zone, you are going to have to go through Pixel Lumina and the area that they control as we head even further into the eastern side of this map, up onto the hill that separates Devastated Coast and Launchpad. Control of the gravity cannon and the spot that Red Dragon had earlier going to be critical to this game.
Great play from Pixel. Never mind outside of that fight as well as their UAV hopping, going info to info before making their next play is a great idea, honestly, at this pace, to make sure that either you're taking isolated fights with that information or making your way more towards the zone. They are opting to go for Echo and then seeing if they're going to clear out their backs and walk forward.
Remember earlier that I said that I felt bad for Glacier because they started a fight with Aurora, ran away, and then walked into Alliance? Well, Majin just did the same thing. Majin are sandwiched directly in between two teams that even in an international LAN, you would be saying, oh no. And Majin, to their credit, also say, oh no. Ripping the skyward dive to get out and find a better position in zone.
One of the few teams running Valk is a great thing for Majin, working their way in with this knowledge of knowing stuff is safe. And this is the building I was talking about, okay? Feel safe, everything is good, until you recognize there's 15 Maggies in this lobby. I hope that they can hold this down, and they should be able to, as long as no people are contesting them on the far eastern side of things. Majin currently made their way in, and that's great.
Rampart Newcastle does make the building a little bit easier to play, but lack of Watson really going to hurt a lot of squads. with Maggie getting so much playtime, so much attention in this particular game. Ben sitting around the outside of launch site are going to look for a fight in the next couple of zones to move their way into the next ring. Really going to be defined by teams rotating out of Launchpad in the next few minutes, though, because squads like this, squads like Aurora, GEI, who are fighting around the north side, it's all well and good, but the game is going to be played significantly further south of here.
Indeed. Aurora, however, still on the hunt, even after seeing that huge, essentially a int on path for the moment. Back to their normal ways of scavenging the edges, taking out every team on their way in, as they're clearing out the lobby for the moment. But on the flip side of things, in Pylon right now, Alliance in a fight with ForFun, I believe.
Without Unlucky, they don't have scans, they don't have information, and they don't have the fun invis either. They do have the chance to recall back to the Void Nexus. Hake sets that up for the team, gets Unlucky back. And this fight almost certainly going to kick off again as ForFun, instead of rotating through Pixel Lumina's area, end up rotating through Alliance's area. And I can tell you which fight I'd prefer right now, and it's not the one they chose. Pixel Lumina get a free walk-in, at least to Echo HQ, but are currently being held out by BPR on the southwest side of the zone.
Red Dragon, however, sitting super comfortably as the zone did pull more towards them. If it had pulled out just a little bit more, they might have had to make some adjustments, but for the moment, sitting very happily. Imagine one of the teams we saw Valcolt in as well are gonna be on the team that's the most contested, as all of these teams are gonna have to walk their way in from the north side. However, this previous Pylon fight we saw is still brewing.
We knew it was gonna happen again. Hackis getting chunked, not what he expected. But it looks like Alliance are on the winning end of the fight as we see Aku chase through a Void Nexus, only to get knocked up and taken down by ForFun. It's 1-for-1 on both sides. Alliance looking for their way back up and into the fight. Kaisha, nice angle by Hackis, will take him out. And Alliance take control of the fight just in time, eliminating ForFun with no third party to come in.
This is the thing, when you have the same playstyle, but you manage to play on different sides of the map. Alliance clears out all the way on the west. However, one of the teams that have to work their way in from the north, GaiminGladiators. I definitely need to see and hear what they're thinking about. So let's have a listen in with GaiminGladiators.
Anything else to get pushed randomly last second?
Yeah, I'm also expecting that.
If they do, just put my gas as well.
Yeah, I'll just pop it. It's free. Free as fuck. What's in that drop? 30. Someone has a Kraber. It's like, yeah, that's a Bloodhound team. They could just be fucking invincible. Oh no, it's this guy. This guy right here with Kraber. The Bloodhound team's evacing. They might just try like go bridge or some shit.
Maybe like we cannot break it.
Nah, too late. I'm holding back right now. I'm holding back still.
Can you cast through so we go play up? They did not take it.
They ran. They're gonna Bloodhound push the fucking building with Invid. They did it. They did. High team does not have Maggie. I'm putting Nexus here, I think, in corner, and I'm widing Red Room.
We're very safe, like good hit.
Red Room's free, so I'm playing deep.
Rambo team on height, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
If I say Q me through, you need to do it instead, by the way, because they who knows what they're gonna do.
Look at Zemple. It's bad. Hella deep. They're gonna Valcourt. Height's fine.
Great comms from GaiminGladiators, as we saw as well. I always like to say they are lurking, currently sitting 7th, but one great game can swing that all the way around. Comms are sounding very calm and collected, and I'm happy to hear that they're still looking very alive.
TLN Pirates, in the meantime, took out Aurora, right in the same POI as GaiminGladiators sit next to. Never quite able to take a look at the fight were GaiminGladiators for a third party, but the chance to take out TLN Pirates still there, as the biggest problem for all these teams, even though you didn't hear any panic in the comms, is how on earth you are going to get out of Launchpad. Because the zone is pulling all the way south, and the open space between here and Dev Coast should be impossible to cross, especially with teams like Alliance watching for it.
It is a tough cross indeed, especially depending on what comps you have, but GG was playing Alter specifically. It is doable. It is tough, but it is doable. All it comes down to is timing. When are other teams making their move? Can we 3P, or can we close out a potential macro during that whole chaoticness that is happening all our way around them? Speaking of being chaotic, Alliance, however, still cleaning up the western side of the zone.
And using the Bloodhound ult as well to make sure that Aku gets a free swing onto Team Eclipse. You saw Hakis take like half of his HP just for the one breach charge, but absolutely worth it because it opens Aku up for a clean wipe on the solo of Team Eclipse. I think it's a really creative way to just look for the solo kills, look for the easy wins, and turn those into completely one-sided engagements. Credit to Alliance for coming out on top of that. And now GG struggling to make the rotation of their own, like you talked about with Alter, absolutely possible. Will they actually be able to pull it off, as they are one of the last two teams exiting from this POI? Gaming Gladiators and TLN Pirates making their way out.
Indeed, working their way in. Ben right here as well. This is one of the teams I said Majin has to look out for. They need to clear their side. If Ben gets to play here completely uncontested, they're not going to be that comfortable inside the building, especially when you have the likes of Sparrow and Maggie on your team.
Those look like free Maggie drills to me, and a free push for GaiminGladiators with the ball rolling ahead of them. Hiarka is going to get crossfired by GaiminGladiators and another team, while Lufka manages to take out one without getting traded back. TLN Pirates, they melt in the face of the GaiminGladiators.
That was huge, especially because that Valcolt earlier opened up the path for GD to walk up that hill and they win that fight. But Alliance still on the western side of things, fighting their way, still so healthy despite getting it down, and two cleans actually. Comes down to the last guy, another team gets joined in, and Summer Haze gets eliminated.
This movement from Aku is crazy too. With Summer Haze down, Alliance are going to take a reset. They do have Rampart walls, not their own, up on the high ground to play. A nice nade from Aku does not stop the res. It does at least remind BPR that Alliance are paying attention. Alliance, GaiminGladiators still in this. Red Dragon critically still in as well. We are into the top 9 teams, solidly into the top half of this lobby.
Yo, Red Dragon's building is still in the next zone as well.
Yeah.
That is absolutely crazy. If they find their timing, they should be able to make something happen or potentially lock out other teams from being able to play underneath them. However, right now, GaiminGladiators once again at that crosshold of needing to make a play on their way in as other teams are gatekeeping them. Will they win another 3v3 or will they fall as Alliance is also taking fights again?
Alliance should be able to win this. They've got Hakis and Aku up. Trixie Alter going to make things a little bit difficult. And Aku definitely needs the shields. BPR will go down. Looks like we're going to get a res on Unlucky just in time while the GaiminGladiators take a fight of their own. Majin recently vacating this space, and GaiminGladiators inherit it and are finally able to fire away at Ben, something that Majin, who are now dead, should have done a long time ago.
GaiminGladiators trades 2 for 1, looking to clean up this fight for the moment as Blast is going for the rest, but he's getting side-angled by Visata right now. Ben gets eliminated. They get a side for the moment, but Alliance smells it. They hear it as Aku, once again with the P2020, with that corrupted extension mag, is looking to run them down with 30 bullets in these guns.
Looks like it's not about E-District, it's about changing maps, because as soon as we change anything, Alliance start cooking incredibly hard. This is going to be a juicy nade out of Aku. The P20s making things even more difficult, but Alliance have been unable to finish off GG just yet and can't afford to get third-partied by another team. Alliance are playing extremely split up on this high ground to make sure it doesn't happen, with Unlucky focusing on Red Dragon while they try and clean up blasts, and it seems impossible. Hakis is going to swoop down, try and do it himself, but through the caustic gas, he just can't. GaiminGladiators refuse to die.
They're trying their best to stall it out, but they're only buying themselves a couple of extra seconds as those shields will eventually wear out. One of them gets Finn, the second gets Finn, and GaiminGladiators gets absolutely eliminated. Great play by Unlucky as well, holding down the fort, making sure nobody is pushing them as they have all of that high ground. But the zone ends. Underneath, Red Dragon is currently making that move as well towards Infinite for that God spot. They have the best spot in the entire game right now. Top 3 scenario, they should be able to close this out.
Now, what's going to win? Consistency or the one pop-off moment? Alliance manufactured the pop-off yesterday. Red Dragon, though, have shown up in every single endgame we have had. And from below, Top could make a strong argument for themselves as well. Virtus Pro, one of the scariest teams from Split 1, now have to face off against Alliance. But if somebody's going to do it, it'll be the world damage record holder Prestis to lead Top. Oh, he's dead.
Comes down to a 3v3. Alliance is working their way in. The zone is pulling towards Red Dragon, but when it comes to 3v3s, Aku has been huge in them with this P2020.
What matters more, consistency or the ability to pop off? Alliance with the win in game number 4. Again, we switch maps. Again, they slay the lobby.
Alliance, one of those teams I keep telling you, you keep doubting.
I keep doubting.
You can't doubt Hanki's, Unlucky, and Aku. They are pulling up time and time again. Eventually, one game will swing in their favor. And this is what I'm saying. You're fighting for these power spots. You're clearing out A side. As long as you keep doing that, eventually it clicks, and they tore up that whole lobby.
They took the right fights, and they took them so cleanly as well. Alliance looked like a beast of a team in that game, especially with their take on the high ground up against GaiminGladiators, but also trying to kill BPR at the same time. There were several times that Alliance could have died, but were fighting better and not getting third-partied, which, as you pointed out, is critical.
It really is, and that really goes to show that Alter being in their pocket as well is a good thing. But if they can just control space properly, they should be able to take these isolated fights. We saw as well in the sides of the pylon and as they work their way in. But now, Mad Maggie is bad. This is crazy, though, that Alter is still alive to me.
I tell you what's crazy. 21 kills is crazy. This is one of those easy math moments, but 21 is over a third of the lobby. And you have to subtract 3 because Alliance are not getting kill points for themselves. More than 1 out of every 3 people in this game died to Alliance, and that is just an absolutely wild way to win a game. That puts Alliance, after having, I'm not going to cut corners here, a garbage World's Edge in contention for the win after a single game, having made up 33 points and pushed themselves up 12 placements.
12 placements indeed, but Dia, I did say, are we gonna see more 20 bombs? 21 coming out of Alliance with these kills is absolutely crazy. It really goes to show that you can't count them out. Honestly, I normally say if you have 3 bad games, it's looking kind of rough. They're just showing that they pretty much only need 2 games.
Never a good time to doubt this team. Never the season to doubt Alliance, it appears. For more on that, we'll hear from Tiff and Snipedown.
Yeah, that was insane. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why I just keep getting more and more shocked with the performances that we're seeing from teams like Alliance, like Aurora. We should be expecting these dominance, but 21 kills, Snipe, like...
Yeah, I mean, every time you see like like Grace was saying, if you see a team have 3 bad games in a row, it's like, okay, you know, maybe they're bad. And then you look at who the team actually is, and it's Alliance, and you're like, okay, they're gonna come back and a 21 kill win. I think that was a bit of a refresher from their own end. And I love the Bloodhound pick again, because they're one of the teams we know we saw it the previous day. They're just one of the teams that's willing to try things out, I think, a little more. Everyone else kind of looks at them as what meta do we need to follow, and they're creating the meta. And for them, I was trying to watch them a lot on the side screen. The amount of teams that they soloed out and found in bad positions with the scans and then built a position to get above them or to prevent them from moving around the map was phenomenal. And it was just one by one throughout the whole game. I thought eventually they were going to get thirded. No, they ended up playing really well. And this kind of goes back to game 1 when I was talking about how they were a little all over the place with the crypto and the altar. But with Bloodhound, in the way that Bloodhound's ult works, you need to all be on the exact same point. And I genuinely think it's one of the most team-oriented ults and plays that you can make, just because of how close you have to be together and you actually end up all moving together. So 21 kills, been an insane end game. I love the dual pistols coming out here, the P20s. And then we just see that the Maggie Ball forward, just very aggressive comp overall. I think the Maggie Ball with Bloodhound ult is a really cool combo that I'd love to see used more. It kind of reminds you of kind of like the Axel Q at the same time. But overall, phenomenal game out of these guys and just incredible performance.
I mean, look, 33 points now and 21 kills. That is literally insane. And just kind of watching that highlight package back from Aku's perspective, I think he ended the game with 11 kills. It's just because they were able to create so much space with the information they had and just allowed Aku to run free on the Maggie. We see him just like riot drill forward. It was pretty nasty. And now that Maggie's banned, though, we'll see some shifting. But knowing that Unlucky's going to run it back and be consistent on the Bloodhound, I'm super excited about it. Thank you so much for the breakdown, the clips, and the gas for Alliance. But I'm going to send you back watching because we got another game to get into. And I need to get into this one with Graceful. My guy, where you at?
I'm on my way out of the basement. That's why you hadn't seen me just yet. But I made my way here. I am here indeed.
Climb those stairs. Climb those stairs 2 at a time.
Across the day, though. I will say it's been a phenomenal thing so far. And we keep repeating ourselves. This day is going to be more insane. And then we see 21 kills. Like, it is absolutely crazy what's going on Pro League so far.
I don't even know what to expect, right? We had that masterclass yesterday in Americas in Game 6 from Crazy Thieves, and that was our precedent. We were like, holy crap, that was a 32-point game. And then Alliance comes in, day 2 of Split 2, 21 kills and a 33-point game. I don't know what the record is, but I feel like we've got to be pretty close to it with that level of a performance. With now 2 games to go, you're in striking distance to be able to take a yet another match day win. It's coming down to Aurora, it's coming down to Alliance, and we're shifting now that we don't have Maggie.
I do love this rivalry we have essentially between these two teams as we're looking to hop into our next match as well. However, I would like to say that we have seen some other teams show up with that consistency in this region so far. And even though we're not sending that many people from the region into playoffs potentially, is that some of these teams can stand toe-to-toe with them, but some teams are clearly head and shoulders above the rest.
And even with these shifts and changes of rosters that we had coming into Split 2, I think it's just to try, obviously, and better themselves, right? So I love to see when it is clicking. But obviously, just because it clicks in the online Pro League doesn't mean it's going to transfer into that Match Point Finals LAN lobby. But we're still testing, we're cooking. And as we look towards our last 2 matches, Alliance are officially within 9 points of Aurora. Now, they did hit 50 points pretty dang quick, but that last map really kind of halted the momentum. And now I feel like Alliance, Red Dragon are 2 teams, especially Red Dragon, for being incredibly consistent throughout the day, that could maybe close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, one team I would like to shout out as well is Infinite. Having a super solid start again, kind of slowed down, but something is brewing right there. If they can make that work, what's been working in their early game stages of the series, work a little bit more frequently, we could see them end up in top 3 potentially.
Ooh, okay. Well, top 3 would be good. I mean, they did have that match 1 win. They did it yesterday for day 1 of Pro League, and they were able to get a win with 5 kills or 17 points. The issue is they've only acquired just a handful after that, but that's okay because it only takes 1 game, like we saw from Alliance, to really turn your series around. But doing it in match 5 on old reliable Storm Point, I'm ready.
The only thing we should be ready for is the speed demon himself coming out. Everybody is picking Gibby. The Val Gibby Newcastle comp is alive, or if you're swapping Newcastle for Ramp is also fine as well. That man himself, the brother himself, has been stopping people down because we have seen quite a lot of Prowler and a lot of P20s as well coming out. You know, some SMGs, Car Prowler and then P20s. We're finally back to potentially seeing some peaky action. And you know, us MAK players, Tiff, we're all about that shotgun.
We truly are, and honestly, I just enjoy watching it go down. When Graceful starts running down lobbies and ranked, it's truly exciting, which sometimes that's what these Pro League days kind of feel like, especially after witnessing big games out of Alliance. But they are going to lock in that true baby comp. You got the Valk, Gibby, Newcastle. A couple of sporadic picks I think are super interesting. We got like Wraith, Gibby, Rampart. We do have like a Fuse, Axel, Sparrow out of Ben as we check in to see where that circle's going towards Barometer and BPR.
We did see Ben play that, except they had a Maggie instead of the Fuse, I believe, as well. So not completely off, kind of sticking to the same game plan, I assume, trying to play outside of buildings, punishing people potentially. But the zone is going Barometer. I do like to say that you can punish people, generally speaking, with Maggie, regardless of where you're playing, but Barometer is one of the ones where that playable area that each spot has is quite large. So one drill, even 2 drills, is not really enough to cover all the angles. But that doesn't matter when Zone Intolerant is running people down with this shotgun I've been saying, with that Gibby chasing them down, as they are completely wrecking them right now with that defensive bombardment.
Yeah, yo, I'm not gonna lie, this is definitely one of my nightmares to come to fruition, and same, I'm sure Infinite would go as well. Infinite now out of the lobby in Zone Intolerant, taking to the skies, fresh off a really quick engagement. Now's the time to get deeper into Barometer. They want to be quick, which is wild, right? If your POI is going to be close to where it's going, play Zone. Honestly, and even if your name is Zone Intolerant, I think you can turn some things around here.
I mean, I think they were trying to play Zone, but when you have the Speed Demon themselves chasing them right now, as we see Zidane on that Gibby, nading them out right now. We see a Wraith coming out of Hiarka. If he can make some plays that we saw yesterday from Americas, potentially they can turn this around. His tricks get Skynaded into the open. Sheila comes swinging, and wow.
Yeah, wow. Even straight through the Thermite Pixel. Lumina out of here. Great win for the Pirates. And now to Red Dragon. Ranch is here. The only Pathfinder in the lobby, which is going to be really beneficial when you think about having to get into Barometer quite quickly. You are just trailing behind. You can see Zone Intolerant just ahead of them are going to be guarding that survey beacon, which, you know, they would love to have access to it. But then we kind of keep on tabbing in ForFun. Esports not really having the most fun day, but that's okay. It can all turn around in one map.
One of the things that I get really surprised about, outside of the fact that ForFun Esports is currently sitting 20th, not good for those fans at all, but also after that interview yesterday, getting counted for one of the better teams in the region, having such a lackluster day. And this is the issues I have in general with having several days back to back to back. You're either thriving or you're absolutely dooming and glooming for the moment, because if you're having bad days back to back and you don't have time to work on your issues, it's gonna cost you heavily for having a poor Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or long weekend as an example. Whereas if you're thriving, getting a great first day, you're rolling off of that feeling, that momentum and morale boost, and you probably are gonna keep slaying out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that momentum definitely just got halted right there. Ranch is picked up by a triple take, has to blow the bubble, get it down so we can pick him back up, because as soon as they see that knock, the defensive bombardment immediately gets thrown onto them. So timing inevitable. Blessed also investing some of those missile swarms. But Ranch is back up on top, back into the building for the safety. That's tough, right? I mean, we got like 2 blues and a white shield. At least they made it in.
This is the thing as well. The loot changes that we can see have been affecting the teams. Whether that normally you see every single weapon fully decked out, no bolt on PK, no really good attachments on that P20 we saw as well. Several of these weapons aren't complete just yet, but they're still not shying away from moving in. And Red Dragons have been really micromanaging the lobby really well, of making their way into that endgame. You said it yourself. Every single endgame, they're making their way in.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were consistently in that top 5 for ForFun Esports. Back in for the check on them. They were in Cenote and now have moved north. And they have found TLN Pirates along the way. And I'm just feeling a little too naked in terms of my white shields for this engagement. But a good break from the longbow allows them a brief moment to disengage. But we need a knock. We need to turn this fight into our favor. With how quickly TLN Pirates were running down some of those engagements earlier, it's all going to come down the Valk to maybe find an angle. Unfortunately, gets scouted upon and can't get things moving.
Kaisha made his way up that rock, and Remix Powers joins him with that slam, making her way up top there. I thought Kaisha would be the one who had the advantage with that long boy, but instead the Nemi from across that, essentially that entire area, just beams him. They do manage to reset and recoup for the moment and not fall down shortly, because if they had fallen right here, match 5 on 20th, they probably would have been done for the count, but currently they managed to reset.
True. Definitely going to be something they need to do. Alliance and Aurora, 2 teams still trying to make it into the next circle. A brief check-in with Team Eclipse from the bridge. Now, I do like this positioning. However, it does allude to the fact that we are going deep barometer for the end game, but you have to work your way through this, and through the egg we go. Little passive moments. We bring up the map. We got FUL over in the pylon, and Aurora are actually electing to kind of go that route. Could come into an engagement with Glacier here. Ben still very hard edge. Majin up in the north. Alliance coming through Mill. I wouldn't be shocked if they end up taking a fight against TLN Pirates, but we've got to keep tabs on ForFun Esports, who have actually walked back through Cenote.
This zone, however, looking at the screen right now, could be a repetitive zone that we saw yesterday. Could be that zone right above BPR, northwest of them, close to the water actually, where the last team had to jump out of the building, and it was a team low ground, 2 teams on the building, and they ended up fighting for that. If that's the same zone pool, a lot of these teams are going to struggle. There's not that many playable areas should it pull down southwest. But we shall see if it ends up doing that, or if it pulls further into barometer. They should be happy, because inside that center, playable areas, but so far right now, a lot of teams on edge getting stacked up and looking for fights.
Ooh, okay. Nice little connection there from the G7 Scout. Now, here's the deal. Aurora are very aware that someone is inside of Pylon. And they are just kind of lurking. I would say lurking, but we're also shooting. We're letting them know, hey, just so you know, don't try coming this way. And if you do, we're going to run you down. All of that noise is going to basically allow Ben to walk up and see straight through this.
Yeah, honestly, it comes down to how fast, if a fight breaks out, how fast you can take that, how fast you can clean up that fight before the next push ends up happening. But Gibby enables that so well, though. Sometimes we've seen it happen yesterday as well, where you're engaging on a team and they bubble, or maybe they bubble and you engage in their bubble, you wipe them, and then your own bubble buys you time to reset properly. If we can see that get used to the extent that some of these players can do it, fights are more than possible, even on edge as you're about to get approached by 3-piece. However, instead of doing that on the edge, Alliance says, we have a Valkyrie, why not utilize that?
Yeah, put you straight into the front of barometer. Now, you were thinking that the circle is going to pull more towards that southwestern side of barometer. Alliance set up on the northern building here. GEI and Bacalhau also in this kind of vicinity. When you get the Newcastle wall down, you stay relatively healthy. You don't lose anyone on the Valk ult in based on timing. And for now, you can just get a lay of the land. Where do we want to play from? But for all the teams that are still trying to run it down and get into that circle, well, you've got to get through a couple of teams on the horizon. FUL now running the risk because Aurora are the gatekeepers.
Definitely. If it ends up pulling all the way up north, Alliance should be happy with that. But before we talk about where the zone is going, where's FUL gonna go next? They did see Aurora hold them, but Glacier is also lurking on the sides. And I believe they all know where each other are. So if a fight is happening, it has to be really quick.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm looking at it, and it's Aurora, the only team of these 3 with a Valk. So at last-ditch effort, they can pop a Valk ult and fly straight over Glacier through the choke. But you know they want the kills. They're really focusing on that. So Aurora and FUL, that's going to have to be quick for them, because Glacier has already, like you said, kind of sent one player out to the most front position in cover to see how that's going to tackle. Honestly, let's dive into the Aurora comms.
Окей. Да нет смысла, пошли окей. Они засетантили тотем, он сейчас с нашей двери пикнет аккуратно. Да. Тотем у них выносили. Вышел. Альта вышла. 20. Один слева должен выйти. Да, слева тоже выйти. 10 секунд, хилюсь. Их должны бочину разъебать. Их должны бочину разъебать, они не знают поправок, наверное. Вылезаю с камней. Дал бабл. Вау. Мост фри. Один склад, 2 склада, по-моему, да? Че, мост? Это один склад, по-моему, ЛГ держит. Бабл? Да, один. Или так летим? Мост один. 9 секунд бабл. Мы вылькнуться просто отсюда. Без бабла? Я не хочу гемблить, пошли в мост просто станем. Окей, на край. Аксель есть, если что. Да, Аксель у нас. Я тебе могу дать еще один. Не надо, я не смогу. На другую сторону, нет? Вот это фри еще. Куда летим? Давай. Туда? Все, глубже, пацаны, просто. Окей, летим глубже. Долетать? Спокойно? Да, я долетел. Нет. Я лечу так. Я бабл дал. Давай, привет сразу. А куда мы дальше идем?
Блядь, там чего снизу стоят, я не знаю.
Давайте под это прокросить сможем?
Давай.
Можно пробивать туда?
Давай, пробуем.
Прыгайте. Я подаю.
Rather than kills, they were opting for that information with that UAV, looking for a Valko, but it is looking very dicey. They might have had that info, but can't quietly reset properly as everything is raining down on them for the moment. They have gotten some bubble resets, but will this be enough to stabilize properly as every team right now is looking down to pinch them?
It was all about the timing of the bubble, and unfortunately, Oirein down, and Kazakh the Newcastle jumps onto effect the Valve, gets him going, immediately going straight into the bat. That nade, and now another ultimate raining down on their face. Aurora doing everything they can to survive, but it's not enough. Aurora out, Glacier out, and Zone Intolerant from above take the win. Now the delayed engagements that we were seeing with FUL, and then the fight breaks out. Aurora might have been better off if they would have walked it in, because Ben, they're starting to turn the tides into their favor.
Gonna have to say though shortly on Aurora right there, pulling the Valk instead of that Gibby, huge mistake. Not once, but twice as well. Definitely needed that bubble if they wanted to recoup, but couldn't find it in that moment. FUL, however, got taken out almost fully by Ben. You indeed said it. They did get to have that 3v3 and could have been better. Maybe if they just landed a little bit before them and then fought backwards. For now, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can cook up for next game, because they're out for the moment. However,
are they just taking Aurora's wall?
Yeah.
They literally take Aurora's wall, and Zone Intolerant's like, yeah, okay, we see you down there. We already took down one team here. We're not scared to destroy your wall. Beamsy's like, please just leave me, just a morsel of cover.
Zone actually pulls up north. Alliance isn't quite safe just now. It is southwest of them, but it is somewhat near. They can definitely make this work and make this happen. Every other team on the southeast side of things, as we can see, GaiminGladiators, Red Dragon, Zone Intolerant, BPR, who was initially safe, but the Zone pulled away from them, now have to work their way in.
That's crazy. It's crazy now that after you see Aurora fresh off that getting taken out, but FUL and Ben still in it ForFun now behind the mobile shield, scrambling as they're going through it. Calamity and a Nemesis doing as much as they can. We are being inundated. I see frag grenades, I see crossfire, I see no coverage, and we see the lobby for ForFun.
Honestly, they've been getting at it the entire game. People have been looking to run them down, and they get ran down once again. Currently sitting in the 20th, I believe it looked like. It's gonna have a rough time for sure. But Red Dragon, one of the teams that we actually congratulated on being in every single endgame for the moment, is in top 13 for the moment. One goes down, but the one person that can reset that is Gibby. But Zone Intolerant is looking to make that hard for them.
Yeah, they've just had the high ground. They've been able to put pressure down below. You got the kill leader of the lobby. They're putting up numbers, and if we've got 3 kills and 4 assists, we're close to double digits. This one map alone has been changing the narrative for them on their match day 2. And now bubbles down, Red Dragon looking low, Mastiff from a distance hitting like a snipe, but Guts on another angle completely takes out Red Dragon. Another team bites the dust and immediately pop onto the reset.
Zone Intolerant gets that while other teams in the lobby are focused and occupied with other things, so no 3P for them. TLNP right now under this bridge. Gets a pin, but there's still people lurking around them.
Top bubble forward, they drop it midway, and they're trying to stay into the coverage, but Team ECLIPSE will make it out with 1 player left alive, so not completely out of it just yet. Amped cover, thanks to Kiner's Rampart, will allow them to find some angles that they can play underneath the bridge. But just holding the western side gives them so many angles to look at. You have top up north, east of them. The solo of Team ECLIPSE down south, but with a circle still pulling, we've got a bit to go.
Definitely, this should still pull up though, as it does indeed ends in the open like it always has. We're long gone from the days where it ends inside buildings. It is now completely in the open. Some of these teams, especially the team that managed to fight for the top platform, could be GaiminGladiators, Zone Intolerant, or Summer Haze. Whichever team gets the last 3P essentially should secure themselves a top 3 scenario.
All right, well, Alliance still in the mix. That early Valk ult has paid dividends for them, about to be inside the top 10, but Summer Haze, 22 points, taking down BPR, Catwall on the horizon. And we're sectioning this one off as we can find the coverage. A brief moment for, do we take the fight against Majin, who have found themselves inside a circle on the low ground, just up ahead?
They're definitely fighting for high ground here. There's no way they could look to poke them and get some KP out of it, but there's no way they send them. If they do, they're absolute papegas. They should never do that. They need to make sure to push every other team, especially GaiminGladiators and Zone Intolerant, away from them. They should not be allowed to come up and join them here, because if they come up and they fight for that spot and they lose that, that's their free ticket into top 3 this match, guaranteed.
They don't need to go too far. They just need to move up to where they hit the piercing spikes, and Alliance fighting for what they need in terms of space. They're in the next circle, but GEI, Bacalhau, and Ben are just ahead of them. Ben eliminated and through the chaos into the electrified bubble, keeping their eyes straight onto the peek through it. I hear the audio cues for the ultimates. A walk-up is what Alliance wants, but for now, we need to be safe here.
Summer Haze plays that platform that Alliance was so dearly looking at as well. They need to make sure they're not getting peeked at from that moment, but a fight happens just northeast of them. Bacalhau looking to reset properly, but fights are breaking out everywhere. Top as well.
Little battle for the north. A battle for the north as Bacalhau has fallen, and Taskmaster, that health is ticking down. Shield bats coming through, but we need to hit the finishing touches onto GEI. They're behind the amped cover, behind it, and they do just that. But for now, everyone looking at this engagement, Alliance still going through it, people targeting them because they don't really have a lot of coverage. You can see top just ahead of them, but back to Summer Haze, who have moved onto the platform and are looking down on Majin.
Maybe they can get a couple of free KP here, but they have to keep in mind there is an altar brewing underneath them. GG, like I was talking about. They're definitely just waiting for something to happen up top to then join the fray. But if nothing happens up top, Summer Haze should be looking to close this out potentially with that Gibby and Fuse in hand.
Top not going to make it out. TLN Pirates finding some of those kills. They also finish off Micey. TLN Pirates playing very low. Just kind of covered behind the amped. Thanks to the Rampart. But Summer Haze basically playing King of the Hill up here on the platform.
They are indeed, Zone Intolerant is trying to pull at their legs to see if they can get something. Taxing them finally spots Alliance, but he's not going to do anything about that. Honestly, that's really smart because that's not where their attention should be at. If you can grab KP, that's good, but please make sure you keep this platform. This is Summer Haze's game to throw and everybody else's game to win. Alliance is sitting very comfortably because all of the action is actually happening on the flip side of the zone, the south side of the zone. If Alliance can hold this down, they can also look to close this out.
Well, here it is. TLN Pirates on the shift. They move further north to decide to walk it in, and that's great because Majin was staring at him. We have to approach it from a different angle. But here it goes. This one has to be quick because you know Summer Haze is going to look immediately at this. But Alliance getting sent from Zone Intolerant through the bubbles we go. Prowler's up close, and Zone Intolerant still all 3 up. And as I say that, Aku with the trade, and it's Alliance that are falling.
The one who fell was to give it off. They can get the reset is good. However, TLN Pirates right now is looking to fight that. It goes back the other way though. 2 downs for them.
Bounces, and Majin may be able to pull that one off. GaiminGladiators, who've been playing under the radar, finally making their presence known here in the map. And Blast, okay, we just need to see if we can rip Summer Haze off the top platform, and they do it. Summer Haze eliminated Zone Intolerant and into the final 2, but the reset is needed for both of these teams. The defensive bombardment comes through, and Zane has to hold the line against the 3-piece of Majin. Great timing on the bubble.
Great timing indeed. Majin is looking to close this game out as they did see that they were incredibly low. The one character that can't go down was the Gibby. Majin should be able to close this out.
Blast down as well, and they get it. Majin, they take match number 5. From the low ground to the climb up. They clean that one up.
It's all about that timing, Tiff. I was talking about this fight that was brewing for the past couple of minutes. GG is just looking to make their way up because that one character is still live in this game with that altar, makes their way up and wins that fight over Summer Haze. If they're not focused, somebody catch you lacking, They're dragging your feet down from the top of the hill, but Majin worked their way from the opposite, like from the far western side of things, managed to win that.
If you would have taken a screenshot when we were in like maybe 5 to 6 teams left, I would not have pegged Majin to take the win there. Because like you said, Summer Haze has got the platform. TLN Pirates are just south of Majin. So even with TLN Pirates looking at Majin, Majin can't really do much because Summer Haze is keeping them in check. But what TLN Pirates do is they carve to the north. Majin moves as well, and next thing you know, after GG moves in on Summer Haze, they're like, oh my god, we've got this. They get 20 points out of match number 5, and I'm actually super impressed with that performance.
We might talk about 20 points, but look at that place number 3. 17 kills goes in the favor of Zone Intolerant, climbing 9 points. We saw a 12 rank skip, and now we see a 9-point skip. Some of these teams are actually finding their footing in these lobbies, and it really goes to show that depending on which teams or which groups you're fighting for the day, things can change drastically.
They really can. I mean, at one point after 2 maps, Aurora was more than doubling second place, and now we are just within a few points with 1 game to go on match day 2 for EMEA. Honestly, I'm not even sure who's going to be at the top and claim this day for the win for themselves. We'll see more after this break.
Sony InZone, the official audio and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Some call it luck. I call it skill. All right, here I go. Woo-hoo! Yeah, good try. Maybe try harder next time.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
And we're back just in time for game number 6 and the battle between Aurora and Alliance to continue. Currently separated by 2 points with Aurora in the lead. This is the battle for the top of the leaderboards, Grace, and it is a battle that has followed us all the way since Split 1.
Most definitely, and one thing we have to keep in mind as well, Alliance probably would have overtaken Aurora hadn't they been absolutely bested by Zone Intolerant. So the fight really is neck to neck, but other teams are nearby as well.
Yeah, with Red Dragon sitting at 44 points. Last game, as you and Tiff noted, was the first time this whole day that Red Dragon did not make a top 5. Their average placement, of course, solidly in the top 5, but last game, a little bit unlucky with the barometer zone pull for them. Didn't feel super comfortable, despite the fact that they landed over at Dev Coast, and I think should have had a much easier time getting into zone than they did. Didn't have a good zone read, and ultimately weren't able to convert, Echo HQ, as we get the map up. Thank you to our production for reminding me. TLN Pirates, a team that was expected to be in the conversation, currently sitting at 7th, with the GaiminGladiators actually silently sneaking into 4th. We talked about how they've had a quiet day, but the fact that a quiet day still leads you to top 4 is a signal that you're a very good team in EMEA.
Honestly, GaiminGladiators should always be in the conversation, has always been in the conversation. When you're talking about Aurora, you're talking about Lions, you're talking about other teams that is at the height of the region. But they tend to be, as you say, quiet for some while before they explode. But that explosion hasn't really happened just yet. They're on the cusp, and anything right now in the top 3 could push them through.
And take a look at the biggest surprise today. ForFun 20th place. Yeah, I gotta say it. ForFun 20th place is a big disappointment for them, specifically coming off of what have been really good scrims for ForFun. A lot of teams looked at them, consider this to be one of the scariest squads in EMEA, and right now they can't beat the teams that came out of the Pro League qualifier to be here. We'll see if that turns around in our 6th and final game, but for now, ForFun are backs against the wall.
Most definitely, as they have to try and figure things out. I think, though, this map is where it makes or breaks, but the one thing that keeps being the same in EMEA is Alter is still not banned, with that Gibby being that last ban now. I think this is one of the main reasons why things are so chaotic, not in terms of actual fights, but the fact that so many teams can find one up one another and not being this consistent is crazy.
It's very funny because, while the lobby has been chaotic for this reason, it's still somehow less chaotic than Americas for 6 games yesterday.
As the match unfolds, this is also the part where people are throwing haymakers. You're now at the last match of the day, and even especially if you're sitting in the 20th, you gotta stop playing for survival, Dia. You have to start making plays, and some of these teams so far have been quite too far. Maybe this is the one that pushes them in the right direction.
With this zone pulling people towards Team ECLIPSE, it'll be Team ECLIPSE's opportunity to hopefully have a good game here. Landing over at Mill, they've got the zone read. They should know where this is going, whereas other teams like Zone Intolerant are not so much playing for the read as they are for the kills. And Zone Intolerant have found Blessed, a team that they certainly feel comfortable eliminating, as Blessed currently sitting in 16th right now, have not had the firepower to stand up to a lot of fights.
Definitely indeed. I think, though, as we see and hear some fights unfold in front of us here, it's gonna be tough for them, but can they come out alive?
Blessed sort of sandwiched now. It's a tough spot, with Summer Haze starting to look at them as well. Chaco almost picks up the first knock, but Blessed nearly dealing one back, or not going to, with that last shot from Sonya, find the knock on Chaco. Instead, it'll be Summer Haze coming in to claim yet another kill. Zone Intolerant, low shields, do not have anywhere near their purple Evos. Do have to be careful about inheriting the fight up against Summer Haze that have a lot of firepower themselves. You saw Zuni leading the charge, and it's gonna let Blessed likely slip out of this alive, as Summer Haze are the ones to chase down XDD. Maybe finding that last knock will be Zuni. Newcastle shield making things a little bit difficult, but he knows the kill is coming.
Happening, but Zuni for sure, one of the players that we have been talking about, not necessarily having the success that people deem him to have, but the potential is sky high. And as we see this unfold throughout the Pro League days, as well as some of these teams have made their way up here, as you said, from PLQ, it's definitely interesting to see how they grow as individuals.
Summer Haze picking up that kill have moved themselves into the top 10, which is an important place for them to sit at the moment. Being able to move your way up the leaderboards with every single day of the Pro League, because if you're landing one day, and I mean really one day, in the bottom 10 of the lobby, you can get in a lot of trouble when it comes to your overall standings, as there are only 9 match days before regional finals. And this weekend, we are finishing off the first third of the season, all very condensed, all very difficult to make adjustments during, as Graceful was pointing out yesterday. The TLN Pirates starting to make their way out, moving towards Cascade Falls. They've been seeing them go where we've been seeing TLN Pirates move at mid-speed most of the day. A lot of times they are hitting third beacon. This time around, they really do not have a great place to be. Cascade Falls doesn't have a survey beacon. I'm not seeing Cito have one, but there's the chance that TLN Pirates will be able to find their way to at least some information as the game goes on.
Ultimate accelerant here. I need a backpack. What's out here?
Red Dragon, having just done spiders, did attract some attention from ForFun Esports, who are ratting on the other side of this cave entrance. ForFun desperately need points, but Red Dragon have not been giving them up easily during the course of the day, as we mentioned so often, having made their way into the top 5. That last game, maybe something that maybe has lit a fire under them. I think I'd be pretty happy as Red Dragon, though, to be honest. You know, yeah, everybody has one bad game, and as long as you're just getting the one, I think Red Dragon, while tense, are probably pretty happy with their day's performance so far.
Most definitely. I think that they can take something away from this is the consistency, and ideas have panned out for them as they currently get into a fight as well here. I want to see what happens, though, because TLN Pirates is also cooking things up against one of the teams so Intolerant. Let's see what cooks up for TLN Pirates.
We can move later, guys, here to here and shit, you know, with our comp. We have rate. We good.
I can't open the door. What? Oh, it sells outside. I'm gonna get. Jump
There's people right side? Should get got shot from there. There's a team playing there, bro. What? The guy died there.
I think we also do the beacon on checkpoint whenever we saw them being holding Cito and come back to that.
What, do this?
And then
Someone
come back.
do it.
Someone taking cannon. Someone just took cannon.
Where should you shoot him?
He's to the right.
Yeah.
You can't shoot him.
Yeah, I can do TP there.
TLN Pirates really chilling right now, Gracie. You can hear it. They're very relaxed about what they're able to do during the next zones. Taking the fight is not what they need. However, Zone Intolerant, likely the team that is going to force a fight onto you, if anything. So it could get very dangerous, even for a team as theoretically calmly positioned as TLN Pirates. FUL in a bit of trouble, and Alliance in even more, as they actually take the fight up with Aurora. Alliance have height advantage, and as they take down the first member of Aurora, Oirain, they are looking for more. Now, naturally, Alliance do not know that this is Aurora. But if you're able to find these kills, if you're able to find out that you're knocking out the #1 competition to you, could be a big boon for Alliance.
All right, well, I am excited, Dia. I'm stepping in here. What's up, guys? I wanted to get in on this Game 6 action. My bad, guys.
Thank you, Tiff. And welcome to the broadcast, Tiff. You are just in time for maybe the biggest turnaround that we are going to see today in the battle for first and second place. Alliance chasing down Aurora right now. I think that last shot should be coming through any time. This zone not hurting too much, though, and if Alliance aren't able to finish off the kill on the gravity cannon, Aurora should get the chance to reset. I believe there's a crafter up in wall, but there's certainly one in command center.
The fact that there's only 1 point separating Aurora and Alliance, and we're seeing them absolutely run each other down, hitting the grav cannon, and we are full running back into checkpoint. But you know what's going to be done here is Alliance. I don't feel like they need to throw their game after it, right? But if you can hit the Nexus back into that as well, you go.
I mean, I'm impressed that they could hit the Nexus all the way back into checkpoint. Alliance just having so much room towards the north side of the map. In fact, the last member standing for Aurora looks like he's going to try and go for box reses, as round 2 is out healable. Hitting the med kit just in the nick of time. I believe he's going to get this off, but it is going to be incredibly close meds-wise for Aurora, especially if they are taking the same route that Alliance are through checkpoint and towards the rest of the map.
I mean, they're definitely going to run into each other yet again, but why not try the 7-second death box recovery? I'm just looking at the quantity of our meds, and we have 6 syringes, but we do get Kazakh back into it. And we go again, a full reset from Aurora. Now, Alliance has been carrying on and focusing on getting into mill and getting into endgame. But the fact that we recover from this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, well played from Aurora. Well played from Effect to get away from that. And now it's going to be a matter of what they do against Alliance, who are actually rotating towards the western side of Ring, the same side that Aurora seem to be playing for as they move out towards the west, led by Effect. As we mentioned, this zone is healable, but Aurora are going to take a lot of time to get through this zone and have to be very cautious because they don't have information.
Well, as soon as if they get knocked to Ring, it's going to give Alliance that information for sure, who are already running into issues as Top have extended out the north side of Mill and are denying the chance for Alliance to get into it. Prestus and Taskmaster leading the charge, and Hackis is the last one alive. Reminder, guys, we are fighting for the first place on the match day, and we are being shot in the back now as Majin looks at this, and Alliance are gone at 54 points.
Everybody notified that Alliance just dropped in 19th place during the final game of the day. The race for first should be over, as Aurora, sitting in first right now, had their competition eliminated. But with Oi Rain down, with the journey for Aurora so difficult on their way in, Red Dragon are still lurking. GaiminGladiators are still lurking, just about 10 points behind right now. Aurora, they can take the lead, but if they fumble here, there are other teams willing to, excited even, to take their spot.
I mean, you're telling me that Ranches and Cleaver are potentially going to win a match day on a return here for Red Dragon? Count me in. What a heck of a day for match day 2. Now, they are on the south side. They still have to get up towards the mill where you can see Team Eclipse, Pixel, Lumina. They've already occupied their space, and this will be difficult. But we do have Rampart Newcastle Pathfinder, which is a wild legend comp. I feel like we can make it happen.
This is a lot like the Gibby Watson the Wraith Watson Pathfinder that we used to see. You got a little bit of utility, a little bit of staying power, but the mobility to bring all those things together is what makes the composition work. You just got to get into a good spot first. Aurora, funnily enough, are able to do just that after the trials and tribulations that they faced going through the zone earlier. Now with Alliance dead, they've managed to survive, but are pushed right up against FUL that need to exit the checkpoint area, and TLN Pirates coming in behind them.
This is going to be one of the most difficult bouts for them. They do have a redeploy, and of course, they're not going to have that Valk ult based off what they've been expending. So to fly up this, a reposition is needed. You have full FUL in the horizon. TLN Pirates are rotating in just towards the south of you. Can we slam into this building? We will, and we are safe. For Red Dragon and TLN Pirates, things are getting a little messy on the south, but Kazakh, up the hill we go, poked and prodded. Loyden has got to get these amped covers down before they are inundated, and it's just gonna be real wild for them because GG are looking straight at this.
I'm just sitting here wondering, why was it just Effect that went for this building? Why are Aurora so split up right now when they should have been able to play together, even with the amount of pressure that they were under. The call from Aurora to split up seems like a much more survival-oriented call than they needed to go for. But I'll tell you who needs to survive. TLNP and Zone Intolerant right at each other's throats right now, and with GaiminGladiators looking at it all, we're likely saying goodbye to both squads. Zone Intolerant down, TL and Pirates follow, and we're into the top 16 just as the third ring finishes closing.
And it was light work for GaiminGladiators. Like, we are so healthy. We just expended, you know, a couple of nades, some bullets, and just like that, we rack up a few kills. Now we can focus on what's going to happen next, right? We're playing on the outside, so that zone pulls outside of Mill, so it's going to be an all-out open brawl yet again in Storm Point.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Tiff. I'm going to bring Graceful back in now because honestly, I miss him. I've loved spending time with you, but Graceful would love to see what has become of Aurora right now. In fact, ratting things out, and Grace, the split up from Aurora, definitely deadly for them, but opens the door for another team to swoop in and take first place if they're not careful.
Maybe that's a sign of weakness right there. That chink in the armor telling them that maybe they didn't have somebody making all calls of landing on that same area, because splitting up costed them dearly. This could have been a potential endgame positioning fight for them to at least work their way in. Now comes down to that solo, and speaking of solo, Red Dragon as well comes down to Movic. Currently sitting on the third place though. Could climb their way up, but this is a tough one to choose. A really, really tough one to make happen.
Perfect place to pull up the leaderboards as well. With Red Dragon sitting here, GaiminGladiators, who just picked up the kills on TLN, Pirates, and Zone Intolerant, are right behind them within easy touching distance of first place. GaiminGladiators, we've said, have had a quiet day and yet a successful one. With a win here, GaiminGladiators could absolutely rise to the challenge. Let's take a listen in with GaiminGladiators, see how they're feeling about their chances of taking first.
Yeah.
Get me. I'm dead, I think.
Fuse one. Fuse one. Fuse one. Nice. Fuse one. No.
Sorry.
Let's see. What?
That's fair enough. Fuck.
What are you doing?
Harded, man.
The power of Alter right there as they get surprised by the Q in the open and loses out on two members. Still on Summer Haze though, but GG gets taken out of the equation as they cannot move up to that first place.
Yet another team claimed by the Altar. Not going to be the last one either. We've still got 11 squads left, and a lot of these are going to die to the trixiest legend that we have in Apex. Zuni somehow alive, surprising me, but every placement point matters, and I don't think Bacalhau even remotely think he's there.
This is how Apex is when you have no wall hack, Dia. They don't have the awareness without these characters. Right now, he is holding on for dear life, but he is also on the side where the zone pulls really slowly, though. So he could maybe get a couple of placements as every other team is deep in the mill, has to fight their way in except Pixel Lumina, as FUL is trying to survive, but Bacalhau definitely looking to close this out. But like you said as well, we probably and might see some more alter plays come out that could spice things up.
My wall hacks. I'm blind without my wall hacks.
Literally.
It's like, we've got 3 solos! Red Dragon are still alive, Aurora and Summer Haze, all solos right now, none of them being finished off despite their extremely vulnerable positions. I mean, Movic is literally the one-man army, and while this is the dream for Rampart, you sure would like squad mates to go with it. FUL gonna go down. There's 10 squads left, and each of these solos have earned themselves even more points from placement for their squad, letting Aurora extend their lead over the rest of the lobby most critically.
I'm telling you right now, if nobody takes the western side of the zone where Pixel Lumina is currently looking to land, if they get taken out, Summer Haze is winning this.
Bacalhau trying to take out as many squads that are not Summer Haze as possible, opening the door for that fantasy. Billy, Low, and Pixel Lumina likely going to be eliminated. Trix is still alive, but if we keep the trend going, I wouldn't mind having seen another solo survive. The pings from Bacalhau, the solo killers are going to be trained on Red Dragon, who very quickly get eliminated as well. Effect still up for Aurora. 2 of our solos still alive. Glacier going down. We have full teams dying while solos watch the world burn.
Suni is still hiding his head on the southern side of things as Bacalhau is mowing down the lobby. I say mowing with 6 KP for the moment, but it had done good effect right now. He's trying to make a play onto that rock. I believe they heard his footstep. He might get dropped on at this point as they are taking their focus towards him. He finds the rat.
Zuni sees this as well. Is it going to be a 1v1? Out go the missiles. FX dropping on Zuni for the 1v1, and he takes it. Shield swap going to come in as well. Rat on rat violence as Eclipse, Summer Haze, and likely Aurora will fall. The shield running in effect. There's no way he survives this, but he's made it to top 3. And even as Effect jumps down onto the top of the rock, the battle between Bacalhau and Majin is just beginning. Will Bacalhau find their first win, or will Majin double up?
That Valkyrie attention wasn't enough for Majin to find an opening right now as Bacalhau still has that rock. Comes down to a 3v3. No altar in play. It's going to be a tough breach from Majin to fight on top of that rock, but if any character can do it, it is definitely Newcastle Rampart.
Currently, it's this Valkyrie. Majin have so much entry damage. They lose their Newcastle, but it doesn't matter. We've got to swing into a rampart wall, and the fancy feet on Juice end up maybe with a win. Majin finding their second of the day from the low ground to the high ground.
Even though the Kraber came out, they returned fire with that trade, and then Juice right there takes so much attention on that Valkyrie, allows them to win that 3v3 at the end from down on low. Honestly, some of that ramp walls initially helped them as well. Majin, phenomenal gameplay, making it out from middle, the side where essentially 10 teams fell on the same side, to then take home that whole match for today. That's a great ending for today.
Majin with 1 win already did great, moving up to 6th place, especially turning around their day from yesterday where Majin were basically, I want to say, middle of the pack. They were sitting at 11th during the day yesterday, despite having found the first game win. They come into today and they win the last 2 games. Maybe Storm Point is their map, but there is something about Majin that really lets them explode on it. And seeing how it plays out right now, the fact that these are the last few games and it works out versus the first few games from yesterday and having Storm Point work out really does point to the fact that it's their map strategy more than the composition that matters to this team.
Most definitely. I think also one of these, well, Majin specifically, while they were in the middle of the pack, they're also one of those teams that is like, they're there, they're around. They might fall a little bit early, but they're still in those power spots to where they can actually make something happen.
With that completed, Tiff, I've had enough time with Graceful now. It's time to bring you back.
I'm allowed. I'm allowed.
We've missed you and Snipe. What did you make of that 6th game and the big Majin comeback?
I'll defer to Snipe because I got to experience some of it.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Majin with back-to-back games, it looked like they were just...
How was that possible? Sometimes. Maybe I should have started.
Okay, all right, we're good. Yeah. All right, technical difficulties. All right. Yeah, I mean, Majin with back-to-back games, you know, I was kind of writing them out, and they just really played that as well, or as well as they possibly could have, because honestly, even in the end there, the Bacalhau had an incredible position. There's honestly no real reason that they should have lost that fight, holding height with Newcastle and everything, and just the cohesion of Majin, I think leading in from Game 5, going into Game 6, had them running into that fight. The Valk made a ton of opening damage early on. I think he did like 180 to start up and open up that fight, and then not only that, he was able to use his abilities, the Valk abilities, to fly into the air, create so much distraction to where the other team was trying to clean him up because he was weak, and it just allowed the rest of his team to work up and take that fight with Bacalhau, who really needed the win as well. So it was just overall very well played in that 3v3 team fight to end the game.
As we look at the series results, guys, it was like Aurora running away with it after 2 matches, kind of coasting through the mid pack, but with Majin going back to back, they actually almost take match day 2 for the win. Now, if Alliance could have stayed alive on their rotation, Dia, this could have been completely different, but it was really close.
Yeah, I mean, if Alliance had killed Aurora as well and not let Effect rack up 1 billion placement points by just ratting in the middle of the zone, think about how different this looks. Taking a look at our kill leaders of the day, though, Alliance still on top. Aku and Unlucky topping the leaderboards, and even Bongo sliding in there in 3rd place.
Yeah, Yeah, Sony in-zone kill leaderboard going to Aku. Now, he had a ton of numbers yesterday, but it was really that 21 kill game in match number 4 that thrust Aku and Unlucky both to the top of this leaderboard. Because sure, Oirein and Effector down there in the top 5, but Aku had some real nice power plays. Even Snipe Down highlighted some of them early on after match 4.
I was thinking about this during the overall leaderboard. So while we're taking a look at this, I want to highlight something that might otherwise go undervalued about the day. Today we have 2 PLQ teams in the top 5. That didn't happen yesterday. Top 5 was vacant with PLQ teams, but with Majin in 2nd and Red Dragon in 4th, the Pro League qualifiers have brought us some clearly very consistent talent in EMEA.
Look, I love those thoughts, but honestly, Aku's kind of cracked. And we're just kind of seeing him run through it, bringing out the P20s. This was the segment right now that Snipe pulled up.
Yeah, I mean, there is no doubt about the way that this team's aggression was on point after the first 3 games. I think just the overall comp early on with the Crypto and the Alter is just a lot of characters' abilities that kind of do their own thing. And once they started playing the comps that allowed their teams to always have to run together with the Bloodhounds or whatever it might have been, the Newcastles, where they had to just play as a 3-man, it seemed like their teamwork and their communication was way better than when they were trying to do their own individual plays. And honestly, that's kind of where their bounce back happened in this. And I think, you know, the point of the PLQ teams coming in and getting a lot of points into this series, it's going to be really interesting to see, because I feel like EMEA, it had that point of time, I think it was around 2 years ago, where it was looking like one of the better regions, and now it's completely up in the air. You know, there's really just a couple teams that, you know, you have at the top, but the remainder of what, like, the rounding out, like, the top 7, top 8, there's like 5 spots up for grabs that you could really see any of these teams come in. And with such a new meta and with, like, all the different additions that we are seeing in a new Pro League split in general, where it's finally getting thrown together, new comps, new everything, a lot of these players and maybe some up-and-comers are going to be able to come out and kind of shine a little brighter than what we've been able to see in the past.
I feel like everything that you just said in regards to EMEA is everything we had been saying over the past couple of years about APAC North, right? As a region in general. And now they've been coming out swinging. We got Unlimited winning a LAN. Obviously, we had rejected a couple of, like, it's just been crazy to see. Now, I do want to see EMEA and all the new players coming out of PLQ start to really kind of level the region up. Do I think it's going to happen in Split 2? Hopefully, but I lean on Graceful, and I feel like that's something that could happen maybe in year 7.
I mean, the biggest thing is, while we are saying PLQ teams, Red Dragon specifically with the Cleveland Ranches, they are not new blood. They are not fresh blood. Those guys are OGs. They played when I used to play. Like, they played when me and Eric played and competed at the same time as we did. They're real old. So like, they are not one of them. But we, like I said as well, I'm happy to see some new teams coming out from CC, PLQ, etc. to make their way up, because as you have said as well, there are a couple of teams in the EMEA region that are head and shoulders above the rest. But we can find some things right there though.
That's true. Okay, guys. Well, we do have the Pro League standings after 2 match days being completed here on the EMEA side of things. Alliance win match day 1. They get 3rd in match day 2. It puts them up at the top with 43 points. Now, Aurora in top 5 already with just a match day win. So things are looking good for Alliance and Aurora both. But I mean, any quick hits on this as you look at it, Dia?
Thinking about this in the course of the league, Pixel Lumina ending up being pretty low on the leaderboards, considering what we're thinking of for the next few days, because now we've gotten the first 2 days out of the way for EMEA. Group A is done, and all the teams in Group A don't have the opportunity to accumulate points anymore. So looking at where those teams are at, Pixel Lumina actually ends up being one of the lowest pointed teams in all of Group A, and their position is most at risk, being 13th in the league right now. Bacalhau right next to them at 12th. They're likely to fall a lot further.
Well, hopefully they can send it up north on those points once we see them in their next match day. But Snipe, thank you so much for joining us on the EMEA broadcast. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. We're going to send you for a quick break. We'll catch you later in Americas, because we've got to get down to business. We've got to speak to some real integral people here. We've got Oirein from Aurora, fresh off a match day win. Welcome to the broadcast, my guy, and congratulations on a dominant showing in those first couple matches.
Hello, thank you so much for the congratulations. We won today. It was easy. My teammates are the best. I can show you them.
Hey!
Can you wave?
We even got nine imps in the back. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't realize.
The whole squad is here.
I did not realize y'all were playing in the same vicinity. Okay. Does it feel really good to have these results post roster change and bringing Kazakh? I know you guys have played together historically, so that's no surprise to me to see the aggression and the chemistry work out so well. But how do you guys feel today?
Amazing. We feel so good at first two games. Then we felt even better and decided to troll. And that's all.
Dude, I saw that game, bro. I was laughing so hard. I saw that path team. I was like, hell no, they're trolling at this point because you guys had what 50 points after 3 matches or so. You guys were just dominating. But one question I have though, just one question I have. When I saw your roster initially, I think a lot of people went, okay, so who's actually IGLing, right? But then I saw 9 imps as the coach or your 4th player. How has this been on your team so far? Like, how do you guys make plans? Who makes the calls? How are you guys preparing for each day?
9 imp is still trying to IGL, but he cannot because coaches are not speaking. They're not allowed to speak. So we decided to give this opportunity to Kazakh. So he's a main IGL. Then the second IGL is the effect. He's calling more late games, and I'm just watching the back. That's all.
Just watching the back, even though you're fragging out completely. But I am happy to hear effect, being vocal because he is very vocal. He talks quite a lot and very dominant in. I want to do this right now. So happy to hear that you guys are working things out, though.
Thank you so much. We're happy as well.
And with the way that the games went today, as you say, you found a little bit of joy in the middle of the match set. But as the games go on and as the legend bands come through, where are you guys feeling most comfortable compositionally? The first 2 games were good, but when it actually comes to your comfort, when are you able to play the comps that you want?
I mean, in this meta, we like a lot baby comps because it's super easy to play, and the second comp is a Seer Alter Crypto as well because it's easy to kill someone, but it's totally random. I guess we like a lot the baby comp. That's our comp.
Nice. Okay. Well, honestly, I love it. Congratulations yet again on a dominant performance. I do want to leave it to one more question before we let you guys go off and celebrate. What do you want to say to the Aurora fans that are out there supporting you, fresh off the roster change and kind of gearing up into Split 2 playoffs?
Thank you so much, fans, for cheering for us. I hope you're enjoying watching us. Спасибо большое. And also I have something special for the fans and for you. Like, can I show it?
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a dance.
This is my winning dance.
Hey!
All right, bye, Oirin. Thank you so much. Epic win dance. I don't think we can top that. I don't think anyone can top that. Dia, do you have any little dance moves you want to get?
I cannot top that. Oirin, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I wish I could. You know what I should have did? Hold on. I got this. I don't know what's going to show up like.
Careful.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Yes. What a way to wrap up match day 2. My goodness, guys. EMEA has just been absolutely wild. But now that I've got you guys here and we got to speak to Oirin, I'm honestly glad to see how Aurora played today. First 2 matches, absolutely crazy. He even talks about the int in Imagine post like Pathfinder full send. Love that you called them out on that, Grace, by the way.
I mean, of course, everybody could see it. You don't get the opportunity all the time to flame the players now, but just having some banter with them. And they already know what we see and what we call out, and what most people at home, when they watch it, like, oh, did they actually make a mistake? They know they made a mistake a lot of the time. So it's fun to just hear them having fun with it. But if you're just counting for those 2 first games, they were absolutely dominating. And that's probably not even the limit of the roster. This is just the first iteration or form that we see. It's the first form we see of them right now. But if that's just the start, I can't even wait to see what happens when they inevitably will be at lands in the future.
Well, exactly. That's why I immediately was like, okay, well, like, what do you guys want to do for like split 2 playoffs? Because mentally, I'm already putting you there just based off the first 2 games, which is wild. And you know how they felt kind of in that group stage playing and effect not qualifying. Sometimes when you see the look on those faces, it's like, Dia, like, you know, you never want to feel like that ever again. And if you're already coming back, just hearing like the vibes, how they are interacting, they're already playing in the same room. That's almost like being on LAN. It's kind of like half the way there, right, Dia? Halfway?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good start. It gets your synergy going really well, and just spending more time around each other and like learning how to be with each other on day to day also contributes to your synergy in game. I think the really nice part about this roster for Aurora as well is that as much as you don't want to be in a place where you have had a letdown at LAN, all of these players have been there, so that like they know what that feels like, and I think that to me we are getting a really good blend of, yes, an immense amount of talent, but also an immense amount of experience to go along with that. If Aurora do falter at LAN, I don't think that it'll be an unfamiliar experience for the individual players, but it would certainly not be what I'd expect from a roster that is already performing so well.
Well, I want to see what they can keep on doing, because that was just their first match day showing. And of course, match day 2 as a whole for Split 2. Guys, you absolutely crushed it on the mic. I'm going to send y'all packing because I got a couple things to break down. Make sure you follow us on social media at Play Apex Esports, wherever, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Come find us on TikTok. We were putting up so much content. But of course, America is coming up in less than an hour. We'll see y'all in 56 minutes. If you loved what you see, well, stay tuned. Go grab yourself a quick bite to eat, maybe some hydration, and we'll catch y'all in just a bit.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community. Sony InZone, the official audio and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I cracked altar! I cracked altar! Oh, should be last guy! Should be last guy! No, he res! Last guy! Nice, should be. Res. B ข้างล่างโอเคร้อยหนึ่งเล่นได้พี่วัดเจ็บ2 ตัวพี่วัดเล่นวัดข้างล่างเล่นด้วยกันใครได้บ้างตัวไทยเหลือ20 วิซ้ำกูปั๊มกูอยู่หลังบ้านกูอยู่บ้านเพียบปกติกูข้างข้างปกติร้อยอยู่บนหัวโดนสวยเหลือหนึ่งสวย
They haven't slammed wall yet. I'm gonna go wall. I'm gonna go kidnap them. Yeah. Watch ForFun. He's gonna be on you. Yeah, just put it behind me. Fun should be able to kill him. Yeah, and you might want to help him there.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Bro, I got stunned by... What did I get stunned by? Go!
Okay, looking. Dead.
He's up. Welcome, brother.
Audio. Push. My video. Guys up there. Spider one. No, Zenmiro.
They couldn't quite get over that finish line, but they are definitely a team who can thrive in this lobby. I'll tell you what, this frag grenade might be followed by some very big numbers. With the frag grenade, get flattened.
殺しきれ殺した方がいいからねこれ3分ゆっくりやるわ俺左押さえるぬっくら左ここ俺だけ反転はいそれ見るぬっくらインサイ巻いていい俺いやサップ入れるよ入るわゆっくりやってる俺
VKG are down to 1, I believe, on that low ground now. And it's going to become a fade, no scope, no problem! As Light finds the head of Axis. Has the drone as well, but it does get eliminated on its way. Elite are slowly being forced into this one, but they really want these two teams to engage. But because both teams have taken so much damage, they're reluctant to move. Look at the fences! The fences are a problem! Now they have to walk through, destroying all these fences. VKG is still alive. Another kickstart drone goes in. It sends VK into the sky. They'll be eliminated. Elite just looking for targets, looking for bodies, looking for wins.
Selling? Oh, yeah, use that. Nice time. Cracked altar again. Sit on you, take it back. Nice. Nice. Last time. Play together. It's last guy. Play together. Go. Okay, Tony, give me up.
We check back at one of the replays of how damaging the Kraber can be in the right hands. The XX down on that low ground as we jump back over to Kraber Cam. There's fireworks, and then there's the light show. Also in prime position right now. Hello! Light putting on the montage for us.
Hit it up! Gass 割ってるチルワンショラスト3分でワンショラスト舞台Right. Yes. Missile. Yeah, no gen. Missile everyone. Heal. Yes, keep going. Get a second. 1v1. Nice. Pick. Bubble's gonna go down. Fast. He's rising. Let's go! I need. Kill him! I killed him! Wait. I don't think I don't know if there's anything we can do. I'm gonna try to swing with you. Pressing. Come back. You're good. Next you, 10. You're killing more! Dead. Get the kills, guys! Get the kills! One. Shoot more! Mom! It's a solo! Just kill him! It's fine! Alright, nice!
With the positioning, look at where Floating is trying to take an angle. The Maggie ball yeets Panic to the side, and down he goes. From behind? No way. Shuby. The synergy that Floating and Shuby are organizing here. The chaos of Team Liquid.
The boogeyman of match point stands tall for Unlimit. Flushes out AG, claims another victim. They're playing this in the Kraber. He's gonna have to reload. Yanya down. It's Unlimit's time to celebrate.
They cast attack. Spray.
I'm just double give ult on them. Spray the water on them. I'm looking at someone's there. Nice. Give ult on them. Just fucking they're one. I'm a Bubby. Taking over on Kill 2 here. Got up. Yeah. All dead. Yeah. Nice.
GK are looking to restabilize VK Gaming. Look ahead with the 210 off the Kraber.
Yeah.
Right, on the left. I Kraber 2 of them.
It's fine. It's in, right?
I Kraber. He's one last guy.
Okay.
I killed him again.
Nice. Big. I'm hitting flash. I fold.
Nice.
I got both falls. Nice.
カバだけこっちあった1枚やったラストなんかもネクサス帰るわネクサス帰るわいやダメだなワンベナイスネクサスそれいるよ取り2枚あと1枚ワンショナイス逃げろ9部隊te la cura te la quedo te la cura sí segundo gol se bajó Ninja voy con la chica güey no pero explícale güey riga corres te curo ¿te empuja? dale luego chingue su madre tengo balas Está bueno. Buena, güey. Riga, corre.
Sight. Yeah, that'll do.
The triple bombardment perk as well here, just looking ahead while holding onto the high ground. VK Gaming, the headlock. Oh my gosh! Holy!
He's still behind knock. He's pop his house right now. Pop his house. Battle.
It's fine, just walk in.
You're walking in. You got that. Nice. Nice. What's swinging you?
He's one here.
Get back.
Don't die. I'm gonna res him. Nice. Dead. That's vision. Nice.
They won't have to worry about ForFun sending them, but Tyler is definitely looking to get involved.
Oh man, and off the EMP to try to avoid getting hit by that too while taking the portal. ForFun now moving up behind them.
Oh,
finds the next stop, gets the next one as well off the alternator. That is Team Vision getting eliminated on the alternator while PXX get eliminated. There's 4 teams powered up against each other in Gardens.
Who will survive? JDG, who need this? They take down Jesco, they take down Sharky, but Legacy chomps back with a trade on a Stay Naughty. Shubi last alive with floating. Diving through, looking for Legacy, and they get him! S8UL, your consistency kings are not gonna win this one.
He can't keep the dreams up, though, as he goes down next. TLNP, talking about what they gotta do different with JDG, floating, waking up. All eyes on JDG. They've been fragging out 7 total kills with this team, but the follow-up from Shubi. As ForFun get eliminated, Mike though is incredibly low, love the swing, and the follow-up from Stay Naughty, but now they have to move, they can't get the rest.
My God.
The zone's closing in right behind their backs.
Oh
and
my
Pirates
God.
get eliminated. Shubi is just built different.
I killed Naughty here. What happened to the West team? They left, yes?
Yeah, they're gone.
Trying to get my fin.
I'm trying to look. Giving it.
Kill the ults in as well. They have a gen now.
Swing it back. I'm swinging now.
Nagi one.
Got it. Guys, one.
Give me a knock.
Swinging. Swing this corner. Swing the corner. 1v1 and knockdown.
Knock.
Get a knock. Slow down. Heal.
He's gonna swing. I'm blocking.
Nice.
Ja, viktig. Okay. Ping D.
나이스.
하나 더.
둘.
바깥에서 하나.
야, 빨리 있으면 돼, 우리 앞에. 확실할 하나.
샤리 그는 샤리 그는 오리. 마이트. 라스트 와. 그라비. 뭐, 야, 바스게. 던데메이. 야, 어리잖아. 봐. 오케이. 아버 니가. 휴즈 니가. 시간 부이도. Nice kill.
Play on the AC unit. Get Jen down immediately.
On us.
I'm ulting.
120, give me.
What's the one? Attack. Chill. Priority 100. Get Jen down now before we get Kimmy ulted.
I gen.
Hold on.
Knock me. He's going inside.
He's on the hunt. Yeah, he's on the roof. He's trying to thirst. Knock inside. Knocking.
He's playing my knock. I'm blocking him. He's can't play the knock.
Crow back towards the door. Play back.
He's just trying to kill me. He's just trying to kill me. I'm blocking him.
Right here. He's one. I got it. He's right here.
Nice.
Good. Go, baby. Let's go. Hey. It will be traded out, though. But Panic could not jump back through that portal. Zero now with another chance to clutch. He's in his second 1v1 of the game. And you know full well after the last feels good.
Maybe not.
Someone's next to me. Alter. 1 HP. Queuing down. Can we kill them? 1 HP, Alter.
I'm under this.
Abort him. Nate.
Kill him.
Play stall. I'm on.
Sit on.
Come back. Nice, Mark. Best Mark. Come on, man.
Okay, just careful of this.
Kill it.
That's caught.
Okay. Boys. Nice.
Good. Blink.
And then work their way towards zone. No name. He's down. Pricey with great shots. Easy Flash goes down though into 1v1. Strafing Flame versus Crazy Kong inside the building behind the knockdowns. Swing comes in. Crazy Kong. He gets taken down. Strafing Flame with the biggest shots of the final so far.
Rip that.
Busting the castle.
I smoked the shit.
Yeah,
I'm joining you.
I'm going.
I'm fighting, guys.
Can you help me or no?
Castle, yeah, I'm in.
Go, going.
Castle, 80 on Castle.
One shot.
Crack. Killer 到，打一個，幾多，別動。這邊4個人，handball，來我，給我盾，右面，來這個，牛逼，打得好，來，兩接，上拍到位，我接，我看，咁啊，喂，踩，落，我打ให้มาข้างล่างแบงไปสวยป่ะสวยดึงไปก็ดู
We just need to escape here. Everyone's gonna focus us.
Should we take portal? Should I take portal?
I killed two.
Okay, can we take port?
No. Taking port.
Yeah, hold on. Nice. Swapping.
俺目の前。バンカモロ左これ。肩も。ラスト。
肩割れかけ。
ユニス乗っかるこれ。
俺ベテ
後ろアルファ乗っかるわそれ。
ベテでいって
頑張ってそれ切れ。
右
出た。Running. Got him.
Pushing.
Dead.
Nice.
so it begins. War mode. First off, I'm here. Second off, everybody shut up. 3 things to make clear. Y'all forgot what's up. The gun is the tool. I'm on 5 on my top 5. Ain't no 6, man, we all right. I roll a 7 with 2 die. 8 this big up is 2 fly. The hunter is the weapon. Chosen hunter, beast of slaughter, they will learn my name once more.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Some call it luck. I call it skill. All right, here I go. Woo-hoo! Yeah, good try. Maybe try harder next time.
When I step inside of the room, then you know I gotta shake it up. You know I never can settle. I gotta do it, make it boom anytime when I set it up. They telling me for way too long, gotta prove them wrong. Yeah, they knock me down, but I'm coming back strong. I feel alive, yeah, I'm back from the dead. I'm back from the dead. Yeah, I'm back from the dead. Back from the dead. I feel alive, yeah, I'm back from the dead.
There's a lot of things I want to do with my life outside of, you know, streaming and gaming, and I feel like streaming will help me take me there rather than, you know, competitive. But, you know, who knows if there's ever a time where, you know, Pathfinder comes back in meta. You could,
hell no.
You could see me on the stage.
This is like the time I pulled you out of the dumpster, but more fun.
A few moments later.
And welcome back to the ALGS, y'all. It's match day 2, and that's right. Maybe there's a chance that Timmy comes back and he locks it in. Will we see the Pathfinder today, boys? Dia, Graceful, welcome back. You guys crushed it in EMEA.
Yes, I'm just choosing to answer the question. Yes, we will see Pathfinder today, and that's a slam dunk for me because I've never slam dunked before. That's probably not what that looks like. We saw Pathfinder in EMEA.
We did, Graceful. EMEA was wild, but let's talk Timmy joining the Falcons. He's back in comp, and I love that we have that clip from May. But of course, why is Timmy joining the Falcons? Well, here's this tweet from Hal. He's kind of explaining it, right? Back in Texas, time to grind once again. Timmy is is subbing in for Waltzy, who will be welcoming in his child. Congratulations, Waltzy, on becoming a dad. That's a huge, well, obviously I don't know when the birth of his child is, but regardless, we have 3 weeks for a split, so this is quick, Graceful.
I mean, most definitely congrats as well for a huge milestone in his life, for the family and him. But Timmy stepping in, honestly, a lot of people there might be some controversies about this. Is it a good pick? Is it a bad pick? I know Dia definitely is thinking about that as well, but I would like to say, if we just go on outside of the fact of how much success they've had previously, or even how popular they are as Timmy is, as an individual, incredibly adaptable. He's able to flex and fill, and I think that he can definitely fit in, because at the end of the day, vibes also count for a point. And he's definitely one person you would have on your team that you would enjoy your time with.
Yeah, I mean, obviously scrims have been going great. My kid watching me get yelled at by Hal. Like, who hasn't been yelled at by Hal at this point? Honestly, let's get someone in on the broadcast who might have some experience with that. Hi, Snipe Down.
I have been yelled at by Hal, absolutely. So, I am here. I am here. But yeah, I mean, bringing in Timmy is, I think, a really good decision. I think Timmy is just one of the most multi-talented FPS players. Kind of reminds me of just like a Tfue, just be able to pick up any game and no matter what, especially with his history, just knowing how to play and how good he is on crypto. And honestly, I think another thing that is kind of going untalked about is, you know, Timmy talked about how the fact that he, you know, if Pathfinder comes back, that's all the time he really considers comp as a joke. But Walty shouldn't be feeling much pressure in a sense of like, is my spot up for Jeopardy? Because, you know, there is that kind of conversation that can happen depending on how good they do. So I think it takes a little bit of pressure off. And with Timmy and Hal both, you know, working together at a lot of events, off camera, they work together a lot. They have a really good friendship, and I think that cohesion just brings in a lot of trust for them. Timmy knows he's not here to overstep. He's not here to IGL. He's just here to do his job and do it as best he can. And with Hal being as good of an IGL and as directive as he is out there, I think bringing in someone as talented as Timmy is about as good of a pickup as you could possibly have.
I like it. Look, they're both Red Bull esports athletes. They have the whole Red Bull Legends in that occurred back in November. That was super sick. It's really fun to watch a lot of those activations. Of course, we do have today's matchup. Team Falcons over there in Group C. We also have JD Gaming, a couple of changes. Any quick hits on that one, Dia?
I don't feel like talking trash just yet. I honestly, as much as I said I was going to hit you with some Falcon slander yesterday, I feel fine about the Timmy sub. And much like Snipe, Timmy's kind of like the super sub. He doesn't want your job, but he's going to do it really well while you're gone.
Look, I love it. And honestly, we're going to keep Snipe in the discussion as well. And I think we should turn this into a bit of a Team Liquid fan club for no reason in particular. I think they're going to dominate today. As we look at some of the World's Edge updates, we got to see it for the first time over in EMEA. And honestly, I think Team Liquid are going to show up, show out on World's Edge and do really great. Anyone else agree? Raise your hand if you agree. Don't leave me hanging. I'm not being forced to say this. No,
I think they can blink twice. Blink twice if you need.
They could make something happen.
No, I mean, look, Sykes is the best player in the game in terms of the anchor. Clip that one, send it to him. You're welcome. You're my favorite. But honestly, Sorting Factory. That's where the Falcons are landing, by the way, guys.
I don't know exactly how you want me to go with that, but yes, well, I'm happy to see Sorting Factory back. The whole way it ties into the Team Liquid thing, I'm not exactly sure, but it is one of the big changes we had going on this split. I am very excited to see some of the other changes because, while I love to see Sorting Factory back, I've been a big fan of Bloodhound this split, not just in my own games, but seeing them appear on the professional stage as well. It was a big pick for Alliance this morning as well as yesterday, and so for the rest of the day, I'm excited to see what teams in the Americas pick up the Bloodhound, because it wasn't very popular yesterday. In fact, Grace, you were commenting that the Wraith was much more popular than we had anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, the level of the Wraith in Americas region has been, I would say, probably the highest level across the world. The way that they're utilizing Wraith has been phenomenal. But back to the Bloodhound, though, we did see a 20 bomb yesterday in Americas region with the Bloodhound. Could that be the spawn of something today? I would like to see that, because we also saw 21 kills just earlier in EMEA today. Like, it's been completely crazy this Pro League so far.
Underrated Bloodhound maybe with 2 big games like that. I mean, it definitely puts you on the map to be able to make those plays. If you can sneak out and find the teams soloed or around the edges, especially with like a Bloodhound altar, the angles that you're able to take with that information on both those characters together, and then you throw in a Maggie or an Axel to get the space on a team while you're in Viz, there's tons of possibilities. I love it, and I think it's one of the more unique abilities where the team all has to be on the same page and kind of moving together.
I really do hope to get to see more plays like that. And honestly, in EMEA as well, we did get a Sorting Factory endgame, and Apex tweets out, Sorting Factory, it's been a while, we've missed you. This poll is crazy because what it does is it actually shows where TLN Pirates are, where Summer Haze is, and Aurora just before they send ForFun. Because a lot of you guys were commenting, they're like, I didn't know when Aurora went over and took out ForFun. Well, don't worry, they screenshotted the exact moment, Dia.
We have the before and we have the after. The in-between, it's going to remain a mystery and probably not to be aired on broadcast because that was way too fast. There are teams, however, who do have some pretty high stakes today. Coming into the day, as we mentioned in EMEA, it is the last day for Group A. They have the back-to-back days, which could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. And for teams like Buckle Boys and Free Thinkers, who had a tough day yesterday, they really need to step up if they want to save their first third of the split from being in shambles.
The fact that we're saying first third of the split and it's just a literal weekend is wild to me. But Snipe, I'm going to send you on your way. Let's see what you find in that initial match on World's Edge. For now, Dia and Graceful have a couple things to break down before we get into game.
All right, Grace, it's time. The return to World's Edge.
I mean, finally, I've been waiting for this. You know, I'm all about that gameplay. Just put me in the match, honestly. Let me just observe at the same time as we cast, because that's what we're all here for. Apex brings us together, and something that it brought us together for the day, or the first time in America's region, World's Edge revamped. And that's something I've been so hyped about. We have played ranked together on this map as well, Dia. And I think it's just such a good vibe because they changed the nature of things. You know, the lighting is different, a little bit more spooky, maybe towards the Halloween areas of things, but the POI changes. I'm a big fan of mod now, where landslide used to be, and I think that people might be underestimating it.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly am. I did not anticipate Big Mod to be as powerful as it was, and yet just earlier today, we saw Infinite landing at Big Mod for the first half of the games, and Infinite ultimately ended up having a pretty good series. They did, unfortunately, have a tough storm points, but don't count that against them, because this time, it's the crazy Thieves that have ended up going for exactly the same POI, and we'll see if, like Infinite, they are able to find a win from that POI in the first half of the set.
Exactly. They did have that explosive finish to the series yesterday where they managed to drop a 20-bomb win to push them up that leaderboard quite some bit. So let's see if that can sort of pad their way in towards the finals. So we're only at the start of this PL, but for now, we're also playing 3 days in a row. So if anything, a hot start will be the best you can do, because if you start slow and you have 3 days back to back to back, you don't really have that much time to recoup and go back to the drawing board, because there's no scrimps in between.
If there's one thing you shouldn't get hot, it's oil. And Sesame Oil did start off the day incredibly hot yesterday, finding their first win on Storm Point at the time. Coming into today, very curious whether they will be able to repeat that in the same way that, again, Infinite was, winning game 1 in both Friday and Saturday's games. Sesame Oil went on to have a very disappointing rest of the day, most of the time dying around 10th, maybe a little lower, maybe a little higher, not picking up a lot of KP. And that was the case for quite a few teams, because this was a chaotic region that we saw yesterday. In the Americas, it looked more disjointed. This was less clean Apex than we saw in EMEA. That is despite the fact that we would consider Americas generally to be a higher tier region. And I am not saying that Americas was playing at a lower level, but it was more chaotic by a pretty wide margin than EMEA.
Let's be straight up honest, it was ranked. What are you talking about? People were aping. 10 teams circle 4. It was kind of crazy, but the fighting prowess of these lobbies is the highest in the entire world, and you could really see that shine through with the likes of Wraith. And the fact that the different regions also ban quite differently. If we're just comparing what we've seen today, essentially, right? I keep telling you, Alter never gets banned in EMEA for some reason, and Alter gets banned really quickly here in Americas. And that's something that just comes to show maybe the meta being different, whereas in the past of Apex history hasn't been that quite big, you know, outside of maybe crypto, more decisively so in Apex regions. But now that Alter gets banned out so fast in Americas, does that prove anything?
I don't know what it says, because I'm on the same page as you that Ultra is quite powerful. We're definitely seeing a lot more diversity of picks. Like, if Alter isn't being banned, it's because there's so much more, or there's so many more other legends that are being played at a very high rate in EMEA. I think that here in the Americas, it's just that we're more homogenous. When you get Alter played, everybody's playing Alter. We all agree that Alter is the most powerful, and I think that there's a little bit of disagreement over in EMEA about whether Alter is in fact the most powerful legend, because obviously in Game 1 everyone's going to play Crypto. But beyond that, we're seeing a lot of other legends prioritized over Alter, which lets her survive the whole day and let the teams that really abuse that strength rise to the top, because they get to keep her for 6 games.
One thing I would like to say though, Team Vision had really great showcase yesterday as well. Very consistent. Could have maybe even pushed them up further, but they were always in the talks of potentially closing out games. But I'm gonna say it for everybody at home, and especially everybody in chat that does this in every region. When is Hal playing? Hal is playing today, guys. Wait no longer. He is right there on Team Falcons. Hopefully we get to see some good gaming coming out of the boys. But one thing I would like everybody to remind themselves as well, as we always have seen time and time again, and Dia included in that community, is they are not washed. If they have a bad first 3 games, they can still make a comeback and make something happen.
Okay, this is one of the things, I know we were talking about Sentinels yesterday, and their sort of journey is being questioned as a top team in the world. This is one of the things that Sentinels doesn't have to deal with, by the way, because a lot of teams don't put the same pressure on them as they do Falcons. Sentinels have been outperforming Falcons at the last couple of lands, but when Sentinels have a bad day, nobody goes, oh, Sentinels are washed. Sentinels, they can have middle of the pack days and everything is fine. But you see Falcons drop below first and everybody goes, is Hal retiring? When the tweet.
It is true, but I think it's also one of these responsibilities that comes with having a legacy. A lot of these players, maybe they even win a trophy, or they just have a couple of good results, but when you have made yourself on top of that mountain, essentially what Hal has done, he gets held to a much higher standard, even if he were to still be top 3 in the world consistently. And that's just honestly, he should just take it as a kudos to him, of him being just that. Everybody has a target on his back.
If I told Hal that he should just calm down and take all of the fan hate that he gets as kudos, I think Hal would punch me in the face. This guy is in it for trophies, not for the little thumbs up. But I hear what you're saying, Grace. I agree with you, and I'm not going to tell Hal that we said it on broadcast. Instead, we're going to look forward to what Hal and the rest of the lobby can bring us in our second day here in the Americas, the Apex Legends Global Series, as we've hit the map here on World's Edge. It's the first time that we are seeing the new World's Edge in this region.
Indeed, as we also see the SSS for Sacred Slayers and Sweet, one of the rosters people were looking forward to coming into this Pro League at this moment, as Sweet returns. Will he be able to hold up to the same standard as he once has in the past, or has he been caught lacking? As we've even heard in other regions as well from people who have taken breaks before, the game changes drastically. Whether or not you can actually follow alongside the curves and the curveballs that the game has thrown at us, well, that remains to be seen.
Going with Monument, SSS do have a quick way into the zone, and I'm gonna offer a quick prayer to the Allfather here. Let us manifest an SSS listen-in at some point today, because regardless of results, that team is going to give us content. And very excited to see what happens with them, as right now they are making a simultaneous rotate with Sesame Oil and Crazy Thieves. So very quickly, we could see a lot of action develop towards the top side of the map. Drones out already for everyone, as just hitting the beacon is going to give a good idea of what spots are available in what these teams should suspect is a skyhook zone. It is worth noting that Sesame Oil, the only team that actually knows that coming out of War Camp, everyone else, Crazy Thieves coming out of Big Mod, and of course SSS coming out of Monument, didn't get a ring console.
Immediately though, people are fighting as early as they can to take over central of Skyhook to make sure that they can keep that high ground, as ShopifyRebellion, one of the teams we talked about yesterday as well. Can they find the success that some people are expecting out of them or not? But you cannot forget the rest of the lobby. While we have been talking about the bigger names in general in this lobby, we can also not leave out at all that NIP is in this lobby. Maybe the new iteration of JDG as well. Many strong players, both individually and full-on rosters, are here. So the domination, I don't think it's gonna be as one-sided as we have seen it so far in past match days.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that there will be a lot of parity in today's games, and also just off of the first couple of minutes of this game, we're at 3 minutes out from the first round finishing its close. We already have more teams alive than we did yesterday. I am anticipating, and in some ways just straight up hoping, that today is a little bit more called, because as much as I loved seeing the ranked lobbies play out yesterday, watching precise, calculated Apex Legends is why I'm in this.
Most definitely, as people are also getting very comfortable in the building. People are finding their way more towards the zone. Yesterday, we saw a lot of action on Edge. World's Edge specifically, we probably won't see nearly as many. Maybe that first day was also a type of feeling out the lobby type of day, as everybody was incredibly aggressive. Now, we're probably going to see some plays here, though, whether that be with EMP or alter Qs through walls. But I highly doubt it's going to be nearly as aggressive, as most of these teams are adapting as well.
Buckle Boys also rotating near one of our other squads, Sin Nombre, that are making their way through. Sin Nombre having qualified up from the Pro League qualifiers. The Buckle Boys having a pretty decent day yesterday. As we said, not their best, not the best that they could have hoped for, but they do already have a day of play under them. So if they're able to correct some of these simple mistakes, and I am hoping that they were simple mistakes for the Buckle Boys, then they've got a pretty decent shot at coming through today with a significantly stronger game and hopefully moving themselves up the standings for this first third.
Most definitely, though, as we see here as well, Lava Fisher, PY, I am most definitely used to, having been one of my absolute mains when we used to have to fight for this. Now it's kind of free when, you know, with the way we have PY drafting. Falcons is walking up on people on Edge as Stallion is moving their way towards the zone. Big fight breaks out, though, inside of the zone as Vex Gaming loses Hambino.
Sesame Oil would like to finish this fight off, might not have the portal to do so, but Vudo manages to make the recovery. And while Hambino is not going to be easy to recover, I think it's certainly worth trying. Crypto gives your squad not just a lot of survivability, but a lot of information as well. Hambino is so strong in being able to calm with all of his experience in the Pro League, especially on this legend. While it may be difficult for Vex to reclaim this territory, getting your crypto back into the game may very well be worth risking the whole thing.
Most definitely. Probably the most crucial aspect of the team at this point, when no legend is banned as of yet. Crypto being able to both aggress and play defensively, as well as get that information needed, is definitely a huge part of the plan.
Nice, and they respawn him. Oh, he's down again. What an emotional roller coaster the last 10 seconds have been. Oh, he's dead again.
It is rough. You kind of get, you know, you get that newly wake up stretch when you get rest on the death box, so he doesn't really have time enough to make that happen, as he's getting pulled once again. Will it be the same thing this time? Probably not, though, as Hemlock's breaches are coming out, Arm's coming out as well. He gets hit and he goes down again.
Void Nexus is gonna go off. All right, W guys, for the last time. I think I'm gonna say this for the last time. He's up.
Perfect. Hopefully gets this reset now, as the zone is also moving now. Finally, we're gonna see the next zone reveal potentially, as it does pull into Skyhook. Majority of the team by a mile is in Skyhook, where there's so much playable area, but they might feel safe in buildings. But when Crypto and Alter is still in the game, no building or even rooftop is free.
Yeah, you really have to be a very scary and proactive squad. As much as I love sitting in a safe building, and you know that I do, Graceful, much to your chagrin, there is a lot of good that you can do, especially in a Crypto Alter game, by picking a building that lets you show presence to others. You can't really afford to sit and play small in a corner, because that way lies death, and Buckle Boys may have discovered that the hard way, with just Jay left alive, intentionally not making a single sound.
It is rough indeed, but on the far east side of the zone, actually a little bit outside of the zone at War Camp, which Survey Camp magically transformed into. NIP, one of the teams I was talking about, really strong. Good on all, honestly, on all aspects of the game, whether that be fighting, whether that be macro, is looking for a fight against, I believe, Sin Nombre.
Kurev's got a good angle on this, and we expect a lot from Kurev. We expected a lot from NIP at LAN. They kept struggling to deliver, but here, back in the ALGS that they dominated during the Pro League, seems like the return to Pro League has at least let them have a good start with the pick onto Gyozi. That is the first kill going over to NinjasinPyjamas. Uninterested in letting the fight go. They will take the second, but the third will be a little bit more difficult to see. Nombre have managed to disengage. And guys, I want to address this because it really bothers me when I hear it, when people change their accent just to say a single thing. I literally can't help it. I'm not faking it. Hablo español. Hablo bastante. So, give me a break here. I'm trying my best. I'm not trying to make it weird.
One thing I gotta say though is seeing Cole light up that kill feed is one of the players I undisputedly said was almost actually pretty much the MVP of that previous LAN we had as well. Cole has been phenomenal in the way he plays the game, how calm and outspoken he is as well in real life. But seeing them mesh so well, especially with Kurev as well on the roster, makes me really happy.
See Nombre hitting the respawn. Maybe getting the chance to run into NIP on the rotate a little bit later on, since both teams will be coming from the same side of the ring. JD Gaming with the shortest Void Nexus of all time. Try and group up together. But with NIP on their tails, the Catalyst wall is going to have to be enough. Otherwise, Keon will certainly get fried. The Falcons just jumping in on the north side of the ring. Have found Nice Guys and unfortunately Nocturnal. A hello to an old friend from Hal, Timmy, and Guild.
Definitely, as Team Falcons made their way in on the northwest side of the zone, coming in from that essentially a trials rotate, mind you. Have seen Hal played from this positioning many times, even won tournaments on this exact location pretty much. Now opting to see where the zone is going to be heading in about 25 seconds. They will have that zone reveal and then decide their next play.
With Alter, this cross should be pretty easy. I'm very surprised to see Falcons considering expending the Catalyst wall, but after all this fuss, it looks like Hal is going to go down nearly to the zone. That guy is 1 HP, but the Falcons managed to make it into ring without getting knocked. A good thing too, because had you seen this not go down, they're almost surely getting aped even from center zone. SSS are very close by, and if Sweet's gonna commit to one thing, it's coming out on top of Hal.
Crazy, honestly, that train station was free, but right now as well, StrongFish is looking to work their way towards market. Can they find something, or are they just gonna play it for sure? A lot of these teams are now adjusting, seeing this zone potentially pulling. If they have that info, a lot of these teams on the Far East are having they're gonna have a really hard time making their way into the next zone.
We saw a very similar zone in EMEA. It notably is not going to be the same one. This one seems to be pulling much more towards the center of Skyhook, and that should be much better for Team Liquid, who have claimed the top of this building for now. If Tiff gets her wish, this is going to go well. And if she doesn't, Team Liquid, with Sykes going down first, are going to be sending her a lot of hate mail. Not hate mail. They're very nice people, I think.
Team Liquid trying to survive for sure. Tiff singing their praises for a good reason, and I would like to say as well that Zero, like everybody knows him as well, has been keeping up in these fights, winning clutches, but clutching this seems a tad too tall, a bit tad too tall.
Yeah, Zero's 25 HP. Shield Bat will help. Maybe he's able to find a beam onto Zach, but instead thinks better of it. Commits down onto the low ground where no one else is. Oh! Zach's gonna drop on top of him, but Zach makes a big mistake right into the sidelines of Cloaked. Team Liquid still unable to truly fight back as Zero considers the Shield Bat and thinks better of it. Not wanting to take too much time, pops in next to Carter, and Vision are everywhere. They see you, and Liquid are out.
Unfortunate snipe right there on Zach, but things is still happening down center as Cloak finished Zach's in that kill feed. JD Gaming, however, on the far southeast side of zones finds Sin Nombre right now, and they're probably going to look for a fight with this Kraber as well. Let's have a listen in with JD Gaming.
Zone 3, okay.
Rolling nade.
They've thrown TP down for teammates.
They're nading.
Come back.
Other one.
TP. It's zone 3. It's zone 3.
Yeah, I'm in it.
One guy on TP. One guy on TP.
Shoot him off.
Tier 1. They're all here. All ratting.
Oh. Didn't get any of those kills either. Fuck.
I don't know if we have
it. NIP comes in from the northeast on the tunnel we saw a lot earlier right there, and Sin Nombre managed to go to the southern tunnel. JD Gaming opted to try and play for both. You can't have the cake and eat it at the same time. Pick your side. Next time, full commit to the fight, or make sure you're holding that other choke.
I mean, look at how far NIP are from each other, though. On the right side of the map, NIP have got all the space in the world, and Free Thinkers, unfortunately, end up with none. They are eliminated in 16th, pushing us into the top 15 squads, pushing us into placement point territory from here on out. Survival, quite literally, is going to get you points. Kills or not, you've just got to live. Kurev making that difficult for Vex, under fire for the second time this game. We've seen Vex struggle to recover Hambino before. Seen Nombre managing to find a respawn in the meantime.
As Falcons are indeed flying through the sky, looking for the next play, as they are not in this next zone. They're gonna have to fight for something. Is that underneath center, or is that fighting straight up against STRONGFISH for the walk-in? They're gonna have to cook something up, as NIP, however, feeling really confident with Kraber in hand and unlimited Kraber in hand. Kurev got that right now. If they can find something, though, it's gonna be a different question.
What an unproblematic combination. I don't think I've ever seen something so perfectly balanced. I hope, if you guys didn't see the broadcast yesterday, it's not gonna make sense, and I don't want you to think too deeply about it if you didn't. Team Falcons are making their rotate into the center of Skyhook right now, completely uncontested with a nice Void Nexus placed by Hal himself. Playing underneath here is going to get you pretty far into this game. The zone not typically pulling right on top of the center, normally goes a little further out from the center of Skyhook, eventually forcing the team to drop down from ultimate high ground. W Press not going to live to see that as we move down to 13 squads and add another placement point.
Triple S walking in on the other side of Falcons, as they were not ready for that walking at all. Guild gets picked off, but there's more teams trying to take the opposite side of it.
SSS pick 2 fights at once. They fight Falcons, put up the wall to dissemble that they are not going to take both, and then end up just popping in and taking out Worldwide. Falcons weak as well, but a swing coming in from Guild, coming in from Jen as he even slides by. We've got everyone fighting in this corner of the map, and SS, for all the fights that they've tried to take, didn't expect the 4th and 5th party from STRONGFISH.
They couldn't play and hold their side for now, but Crazy Thieves, the behemoths we saw yesterday after the huge 20 bomb, is still alive in this game, on top as well. Still looking for frags, and NinjasinPyjamas we saw earlier as well clear out their east side as walking in.
NIP do well to clean up STRONGFISH right now. That is a nice shot, or nice finish from Cole. Still gets fried from above, though, as Crazy Thieves look for a bit of weakness. They drop down, taking out Cole, and with Koifel on 1 HP, he gets to pop back up to high ground with Phony coming over to back up the rest of the team. Is he needed? Sounds like yes. Dropping down for the rest of the squad, providing a little bit of coverage from high ground.
As he is indeed providing some suppressed fire at this point. Phony is looking to see if he can get anything, but NIP already altered TP'd out. There's no longer there, as Crazy Thieves have a free walk-in from the northeast. But can they hold out the 3 other teams on the far side? AG Global, Sesame Oil, and NIP all on the same side are gonna have to work their way in.
There's a critical change here. We talked about how Crazy Thieves, they were a team to watch yesterday. Team Vision, quiet in this game since we saw the death of Zach Mesa earlier, have managed to make a recovery and currently sit dead center of the final zone. Will they be able to compete with teams that are gaining momentum like NIP are? The slick finish from Kurev as he gets to slide in, actually taking the what turns into second fight with Fredster. Sesame Oil get fried, and NIP, they have a spot in zone.
NIP managed to work their way in with Kurev on that Kraber as well right now, as Crazy Thieves has to fight Team Vision or fight against Team Vision for a spot to hold there. If NIP can swing them on the far side, I don't think they can, as Stallions is also engaging on them.
Stallions should be dead. But NIP are the ones that fall. Abralele getting to reset off of this, and a surprise engagement from Stallions really takes Ninjas in Pajamas unprepared. It looks like the same thing is happening to Team Vision as Koifel beams one, turns around and beams another. Crazy Thieves not with a solid spot as Phony, 1 HP, has to recover in a corner, but they take out Team Vision and actually get the chance to reset as Full 11 don't press the advantage. Stallions though just might.
Full 11 comes in for that clean up now. Comes down to Phony as he's also getting poked by Stallions. They're all trying to play as much space as possible with only 5 teams remaining in this zone. Everybody kind of claims their own spot and territory, trying to knock each other out, and now Phony still trying to survive on that edge.
I think Stallions and Full 11 should control each other. Exactly what's happening now. Full 11 basically gets a look at Stallions the other way around, and that lets, or should let, Crazy Thieves have the chance to reset, get everybody back up at the zone. Actually starts denying that as finally round 6 is closing and the end of the game is nigh. Yanya swings up into Nice Guys and gets shut down. AG Global are out, 4 teams left as Crazy Thieves are still trying to recover. Full 11 are putting pressure onto that because Stallions, they've turned on to Nice Guys and fought in the south. Crazy Thieves go down. Full 11 from the north get to wait for the rest of this fight to happen, and Stallions know in a top 3 situation they can't afford to drop a single member.
Should be immediately capable to isolate this fight as long as he can, as Full 11 is just holding dead center zone. Stallions playing for second at this point, guaranteed second with KP. Now comes down to a last 3v3. It does look in favor of Full 11, but Stallions can make this happen.
And they have this catalyst wall that Full 11 aren't pushing through, either because they're unable or unwilling. Stallions get a full reset. Stallions, who have killed Ninjas in Pajamas, who have killed Nice Guys, full reset, lose Skittle Cakes, but still have a 2v2 on their hands. Abralele finds Legatron. Full 11 have to disengage to the outside with Shubi playing the knockdown shield. It is still an even fight. The Stallions have managed to buck the rest of the lobby. Full 11 with Central Zone. Can they retake a fight that should have been theirs, or will Stallions, like they have upset so many other squads, upset yet another one? Abralele from up on high ground takes the unexpected angle, does not find the knock, but has yet another swing coming in from Shubi to Fry from 2 sides. It'll be Stallions once again to take the upset fight to win the game.
Alb taking that absolute high ground, creative angle, and not over peeking, making sure to put out pressure to force them to either look at him or get beamed. Stallions secure that fight 3v3 even after getting EMP'd on, and still managed to win that. A lot of KP goes their way as well, so huge hot start from Stallions.
And there are a lot of ways that we can fry this fish, or I guess cook this horse, but Stallions end up coming out on top of a critical game here because Sacred was also in this game. Having recently left the roster to join SSS, the fact that Stallions come out on top of this is a big marker in a, I would say, small rivalry story that we can keep tracking for the rest of the day and likely the rest of the split. Stallions being on top here with 11 kills puts them solidly at the top. 23 points is a big win.
Huge start of the day, but Full 11, Nice Guys, and Crazy Thieves not that far behind. You might say, you know, they're at the halfway marker, but the fact that all 4 of these teams soaked up so many points just leaves it so that the bottom half of the lobby looks devastated for the moment.
Now, there's somebody who I want to hear a little bit more about this lobby with, because how's Team Liquid looking, Tiff?
Honestly, great. They look fantastic, Dia. I've never seen anything wrong with that team. The best team that I've ever seen to ever exist. And honestly, Snipedown and I are totally going to talk about it. But actually, I think you want to talk about Ninjas in Pajamas more.
Yeah, I actually was watching them in observer mode for pretty much the entire game, because once you get into Skyhook, pretty much every team's just stuck in the buildings until the zones start closing, where NIP decided to go towards the train tunnel at the north of the map, and they saw that every one of the buildings that they would have wanted to go to was done for, and they couldn't get in, so they said, we're going to hold this. And one thing, this kind of reminds me of when I talked about Alliance, and they didn't really use their abilities as well in game 1, where, you know, NIP played this phenomenally. They had an altered TP in tunnel, waiting for their way to get back, so they can get back as fast as they could. They ran into War Camp. I think they were fighting Sin Nombre in War Camp, so they had a really good fight there. And then JD actually tried to get into the tunnel when they were fighting this, when NIP was fighting Sin Nombre in War Camp. And because the Ultra TP was there, they were able to back up, they were able to get abilities down, they scared JD out of the tunnel from trying to take their position, and then NIP knew that JD was still playing the recon building up in front of them at the end of the tunnel, and they decided to pursue them to try and get some kills on them. They were able to kill JD, get even more KP. They had 6 or 7 KP within the first 4 teams that went down. And this was all just because they decided to play patient. They played with their backs against the edge of the zone the entire time. And I know for a fact that they were just looking for slow entries into these while getting KP. In a 7th place, plus 14 kills is a phenomenal way to start the series when you are stuck outside of a zone, especially one as close-knit as Skyhook.
Yeah, I mean, you start off in East Village, and it's kind of crazy to witness that they put up 14 kills, like you said, to go out in 7th place, because that to me means they were on pace to a match for Alliance game like we saw earlier in EMEA, where they had 21 kills over on Stormpoint. It was disgusting. So I think this is just going to show that they're still frying, they're still here, they're still really damn good, and I can't wait to see what NinjasinPyjamas brings to us as we continue on our series for World's Edge. But is there any other team that you kind of want to shout out? I know you said you spent the most of the time kind of really listening into those comms, which honestly, they're probably pretty good too. Their communication's effective.
Yeah, I mean, their comms were pretty much the main reason why they were able to get back to their spots and hold their spots so well. But I mean, the only other team to really talk about right there is Stallions and how phenomenally they played their 3v3 fights. I mean, they pushed the building. I think it was Nice Guys in the building, and they collapsed on them. They took them all out in the building, even though they had it set up. And not just the fact that they took the fight well, but they all 3 didn't take max damage to where they were able to move in, get to the next spot while other teams were focused around them. And then you saw the incredible angles that Alberelli was taking at the end. I mean, he was the only one that was looking for better spots. And I mean, that's one of Max's just biggest assets as a player. His individual skill and his ability to just read out 3v3 scenarios is why that team is as strong as they are. And it's kind of live by the sword, die by the sword when it comes to that. But at the same time, you know, it's working out for him so far.
I mean, clearly, just to be able to get the Wraith up on high ground and rip people apart, like that does so well to tackle it as a duo. So brilliant start for Stallions there to get a match win. And honestly, I think they're also very momentum based, Albiz. So to kickstart with a win, that is definitely going to be good for their series that we've witnessed. Now, some other teams that we could talk about. Skyhook, I just feel like the endings are so dynamic. It's very similar to E-District, right? Like in general, if you're going straight to Skyhook, plenty of places to live and a ton of teams towards end games. But thank you so much for your breakdowns, Snipe. Keep your eyes out. Let me know what you've been seeing. I've got to get Dia back in here with me as we move on to our match number 2, World's Edge post-crypto ban.
Ah, yes, the post-crypto ban world. I'm picturing that, you know, that nice image of a city with flying cars and beautiful crystalline skies, and it's just ALGS if we started with a crypto ban. But we wait the one game, and crypto is gone. All of our IGLs and/or anchor players free from the prison of playing one of the best legends in the game. It's in a weird spot because crypto is so good for comp, but you hardly ever see him in ranked, and it's a really difficult spot to balance a legend from. But crypto definitely getting the short end of the stick in the ALGS. Always the bride, never the bridesmaid. Doesn't make sense that way.
You know what? I love it. I'll just agree to it, because that's like when I just drop an anime reference and you're like, sure, Tiff, sure. That's what regular metaphors do for me. My brain is just like, I cannot compute.
I listen, I wish that I was even giving you regular metaphors. I always try and twist them some way, and I think it breaks them. Sometimes
it's fine.
Sometimes, Tiff, we genuinely get art, but other times, and most of the time, it doesn't work nearly so well. And you know what? That's a great way to think about Stallions, because Stallions, they twist their game all sorts of ways, and sometimes you get, like in game 1, art, but it was Snipe Down that just said they live by the sword and die by the sword. Stallions are an extremely emotional roster. While this is a great start to the day for them, I am hesitant to say that we will see it replicated. If we do, amazing. And if we don't, can't say we didn't see it coming.
Another episode of Dia's doubting. You are literally just preying on the downfall. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to go that route. But for Stallions, right, moving into match 2 post-crypto ban, those changes are going to look similar to Skittle Cakes popping onto Seer, because Seer has 20 picks in our lobby and will be the next legend banned. Chuby's actually going to pull from Catalyst and move on to Watson as well. A ton of Seer Watson in match number 2, which is going to allow us to pop that ring immediately. And where are are we headed? Oh, beloved Falcons at Sorting Factory. Why is this just triggering nostalgia for me? The fact is, we had a Sorting Factory ending over in EMEA today. Sure, this circle is actually a little more confusing. I don't know if it's going to commit to Sorting Factory or if it goes actually over to Harvester. And Dia, that's where I'm going to pose it to you. You tell me.
That's what I'm wondering as well, because Harvester zones were patched out a while ago, like a long while ago. In I want to say 2022, we had a lot of Harvester zones just straight up removed from the game.
Yeah.
I don't know if with the POI rework they were reintroduced because Sorting Factory was also taken out around that time. If it does end up being Harvester, it'll be the south side of Harvester, just by the snake that leads into Sorting Factory.
Yes.
That is a very old zone though, and I'd be surprised. Oh, it could be the pathway that connects the two as well, but both of those should have been patched out in 2022. I don't know if Sorting Factory has reintroduced them, and it looks like the teams don't really know either. Everybody is betting Sorting Factory right now. We're seeing everyone crowd into the eastern side of the zone, but
this could be bad though, because if it does,
it could be bad.
Okay, but look, we're not far enough into Harvester to get the west side of it, right? But I have seen north side Harvester zones, but like you said, it's been an eternity. But for now, all the teams that are running amok and causing chaos, like worldwide, getting sent on, we lose out on Vaxlon. It's just Nate and MT that have to close the gap. They do so. MT with the knock on a Swede and SSS. Not used to giving SOS.
If they're not giving us results, they'll give us content. Everybody remember, ALGS Multiview, your place to listen to said content, because SSS
Good. I want to hear
have the comms right now.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to Sweet. He got engaged like maybe a month ago, and we love that. We love life.
Did you know?
Yes.
Did you know? Baby Nikki, Sweet's fiance, right?
Yes.
That's fiance.
Lovely.
Sweet's fiance is the first person I ever cast ALGS with.
That is actually sick. She's also so dang good at this game. Like, I used to watch her play a ton of Pathfinder, a ton of Gibby. That girl fried.
No. Very, very talented. I guess whether on controls or on microphone. And Sweet will have a little bit of extra time to spend with her now, since he's got the gray screen for the next 20 minutes. It was a difficult call. Difficult call, but you know, you want to go for the early kills, I suppose. It is your first weekend back in the ALGS, and that is not just for Sweet, that's for the rest of his team as well. As much as you can learn a lot from scrims, knowing how powerful you are compared to every other ALGS team when they are playing as they do actually during Pro League is not really something that you get the chance to try out. Yeah. Sykes die?
No, he's still
Sykes.
alive. He's healthy. There's a pixel.
Yeah.
There's a pixel.
Team Liquid the untouchable.
It's fine. Everything's fine. They're good.
I'm good. There's no slander coming out of my mouth. It's all love.
According to Zero.
Team Liquid. Falcons though, feeling out maybe a lot of love. Certainly looking like a lot of violence.
I'm okay with this, right? Because I saw a lot of people talking, what was Timmy gonna do? How was this going to go down? And then I saw people talking about Hal and how he turned the lights on in his room. He's got the Falcons jersey on and they've never seen him this locked in. So far, so good, right? We're turning it around. We take down the Stallions here in match number 2. We're inching our way up fight by fight.
Now, speaking of turnarounds, that is the classic Stallions maneuver. They win the first game, 19th in the second with 0 kills. This is the live by the sword, die by the sword play style that Snipe Down alluded to that has bitten them so many times before. As much as Stallions have this incredibly high ceiling, their floor is constantly the thing that bites them. Team Liquid able to avoid the floor that it looked like Sykes was heading for earlier and actually survive their rotation out.
Brother, it's fine. Look, here's the deal. They're doing great.
They are.
What if this was like
I'm not saying they're not.
To only say positive things about Team Liquid. You guys thought we were on the Team Falcons and contract and we could only say nice things about Team Falcons? You guys are wrong in chat. Honestly, welcome to the chaos that is Americas. Now, we did talk about that circle, and I will say it is still just as confusing. There's about 5 teams over in Harvester, and now Team Liquid holding down the choke to watch the team still trying to make their way out of Fragment and Monument. For Team Vision, however, This is what I like to see. We're in Countdown, where you could find a thing called a ring console, which is great to get yourself the most accurate information. Do we go Harvester? Do we go Sorting Factory? And then just fighting for a space into it.
Let's take a listen to find out.
Based off of past knowledge.
Oh my god, dropping your 2x.
Got one. I need that, please.
No skins in Big Mod. Skins. I have scans towards the recon over here.
Okay.
100% I have scans over there. They're like low staging, it feels like, though, on the recon, or on the heartbeat.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Beacon.
This determines our macro right here. It is hard.
Right.
Yep. Aging just said it too. They're gonna fly in somewhere.
Yeah, we just need to be the team that can get this height, because it's gonna pull right on that.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's start wrapping this hill over here. Let's get the top thermal hill, and then be the team that plays into the rock, and then be the team that plays into the ravine.
Oh my god,
team.
so fucking good.
Yeah.
That's some juicy macro right there. And you know what else is juicy? Harvester zones being back. Team Vision are calling it, but basically no one is predicting this. We saw so many teams in Sorting Factory. We'll get to see them again, as most squads don't have this information.
No, they do not. And right now, Team Liquid fresh off a geyser rotate to wall bounce off the, one of those like stalagmite mountain things. I never know what to call those things. But we got some teams over in geyser across the way. But for now, you have to think about what we're gonna do if you're on the east side of World's Edge, because we're going west. So for Team Liquid, hedging their bets going north, the teams that rotated laid out a fragment and monument. We checked in with the map. It was teams like Free Thinkers, Ninjas in Pajamas, and this is going to show you the setup that Ninjas in Pajamas has just on the neighboring choke.
I do wonder if Team Liquid go for a small engagement right now, because Alter's still in and Seer's on top of that. If you think that being EMP'd into Ultra Cute is tough, try being silenced into an Ultra Q. Oh, silenced and slowed.
Well, let's see.
They're very popular for that reason. Liquid get silenced themselves, but the pylon critically goes down first. That is really nice timing out of Sykes.
It forces out the exhibit and Cole, but Zero also has a crazy angle. We need the knock here to be able to stack into a 3v2, but based off Ninjas in Pajamas getting 14 kills in that first map, they're ready to fight. However, Kurev goes down, and we stay healthy, and Team Liquid amps up the aggression, and it's just Vayne left standing, and Panic takes significant damage and does what is best, pulls back. The team finishes it out, and Ninjas in Pajamas with a crazy early exit. Job's not done though, because here come Free Thinkers.
The freest of thinkers have truly been liberated off of this third party as well. Nox gonna come in. Team Liquid in shambles, but critically not yet dead. I think actually managed to take the Void Nexus all the way out. So they might be able to get a full reset. Free Thinkers inherit their position. Panic's gonna get picked up off the ground just in time while Sykes is dead. Things could be a lot worse, and Zero has a very easy way on Alter to recover his banner.
Oh, wait a
Crazy
second.
Strongfish are actually watching for this though.
Panic?
Getting close to Panic right now, who's just managed to heal up. He's got the silence out, but Aveki finds him and definitely has the backup to take this kill. Zero's gonna turn around, try and answer back, but Aveki gets out just in time, leaving Team Liquid down to a solo once again.
My brain just goes, no, Ron, no! What is it? He's going to sacrifice himself! In a horribly bad accent. But I feel like Panic just was the sacrificial lamb of that play for Zero to try and make something.
Oh!
And here come the Thinkers, the Free Thinkers, and Team Liquid are just going through it. And this is where you immediately know Zero is just like, what the heck? But other words.
I would imitate Zero's comms, but then I would be instantly muted and deleted from the broadcast.
They would just send you back away.
Well,
Like, you know,
the ALGS, for those of you who tend to stay off Twitter, don't have it installed, or just happen not to have yet followed the Apex Legends Global Series, check out the tweet from yesterday about having missed Zero's comms, because Tweets like that from the socials team get me laughing, and Zero's comms are a welcome addition to my ears.
Top 5 things
Falcons
to love about ALGS.
They've lost Hal. They have critically not lost Hal's comms.
That's okay though. He's probably, we can always get that apples and bananas rendition out of him at some point again. Life would be truly like superior. But for now, Timmy and Guild running it down as a duo. Hopefully we can get Hal back in for the end game, but this is the cost of, you know, landing Sorting Factory, having everyone int Sorting Factory because it looks Sorting Factory, and then we have minimal ways to get into Harvester, one of the most notoriously difficult zones to get into from this area of the map.
It sounds anticlimactic, but once we're done with this fight, I really want to take a look at the zone, because there has been a really big pivot that even Team Vision, with their foreknowledge, did not call. And a lot of teams going to be even more surprised that the zone, then that the zone is going Harvester, about the way that it ends up pulling. Okay. Team Falcons are going to lose at least one with Guild down. Now that it's up to just Timmy, the super sub, his chances of surviving this rotate slim to none. But in Timmy, I trust. He's a good guy. He's a better player.
Only he was Path.
And we'll have to hope that's enough.
If only he was Path. Instead, we've got a rogue Watson. But I'm telling you, Watsons with movement are terrifying. As we look towards AG Global, pylon down, and a look at where the circle is betting on. The teams that have the ring console and answers and the fights and the crazy thieves. Wait a second. Koifel burning alive. Jen Burton down. Where is Phony? In the lobby. In the lobby.
That guy is gone. Shopify Rebellion picking up the kill, and Crazy Thieves out despite their early investment into Harvester. Again, we must look at this ring. The zone is insane. Not pulling towards the south end of Harvester, but actually pulling here, right on top of AG Global's position in the dead center of Harvester.
He's alive.
Very old zone.
W Press out of the lobby in 15th place. Now, the exodus from the south side is crazy. All the realization coming through. That means we have to get through the snake and we have to get into Harvester, more specifically North Harvester. And Nice Guys, we've got some work to do. Cody Juxie's last up for Nice Guys. Across the way. Try to see what happens as Jostron sends in. Cody playing the knockdown shield to perfection, but still have 2 more to take down. Oh,
we've got a pylon. You're being naded. Nice Guys.
Put it down. You have an ult Excel. You can get it back. Just put it down. Place it.
Saving the pylon for perhaps next game.
I thought you were saying next
Might end up working as more teams start pouring in. This is now a 3-team fight in the beanbag room. See Nombre come up. They save Nice Guys for now. Strongfish are out, but they've inherited the fight up against the Nice Guys. You have to imagine that they know it. Nocturnal, sitting on the beanbag, is going to be left for dead as the Nice Guys rest and recuperate with a Void Nexus to bring Nocturnal back to the rest of the squad. I think they're actually going to make a full recovery here. We'll take a look at Team Vision's rotate. They've had to make a very, very big adjustment as the zone pulled up much further north than they or I expected. You, Tiff, however, you did call this.
I would have thought it would have went a bit further north into the Snake on Harvester, but this is fine, honestly. We're throwing down the exhibit and we're going to fight just for that. We have got to deal with Sesame oil on the side, because this is where you were initially thinking, right?
Right around here, right basically here, as Buckle Boys are trying to leave.
Hello.
And you can see how difficult that zone would be to play.
Very.
Buckle Boys and Sesame Oil, they both find out. Sin Nombre gonna walk in right past them. The Nice Guys, having made a full recovery, could fight Sin Nombre, but they've got 2 teams they have to deal with JD Gaming right behind them. Juxie gets cooked between 2 squads. Nice Guys, Free Thinkers out. JD Gaming looking down to see Nombre, but with AG Global at their backs as well. JD Gaming have a decision to make, and they choose to fight AG Global. Yanya ends up finding the knock against AG. And JD Gaming down to just Keon. Swing onto Yanya. Finds the knock.
Oh, we need a shield swap though, and there goes the Seer Silence, and JD Gaming out of here. Shopify Rebellion fall off screen as well, but the chaos and carnage for Harvester is not done yet. A bit of a reprieve for Sin Nombre, but AG Global find themselves with a Void Nexus reset, and Timmy still alive. You know he's talking to Hal and Guild right now, but where do I go? What do we do?
I hope his kid is watching.
I hope my kid is proud of me.
Yeah, exactly. the cat by the monitor. Meow, you can go, Dad. Meow.
Just cheering you on. Daddy's first day of Apex ALGS Split 2.
I mean, legit super sub though. Timmy has gotten them a lot more points than they would otherwise have, having made it all the way to top 6 as a solo. That's exactly the kind of performance that you need from somebody coming in to save your season. Worldwide up on top of Harvester right now. They're positioned right above AG Global, but AG Global have basically drawn no aggro from other squads. They extended to fight JDG, they got the kill, and then were able to come back with the Void Nexus, Alter providing an absurd amount of safety to a team like AG Global that otherwise would be sitting here with 0 KP playing underneath Harvester.
Nice little opening there for Nate to grab that ArcStar on a Soviet. Now, the 3v2. Not sure if they've been able to get that back. No, they see her attacked and they get the full, and we are holding out. Gonna be a little bit of a brawl here as we still work towards full 11. Vaxlon grabbing Legatron. Timmy found out by Future. Still, making it almost a top 5 is a great work there for the solo.
Down to 4 teams now. Team Vision still in this, despite the adaptation that they had to make. AG Global, one of the best squads, having managed their way into this zone as well. And Sin Nombre, the survivors, having fought Team Liquid so early on, and yet still having managed to survive, make their way into the top 4 as well. Who's gonna take this?
Alter in Harvester is insane right now, and we are just throwing Arc Stars to stick up by the portals to be an absolute menace. Your last few teams, Sin Nombre, Worldwide, AG Global, and Team Vision. Team Vision holding the northernmost position when they had bet that we were going towards the south side of Harvester. Oh,
I mean,
Kidnap?
This top 4
Seer attack?
Has every Mexican player in the Apex Legends Global Series right now. They're all here in this final circle. AG Global and Sin Nombre. Will one of them manage to come out on top? Or will it be Worldwide? Team Vision.
We haven't really talked too much about Team Worldwide. And they're really interesting, right? You inherit MT from APAC South. You got Nate from the EMEA side of things, and throw Vaxlon into the mix, and they're on the move. Building up the fences now on the mid ground, but that Seer attack connects, and MT gets ripped apart. Worldwide
going for the third party. That is their game over. I appreciate the attempt, but it gives Team Vision a big opening. Sin Nombre down to 1. And AGG recovering on the low ground. Chikis draws the fire of Team Vision, letting AG Global actually recover to a 3v3, and this will be the final 3v3 of the game.
And they throw down the exhibit, the pylon, defenses up by Loader, sectioning off the Battle of Harvester. How are we going to open it? Because AG Global's on the low ground. We've got to find an angle, and that's exactly what Zach was looking to do. Here goes the portal behind, but through the building they go.
Yanya does get through everything. They've got the option to come back at any time. AG Global do not have to commit to the fight, but Nazul commits a little too far. Has to get back to the team now. This Team Vision haven't lost one just yet. They've got AG Global popping up all around them. It is like a game of whack-a-mole for Team Vision, but the Moles claim Loader, and ultimately Team Vision give them the final whack for game 2.
Yanya emerging from the void straight into the open hands of Team Vision, and Team Vision net themselves a well-deserved win. The moment you go back in time when they're in countdown, popping the ring console, they go down to Big Mod, they're looking for every bit of information that they can get. A good listen in leading to this result is what is exactly needed to do. Dia, that was great work.
Yeah, stellar play from AG, from Team Vision, and from Sin Nombre as well, making it into the top 3. I liked where we were going. I liked the vision for Team Worldwide, but to be honest, looking at that game, I think they got a little bored. I think they were sitting on top and going, we don't really have much to do. We don't really know what we can do. I guess we'll eat this.
They got 12 kills. Like, we tied the amount that Team Vision was able to do, and I know Snipe just said, he's like, dude, I was watching Vision the whole game, and all of their rotations were uncontested. which leads them to only getting the 5 kills, which came for the most part at the end.
Which also, by the way, makes total sense because Team Vision saw this ring when no one else did. And literally no one predicted this ring pull. We haven't seen a Harvester zone in... Yeah, I want to say 2 years. I keep thinking it's 2 years. I'm going to have to double check the patch. But it is years since we have seen a zone pull like this. And so to see Team Vision make their way into it, it's no surprise that their rotations were uncontested because who in their right mind was going to play for this ring?
Yeah, I don't know. No one would have anticipated that unless you had the information. But then you look at our series results, and with Stallions going out, 19th or so in that game, it opens the door for everyone else to points jump it. Now, AG Global and Team Vision up so many positions, just 1 point behind them, and then Worldwide is right there with full 11 rounding out the top 5. Like, the point sponge has been so crazy, but then you look at the bottom half, they just need 1 win to get back into it. And guys, if you're loving what you're seeing, or maybe you just want to get in on the crazy comms, be it Sweet, be it Hal, be it Timmy, be it wherever, go check out Multiview. You can watch your way, available for all regions. Maybe you're a fan of APAC North, APAC South. Go check it out because you can focus on teams, you can pull up the map, all of the different ways to get all the information. Maybe you want to be a content creator, throw some stuff up on YouTube. This is like your key to success to get all the information. But just watch it.
Do yourself a favor. Pull up SSS comms because I want them and I want you to experience them.
Ooh, all right, go experience the goodness, guys. Go check into SSS comms. In the meantime, we'll catch y'all after this break.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series. Y'all, it is match day 2 of pretty much an accelerated Split 2 series. It's been all weekend full of Apex action, Dia, and it's just heating up. I mean, we had that Harvester ending.
That, I'm sure, rocked a lot of teams' worlds. And granted, we are in the Americas, where a lot of teams have analysts, have coaches. Some of them may have seen this coming. Many likely did not, but with the reintroduction of Sorting Factory, the zone algorithm has made a significant change on World's Edge to reintroduce zones like that. Something that is actually probably making Harvester teams very happy as well. Harvester used to be a really good zone POI, got deprioritized quite a bit with the ring console changes, and now I sense that I'm just digressing and getting to a point where I'm talking about things that are way too, I think, non-consequential. Realistically, they're fun for analysis, but
I was gonna say,
game 3 is gonna happen regardless.
Non-consequential, dude. I'm too illiterate for that, and I read so much. But here's the deal, guys. You guys keep an eye on Multiview. You guys watch the player comms. I watch social media, and I saw a couple tweets of people talking about it. They're like, dude, we don't see zones like that in scrims. What do you mean? So you are 100% correct. Probably most of these teams got rocked, and they were like, circles of old. Let's see what we can do. But one team in particular, with their uncontested rotations, net themselves a big win to put them in contention for a match day win. Now, I'd love to go somewhere different, right? We had Skyhook in match 1. If we're going, Harvester game 2, why not check out a completely different side of the circle? Now that we lost out on Seer, still gonna have Watson in the mix, of course, but Mad Maggie influx? I like.
No Bloodhound enjoyers.
Any Bloodhound enjoyers?
It's not Flame, but it's said with disdain as I look at the legend compositions of everyone. Nope, not a single Bloodhound in this lobby right now, much to my disappointment.
Okay.
Much to my disappointment.
A lot of Maggies. It's a Watson-Maggie tie again, so we'll see at the end of it who's going to break that, but we're going to the northeast, and SSS already up there. NinjasinPyjamas benefiting because they start East Village. Worldwide heading immensely, just full sending. And my big question is for like Falcons at Sorting Factory, definitely going to have people running up on them trying to escape the south side of things. Team Liquid over in Lava Fisher do have that ring console, so they will get some accurate information on how they want to approach this. Same with Team Vision.
Could be a really good game for...
Does Team Vision have a ring console? I see 2 surveys.
Does Team Vision have a ring console? I don't believe they do. I think it's normally... You'd see it like just under the nameplate of one of them, but it would be a little... It would be visible.
Ew.
They don't have it.
2 survey beacons. Yikes. Okay, so they're going to have to rotate to look for a ring console based off that. Well, we talked about SSS getting that early rotate in, and Sacred is finding a knockin' full onto Naughty. Hey.
SSS. Their fight so far going well, although a little chaotic. They've got a space to call their own between these icicles. With all of them being on white shields, the early rotate out of Monument it's good that it's so fast. This is a place where we could see zone teams and why they have been nerfed just a little bit coming into this split, because the white armors are so much harder to get rid of with the change to when Evo ends up popping, but also to the change of attachments and beds being as easy to find. So we could very well see this be a difficult game for SSS, or maybe we find out they're actually just the gods of zone.
Could be. They definitely could be the gods of zone. That's a really sick name to have, honestly. For JD Gaming, a little bit of reset needed here. Eon on the move to try and find potential. Make that happen, but we'll check in. All right, good. Getting Naughty back at least to a duo. So, Team Liquid, we last saw them at Lava Fissure, have already made it toward the western side of Epicenter. And with that sound alerting the resets that are occurring nearby, and start looking and scouting.
AGG with a fantastic game despite not finding the win in the last round. Seem to be starting things off well again as Falcons are the victims of circumstance. Triple take connecting from AGG, but now it's the Buckle Boys coming in to finish the job.
Oh, wait a second. Guild last standing. Not the start the Falcons would have wanted from them. Maggie Ball on the inside goes straight out the door, and we just get folded like a lawn chair.
Buckle Boys eliminating Falcons in 20th place before first ring close. Will we lose another team before the close? Vex Gaming get to dictate it? Seems like yes, we would. But it's a great repelling of this push from Buckle Boys, forcing Vex Gaming back onto the low ground and actually a Void Nexus out entirely into Fragment, where JD Gaming and Full 11 are close by.
You also have Nice Guy who's kind of in the horizon as well, over on the Fragment side of things. So we'll see what happens. But for now, it seems as if we backed off, waved the white flag, and we want to play the long game. A lot of these teams still kind of in shambles, right? The fact that we're on blue is great, but most of our teams still looking towards the north and trying to get there. Good look into Stallions after their win in match number 1, an early exit in match number 2. Is this the true game of the come up, the roller coaster?
I don't know if he wants this. I don't know if I'd take the corrupted barrel here. For Albralele, a guy likes to ADS, and corrupted barrel really good for, I suppose, the longer, faster engagements, but Alba's always struck me as a player that likes to lock in on an angle a little bit more. So we could see this in a minor way be a nerf to him. It is ultimately about recoil control, so Alb, even with this corrupted attachment, could still make it work and just reap pure benefit as long as he's able to control the recoil.
So true. Also true. Well, let's see. Strongfish. Fight it out. I'm not gonna lie, anytime you have a fight in sorting factor, when someone's on top of main sorting, it almost always goes to them winning the fight. And look how much damage Stallions just took in literally 2 seconds.
Trying to make their way back to the Void Nexus. The wall passage not nearly as safe as they thought. The beanbag room, however, will give them a little bit of safety. A nice back away from Stallions, literally just in the nick of time. Strongfish have certainly been a point of strength today. I've really liked the way that they are playing, despite not having come out on top of anything just yet. I think it's certainly a squad to keep your eyes on. Strongfish have been remarkably consistent through the 2 games that we have had so far, almost netting themselves a spot in the top 10, but not quite making it just yet. Maybe with a couple more kills, it could be their game, but it'll be a difficult journey there, as up towards the north they must go, through teams like Full 11, Nice Guys, Buckle Boys, AG, Global, and even Sin Nombre, who find themselves in their path to probably a canyon zone. This looks like one of the spots that'll pull a little more towards the train tracks in the center. There is a chance this is an East Village zone. I have not seen enough East Village zones to tell you because it's a new POI.
Yeah, honestly, might as well debut the revamped World's Edge to its fullest potential here today for Buckle Boys down here in the tunnel. AG Global on the other side. Don't know if we actually see this fight fully kick off. All right, well, we're investing a Mad Maggie ult and getting lit up by Cruel Buckle himself for the longbow at a 2x4. The boink finally happens, but he was really committed.
It's a very nice expenditure of a Maggie Ball to save your life. Not a whole lot of people would come out on top of that, but Buckle Boys, unable to find the kill, are forced to back away. It is AG Global, who they were fighting and attempting to find the kill on. That one ult down for AG Global, not going to be enough to let them push out onto the rest of the Buckle Boys. You don't really want to fight for the tunnel. You'd much rather fight for the space up top where W Press and Sin Nombre currently sat. Even this area over here for Worldwide, who have again found themselves in a really good spot. There's a lot of good things to say about this team. Like you were talking about their story, quite interesting when it comes to how the squad came together. But you add to that the fact that clearly this unorthodox team has the knowledge and has the teamwork to make it into endgame zones already on their first couple days of Pro League.
I'm telling you, I really do love all the changes that came out of Split 1 playoffs that we've been witnessing from like the roster shakeups. Still an interesting team, but I know that MT, kind of that guidance there, is going to be just great. Like he's done exceptional throughout his competitive Apex history. Throw Vax on and Nate in there. It's gonna be really cool to watch how it goes down. However, with them dead center of zone, I'm not worried about this game.
It's interesting to see the way that teams the way that talent migrates to the Americas. NIP, the premier team coming out of the region in Split 1. Let's see what they are thinking in their first couple of games of Split 2.
They have blue, they have blue, they have blue. I have the building. I'm throwing arse on them. One's running out front. One's running out front. Yeah, they're running. Oh, they're running at me. Right here. Whooping. TPing into the build. TPing into the build. Cut them 1-1. Okay. They're outside on the backside. Outside on the backside. I'm one. Play slow. Play slow. We have a knock. We have a knock. I need to heal up and then we can swing. 40 on 1. I'm nading them. I'm healing. On me. 100. Maggie 1. Okay, bet. I'm about to push up. I rub an up inside on this. 1 second on my med kit. Okay. Push him now. One inside. I'm coming with you, Crave. I'm with you, guys. Yeah. I can't see right now. I broke down. Throw nades. One. Yeah, so you Crave. Oh my god. Dead. That's one. Nice. Chill, no, we're getting third. They died. No. Still alive. Okay. Yeah, he is. Team fight for
ShopifyRebellion out, and NinjasinPyjamas are sounding good as they finish off Free Thinkers and they claim East Village for themselves. Now, mind you, all the things that they've been fighting, they need a good fight like that because now they actually get loot. When you start in a POI and everyone has immediately sent onto here, that was a well-needed KP and restock.
When we get a chance, we'll bring up the map once again. This is a new POI, or rather a new ending coming out of the new patch, as East Village makes this zone pull possible. Normally right off the bridge wouldn't have been allowed before because this zone would have been entirely lava. But now that East Village is there, suddenly absolutely playable. And I say playable thinking there's probably a lot of open space here that's going to make it miserable to play, but legal it is.
Yeah, you know, I've kind of been in this like interesting mindset lately that I am down for these miserable end games because as a viewer of competitive Apex, this lends to everything that I want to see. For nice guys, you don't want to round a corner and see SSS and then immediately hear an ult full sending you Cody down, Nocturnal down, and SSS just need to send Juki's packing.
Oh, those are some nice fences, and that is a nice team fight. Unfortunately for SSS, the timing not quite as nice. A third party starting to come in as Team Liquid and Vex take a look at this. The Buckle Boys are going to go down. Team Liquid looking for Vex now, and with a 3-team fight, there's a world where SSS get to reset.
There's also going to be more teams looking to head this way as we go north. But for now, Team Liquid need to deal the finishing blows in a riot drill, hoping to shred them 0 on the low ground as they hunt the disengage. Vex hoping they can get the pickup. And if they do, it's just going to be like slapping and Vex Gaming out of the lobby. But here comes Team Vision on top of Stallions.
With the third round closing, SSS were caught outside of zone. Sweets down, Slayers down. The zone is too much. And ultimately, we'll be saying goodbye to another team, full 11, collecting a lot of those kills. The Stallions having made their way now much deeper into the game than the last into the top 12. Watch Sin Nombre be eliminated.
Okay. We're in it, almost to the top 10. Harder rips off Albrelelli, and Team Liquid through the portal, finding more. STRONGFISH and full 11 on the horizon. You're just fighting so many people, but you've got to push them out. Panic, leaving him. Veki is 1 HP, swing it. Full send, STRONGFISH out of here. 0 picked back up. This is what we wanted to see out of Team Liquid. And for AG Global, too much to handle.
Yeah, run over at the very last second. W press, dealing the killing blow. Sesame Oil as a duo tried to come in for the third party and may very well have signed their own death warrants because now they've got aggro from W press. Say that 5 times fast. Stallions gonna slide up the hill onto Zach. Shubi, knowing he's got an advantage, slides even further, and the Stallions are kicking once again.
The fact that Shubi just did that much damage from an uphill battle is gnarly. Now, Skittlecakes and Alb trying to hold tight while we can get Shubi back up. Sesame Oil not going to survive the southern side. W Press finding even more. Crazy Thieves lurking in the shadows, wanting to find a way to get involved. But Stallions, for now, still have to contend with Team Vision who reset and Worldwide on the bridge. And those P20s, man, you hear them. They're going off.
Those sound like Hammer Point P20s as well.
He sounds
fully evoed up. and are ready to cook. Stallions are not full healed by any means. Even Albrelele has plenty of meds, but just hasn't had the time to pop them. Unfortunately, Skittle Cakes, without being full health himself, doesn't get an easy way to rejoin the rest of the team. But he's going to be pulled back with the Void Nexus, giving an opportunity for Stallions, ironically, to die here. Because Skittle Cakes isn't there to bait a finish, they're going to absorb a lot more pressure from the teams around them, and ultimately it is Worldwide that helped push Stallions out of the lobby. We are into the top 7 teams with our penultimate zone about to finish closing. Ninjas in Pajamas look for Crazy Thieves, who have the ultimate high ground.
W press fell at the hands of CRT, but CRT kind of trying to hold off against Ninjas in Pajamas. But when you've got a Kraber in Kirev's hands, Vayne connecting a frag onto Phony, I don't know if CRT is going to be able to withstand the pressure that Ninjas in Pajamas is putting on. Yeah. Just like that.
Ninjas in Pajamas, it appears, despite the 100 banger that absolutely would have baited in a weak man such as myself, Kurev is disciplined and moves back with the rest of the team. Crazy Thieves do eventually fall. The majority of those kills collected by NIP, so it is still a big win for them. And it is full 11. They do deal the killing blow. Now focusing back on Worldwide and Team Liquid as those two teams fight for the bridge.
This is going to be one of those gnarly fights because you still have full 11 in the mix and Zero's down. Sykes and Panic have to play around the Jenny. But look at Vax. He pops down, goes through the middle, and the Prowler gets eviscerated, but still does a chunk of damage, but it keeps Worldwide at bay with Nate on the low ground, and the connecting riot drill forces him to reposition. But it's not done for Team Liquid because this allows full 11 to try and walk in, take space, clean up Worldwide, but now focus right back onto TL.
Our winners of Game 2, Team Vision, are absolutely still in this as well, having recovered on the bridge. Team Vision can fight full 11 whenever they well please, and JD Gaming just behind them have Naughty starting to walk in. Team Vision did not check their backs for this, and without something like Seer or Crypto, they just don't know that Naughty's here at all.
Interesting, because now you have to focus on the fact that we have Naughty, full 11, Team Vision, and Ninjas in Pajamas taking so much space in circle. Dive out of the frag. Make sure we stay healthy here, because the swing is crazy.
This position is so illegal from full 11. Where are you strafing on this bridge? The cross is completely doomed, and ultimately, it is going to be Team Vision that win that fight. They take down Naughty as well, and Team Vision are back into the top 2, but Ninjas in Pajamas choose this moment to strike Kraber from Kurev. Would be deadly, but the nade keeps him off. That plus the Maggie drill has everyone swinging on Kurev. He's just got to buy time. He is in a 1v2 with Kurev in a 1v2. It is his home territory. Ninjas in Pajamas are slain by a disciplined NIP.
The way Ninjas in Pajamas just put on a masterclass to kind of clean up that end game. Well done. Even the portal to bring them through the rock to finish it off. Ninjas in Pajamas. Was it 14 kills in match number 1? And now we get their first win of split 2 in match 3.
I blacked out for a second.
It's respectable. I would too.
Way too crazy of an end game for me to watch the Ninjas in Pajamas turn that around, especially with the way that Team Vision were proactively playing up on Kurev. I think most of the time, that's exactly the solution that you need to turn it around. And Kurev, with great recognition of that, is able to turn this into a much more convincing win. I don't know, Tiff. I love the way the Team Vision played that, but NIP absolutely played it better.
Well, like, the fact is, like, anytime you have a circle that is kind of coming to where you land, it doesn't always end up like this. And if it does, you have usually way less kills, right? But Ninjas in Pajamas had to defend that East Village, and they did it really well. They get that initial fight. They kind of take up all the space in the north. They get 9 kills for 21 points. But you're right, Team Vision with their 9 kills, full 11 with 9 kills, and even Team Liquid all battling in from the same rotation to the north, walk away with multiple team fight wins. So I'd say that's still a success for them there in match 3.
A huge success. A lot of times you can get to second and go, it didn't quite work. In this case, Team Vision, very happy with the second place. It keeps them ahead of Ninjas in Pajamas. And I don't think either of these two teams are coming out upset. Full 11, though, really standing out with their World's Edge gameplay so far. Not a team that I had expected to do nearly as well in the first couple of games, but full 11 in the overall leaderboards have demonstrated in fantastic amount of consistency so far, and I realize I'm saying fantastic a lot, but
fantastic. I love when you say fantastic. It's just really fantastic, Dia. You know what else is fantastic?
Tell me.
A little break, a little reset. Let's do it.
Sony InZone, the official audio and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The slaughter is upon us. Blood spilled, and so it begins. War mode. First off, I'm here. Second off, everybody shut up. 3 things to make clear. Y'all forgot what's up. The gun is the tool. I'm on 5 on my top 5. Ain't no 6, man, we all right. I roll with 7 with 2 dots. 8 this beat on this 2 side. The hunter is the weapon. Chosen hunter, beast of slaughter, they will learn my name once more.
Oh my god. Whoa! No way! No way! I'm down 2 people meleeing them.
Well, hey, Snipe. That looks familiar.
Prowler's back, Bloodhound's back, I'm back. Let's go. I love to see it.
Get him in there as a sub, someone. We got him right here. He's ready to be your Bloodhound. He's going to stand up to the challenge.
As soon as I saw Bloodhound back in meta and I knew you were on today, I knew we needed to talk about that play because especially with the changes to World's Edge, it feels like a lot of this is coming back. And it's funny because even with the last zones that we saw, that's true more than ever. There's so much like old Apex Legends that is coming back into the meta today.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being drawn back into the game as we go. We're at like year 7, and it's like, all right, I feel like I'm in year 2 again. So it's pretty cool to see come full circle. Game's a little different, but it's cool to see it kind of come full circle. I guess, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, I love that. But here's the deal, Snipe. You were keeping your eyes back onto NinjasinPyjamas. You were really singing their praises earlier after their 14 kill game. But what in particular stood out to them recently with that win?
Yeah, I think for me, I think they're just one of the most versatile teams in terms of when we need to play edge, we don't force our way into zone, but when we know we have zone, we're going to hold it down as best as we possibly can. And I think that the biggest way to go about this, and kind of this is a game, if you're an up-and-comer like COD player, you watch this because you have to realize holding your space and not allowing a team to come into your East Village here, which is what we're seeing right now. You know, they go up against team. We heard the comms here as well. They force this team into the building. They trap them there. They make sure that none of them are going to take too much damage. They let Vayne heal up. You see he got weak in the corner there, and they just trapped them inside. Their comms were phenomenal here on when to push. They're just doing poke damage, poke damage, poke damage. There's no real reason. Cole comes in, tries to get some style points with some watching fences instead of shooting his gun. You know, that was just one of those where it's like, this is our area. We protect this. Do not let anyone in, and we will be able to hold this down the rest of the map. And we're going to see how effective that was when we pull up an image of what the positions that they were holding. And my favorite thing about this image is the fact that not another team the rest of the game even attempted to try and get into their space. And honestly, one of the biggest reasons for that is Kurev's positioning. He ended up getting a Kraber and played really far up with Alter, but gave himself the out with the portal to get back to his teammates. And without a bunch of Valkyries on the map being able to slam into the buildings in their East Village, he was able to go up with Kraber, get as many kills as he wanted. He was able to play that Slayer role. He has Cole in the back on Seer, and then he has Vayne as well, who's able to just poke people with the Maggie drill. So overall, I mean, this was the comms. This is our spot. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna hold. We're gonna let our Slayer move around with the Kraber, and they were able to get the KP, because a lot of games like this, when you just hold your spot, you don't end up with any kills. You just kind of just like work your way, and kind of like Vision was in game 2, where the game just kind of came to them. But NIP controlled so much area of this map, and it was just a phenomenally well played all around game from them.
Now, I'm actually curious about that while you had the picture, and I'm sorry, Dia, if you wanted to say something, but Crazy Thieves go south for W press. They could have went over towards East Village to NinjaPyjamas. Was it because Kurev has the Kraber that you think he was kind of also maybe trying to keep him at bay and hold space that way?
I definitely think it was, but at the same time, this is one of those where it's, if you're one of these other teams, you realize that no one is holding this East Village area, and all you have to do is get Kurev weak enough once to where he TP's back and you're able to run in and take space. It just felt like they were just dominating the whole map and kind of scaring off the rest of these teams who did have opportunities to push in. Even that one fight that NIP took in East Village, that was an opening for a lot of these teams to try and work their way in while that was going on, but since they cleaned it up so fast, it was like, okay, we now control all of this, and no other team even attempted it after that.
Honestly, that's a great breakdown.
I remember Kurev basically walked, he closed the distance, like he left the zone that was coming up and moved towards Crazy Thieves, which I think is a really important like distinction in how he holds the zone. We actually saw NIP do a really similar thing around the fences near Harvester last split, where they're able to take up so much space, and part of the reason they're able to do that is because they always look like they're attacking you, not like they're just holding space. And that distinction, especially with a player as talented as Kurev, like you point out, Snipe, is what lets them have such a dominant game.
Yeah, literally one player holding off an entire team and forcing them back is that's presence, if you say so.
That is playing big for sure. And all right, thank you so much, Snipe. And speaking of playing big, guys, I really want to get into the next map and see how these last half of our day 2 are going to go. So Dia, Graceful, get us into it.
Okie dokie. Well, we've had that big game out of NIP, and now it's time to change everything. Graceful, I've had enough of World's Edge. We're going to Storm Point. You know what? For good measure, I've had enough of Watson.
Straight back to Storm Point indeed, but one thing that I have had enough of, but is still back in the lobby, is Alter. We saw that at the end of the match, how utilized it was actually. With that Q in front of him, gets that one mag and then takes it through for safety, or even if he didn't, even if he would have gone down, his teammates would have definitely cleaned that up as well, and seeing the usage out of these characters is really good.
And if last game is anything to go on, Watson ended up being banned. But Maggie was next in line. Those two legends were tied during match 3. So during match 4, it's very possible, and I hate to tell you this, Graceful, that we see Alter survive all the way into match 5, if not beyond.
I mean, we have indeed, because once Maggie then goes out, we already know that the Gibby, Valk, Newcastle mix-ups are coming out as well, and if that's the case, Alter might go all the way as well. And we saw that in the EMEA earlier today, and people really are opting for their own preference, so to say, in regards of which comps they want to utilize. But we have also seen a couple of Bloodhounds come out roll in. Maybe we get to see some success of that character again today.
I certainly hope so. That is one legend that I am really looking forward to seeing. I love new experimentation, and you know what? As much as earlier today I was going, Stallions this, Stallions that, what can we expect from them? I'll tell you something else we can expect from Stallions, and from Albralele in particular. It's experimenting with new legends, and though Bloodhound may not be a new legend, the rework gives a potential to Apex Legends that we've never seen before. The invisibility, never really been a introduced mechanic outside of, I believe it was Crypto who first got the mechanic when being able to go invisible in drone, which vibes very differently. So I'd love to see specifically Stallions pull out a Bloodhound today. Could be very exciting, although I will tell you, unfortunately, this game it has not happened. I'm not seeing a Bloodhound in the lobby. Instead, I am seeing a lot of Alter. A lot of Alter. Alter is getting banned.
One thing I want to say though, I have to correct you. The old man in me has to correct you, Dia. No, we have seen Invis before. Not in a team orientation, but Mirage has had it in different levels as well. He used to have a really, really bad cloaking into a proper Invis, but he still wasn't combat ready in that regards. And then obviously the res, and now we're here with Bloodhound. But no Bloodhound indeed, as we see Alter coming through once again. And we can really see how it amplifies people's combat prowess as well. I would say that second match as well of today is when we see AGG just popping up absolutely everywhere. Team Vision still ends up taking that win, and they were third last night actually, and are sitting really strong at the top of the leaderboard.
I think it says a lot. You are right, by the way, and I'm very happy that you corrected me. I think it says a lot that those were so unmemorable.
Now, I always have enjoyed Mirage personally, and when he did have that cloaking device, it was just incomparably weak compared to the Invis that we have today. But seeing that mechanic for sure it's always a hot topic. It's kind of one of those things. I think Sear's in the same boat to where he's either Omega strong or he's weak and nobody plays him. And that mechanic alone is strong. But speaking of strong pull towards the east. Sin Nombre, one of the teams that we have talked about quite some bit today, haven't really found the footing to the degree that they might have wanted. But in this zone, nonetheless.
Worldwide also catching my eye. They've got the opportunity to have another big game. It feels like Worldwide, in the last couple of games, yes, they've always had a strong spot in zone, but when it comes to converting against the other strong teams that come in to take it away from them, Worldwide are almost never winning that fight.
Indeed, and STRONGFISH currently sitting 15th on 9 points. I would like to say, I think there was a 4-way tie on 9 points going into this match. A lot of teams can move up that leaderboard, even with just a meager potentially 10 points in this match will move you up several placements. And right now, in terms of placement, ShopifyRebellion getting hit really hard.
Sesame Oil getting hit almost equally as hard as these Titans trade blows. Sesame Oil end up deciding, we do not win that fight. Nameplates on or off, Sesame Oil run for the hills and ultimately pay for it with their lives, as it will be a recovery from ShopifyRebellion and Worldwide, who pick up the final kill.
Indeed, as we see a few of these teams still moving towards the zone, there's actually a surprisingly large amount of teams in the northwest side of things. About 5 teams are super late, I would say. Everybody playing kind of mid-speed, still opting for some more information. But in this choke, SSS running into potentially STRONGFISH, scouts them out and have now revisited their plans. Let's have a listen in with SSS to see what they're thinking.
Crossing right now. Ice shooting us right now. Keep low ground. A lot of people shooting low ground. Healing.
I'm good. I have 0 bats. I'm 0-14.
Get off the battery. Possible to like play prowlers? I don't know because it's Alter game. Like Alter building could just walk out. Yeah, there was a team playing this already. Need to know if they leave. That's the important thing. Don't throw me. I'm bomb right now. Upgrading prowler. Maybe we could live here.
As you hear them actually try to deduce what is happening happening with the fact that if teams play in certain areas, we cannot play there. So many spots are now unplayable due to the fact that a random altar can pop off from right behind you or straight through the wall. Sweet is taking his time to decide what they're gonna do, but for the moment they are getting pressured.
Slayer has to expend the cat wall here. That is a big cooldown. Although SSS, their spot isn't bad. I know that they were looking for another one, but should they have to stay here, it isn't the worst thing in the world. Cat wall certainly making me think that they will stick around a little while longer. Well, Sweet gets to take a trade with Vex. They definitely do have to show presence from a spot like this. Not just forward in the way that we are seeing them now towards the south, but towards the north as well. SSS can't just take their feet off the gas and let a team walk in above them, because that's another angle that will certainly doom their game.
Falcons gets caught by crazy Thieves for the moment, as Koi has been exploding some people today. One of the young players we've seen across the board that has been just absolutely performing to the degree that everybody has of him. Guild currently down, but Falcons on the run.
I think they've got the opportunity to res, and indeed they do. Falcons will manage to get Guild back into the game, I can only imagine, but I guess it's a little too out in the open. Timmy calls it off, and there are a few too many teams looking at this. Even Nice Guys start getting involved. Timmy has no real way out. Catalyst, for all that she's got a bunch of utility, mobility not exactly what I'd give her as a strong suit. And Timmy on the verge of being eliminated. Makes it into only the top 19. Second squad out.
Falcons flew too close to the sun and ended up getting burned by two teams. Tough decision for them, and one of the teams that people have always been enjoying in watching has had a rough day for today. But
10th, 6th, 20th, and 19th.
That's a rough day. That's a rough day.
Yeah.
But on flip side of things, though, Crazy Thieves, honestly, outside of their huge 20 bomb yesterday, also was above average, but not crazy.
Yeah. Not crazy. Thieves, maybe, but crazy. Not today.
Oh, Thieves?
Yeah. Hoping that they can steal away a few more points and really dial it up. As we get a zone pull that actually goes towards the spot that SSS were looking at earlier. Over by these Prowlers, this pulls definitively out of Launchpad. No real chance that it pulls back into the POI. It's much more likely to end over by W Press or actually in the Prowler pits themselves. See, Nombre, maybe with a chance to pop off here as a team that, like you mentioned, have had a couple of good plays, have had a couple of entrances even into end games, but haven't quite been able to execute on that success.
Indeed, as Stallions also sees this zone, currently sitting at 6th, getting into a spot where they can potentially or will have to come up if it does pull up north, just south of ShopifyRebellion. A lot of these teams are now in positions in where they're currently safe, but at some point they're going to have to fight several people, and the northern side is going to look incredibly collapsed.
Team Vision, their spots, their rotations, their zone calls have been there. Got them a win in game number 2, and they had a fantastic game in their third. Currently leading the lobby, but not by a huge margin. We've got NIP right behind them at 38 points. These two teams having to be very careful about when they go out relative to each other. While Team Liquid, looking for any success at all, have definitely made the top half with a top 10 placement so far. But if TIFF is to be believed, top 10 is far from their ceiling.
Indeed. We'll have to also join in on that topic, as Team Vision yesterday was top 3 and consistently high up today. Really goes to show the promises of something that could have been in this, that actually can still be. We're only in the beginning. It feels so crazy as all the actions we've had across the past couple of days has been so high. Team Liquid, however, northeast of the zone, just making sure to hold out their backs, doing that one thing I keep repeating: hold out your backs before you look forward, otherwise you get pinched, which is exactly what happened to Falcons, and right now is currently happening to Stallions.
And Stallions not running Bloodhound this game. Is that related to the fight? Absolutely not. Will I mention it? Absolutely. Listen, right now, to Team Vision have Carter with a nice angle through the window that makes their lives a bit difficult. Carter's going to get creative, take the high ground with the despised altar. but ultimately is working out quite well. The corrupted mag on the car, an interesting choice. Amplifying the reload speed, the car needs to take a little while longer, but also the damage they can put out in a short amount of time with an SMG of this caliber. Relatively short reload speed on the car already. It seems like that's the combination that Team Vision have decided is the strongest for them. Got a respawn going off on the bottom floor. Zach Mazer's going to swing and try and cancel it.
Vex Gaming lurking, NIP also lurking straight south of them. Whoever takes up this fight, if it's not clean by any means, they're gonna get probably instantly thirded.
STRONGFISH out. Vision's position is strong. Vision's position is strong. It's not a fantastic... Oh god, I keep saying that. Stop it! Spot in the zone. If they can get up to the high ground, I think the chances of Vision being able to weather the storm of the next couple of teams is highly improved, especially with NIP looking at them. That is a team that is practiced at killing even the best squads in the Americas. The Stallions, one of those teams on their good days, still deciding whether they're having a good day.
You could tell that Team Vision right there had the awareness, look through the window towards Launchpad actually, scouted out NinjasinPyjamas walking up towards them, and are now looking to recuperate for the moment in that building. But right behind NinjasinPyjamas is JD Gaming working their way in towards Launchpad. A lot of these teams are now congested, whether that be on the southern side, whether that be on the northern side. Several of these teams will fall as the next zone closes in 1 minute and a half.
AG Global have the spot that SSS were talking about earlier, that SSS pinged earlier, and are currently looking at SSS, keeping this squad from rotating up towards the Prowler Den. Newcastle Wall, really nice, and even in a game with Maggie, it's interesting that AGG have chosen to run Baby Comp anyway.
That's the thing. Not only they, but a lot of teams actually say that they prefer that comp and enjoy playing it because it is so easy to play. But getting full value when there's this many Maggies in the game is hard. But if you can make it work, you have that option of playing disposable positionings essentially due to the fact that you have a Newcastle and Gibby Bubble. You know, the question came out earlier from Sweet, can we play here on Prowler's Nest? The question might have been vague, but for that comp specifically, 100% you can play there.
Yeah, you can play a lot worse positions than this. AG Global are benefiting from the map covering for them in a lot of ways, but also the Newcastle Wall plus the Gibby Bubble, giving them almost infinite forgiveness. This wrap, however, not going to be very forgiving to Team Liquid. This drill comes in on top of them. Sykes, unable to really dodge that safely, has to get out of dodge, expends the ultimate to try and make this safe, but the Buckle Boys are not giving an inch. In fact, they are taking the whole mile, but Sykes deals it right back to him. The Uno reverse card in the last second, and it's going to be ultimately the Buckle Boys that are getting cooked in zone. Cersei last alive, and Team Liquid still with a lot of health left to work with, in a good position at that. Will lose 0, but Cersei falls, and the Buckle Boys go out.
I told you they had to clear out their bags. Was getting kind of dicey, but they managed to clear it out for the moment. But Free Thinkers actually engaging on Team Liquid as well as we speak.
Free Thinkers, they are absolutely a team that if you look weak, are gonna try and kill you. And Team Liquid, having lost 0, we're absolutely a weakened squad. Worldwide will not survive, but Team Liquid will join them shortly after. 14th is the spot that they leave us in, and the Free Thinkers leave with an extra 2 KP in their favor.
Many teams fall, as I have told you as well when we play Ranked. This zone does not hurt. Even when it's closing, you can still medkit it. Free Thinkers come in for the free 3P after Cruel Boys come in and essentially come into the back of Team Liquid, but couldn't really close out that fight, but damaged them enough for Free Thinkers to wipe them.
Negative somehow alive. It did not look like a survivable angle, and you know what? It still might not be. They may have thought a bit too freely. A Negative will fall, moving us down to 12 squads. This is the Crazy Thieves collect a little bit of the KP that went with that. SSS have lost Sweet, and while I did really want them to one day make it up to Prowlers, or at least fight for it, today's not looking like that day. SSS do get creative with Sacred's angle, moving up to the wall, but it's a matter of time until we lose this squad. They're trying to survive into the top 11 squads, maybe into the top 10. As a duo with a 30-30, it is possible, but is it probable?
It's gonna be a tough call to say for sure, as there are several teams around them right now. Nice Guys, full 11, Crazy Thieves on height, ShopifyRebellion as a solo, I believe, in front of them. WPress sitting in God spot and has been essentially been there the whole game. A lot to overcome, but for sure a 30-30 will help with that.
With Vex taken out, 11 teams remain. You know that Vision are going to be looking at this fight as well, but Vision do have their hands full at the moment with NIP, who started things off by knocking and full thirsting Zach. There's a duo left in the building for Team Vision, and the NinjasinPyjamas are going to try and take high ground off of this after all, leaving the rest of Team Vision on the bottom floor. NIP are thinking forward, but it means their backs are not clear, and Vision have the chance to reverse their fate. Carter and Loader, two big fraggers. Oh, and a huge nade onto NIP.
Huge nades puts him off of high ground right now. It's gonna come down to a 3v3 for who gets to walk up this hill or the zip line, as Kurev goes inside the building but loses to Loader in the 1v1. Vayne comes up for the trade. And Team Vision gets eliminated. Yes.
Barely, just barely. This zone does really hurt, and I fear that NinjasinPyjamas, even after finding the kills on Vision, will likely die themselves. Cole's trapped in a corner. Vayne gets lasered in the open, and while Cole valiantly swings out, he will leave us in 6th. The NinjasinPyjamas taken out by WPress. Sin Nombre looking at that fight as well, and Crazy Thieves looking only forward at JD Gaming.
Fights breaks out everywhere as Koiful is still trying to get some frags on this point. Gets naughty immediately, and now Phony is full HP, however. Actually managed to stay super healthy throughout that whole thing. Can they reset properly now? No. AG straight up from behind them, looking to clean this up with that bubble, with this comp we talked about.
Phony with his full HP does try and buy as much time for Koi as possible, but no reset to come in. And AG Global, unrelenting, get to move forward. Their bubble already expended, means that Koi gets a little bit more time. And AG Global heal up before moving in for the kill. We've got a small recall coming in, as Koifel does get tricksy with it. The Crazy Thieves trying to spread out as much as possible, trying to survive as long as possible, as it is ring around the rosy with AG Global chasing the last remaining member of the Crazy Thieves. Sin Nombre gonna take control of the building with WPress as a solo. This is essentially a 3v3 plus 1 intruder. WPress, the imposter in the center of zone. I think they found him.
They found Charmander, and he gets eliminated, and it comes down to a 3v3. AG Global versus Sin Nombre. Who is going to be able to force out this fight properly, as this zone is actually right on top of AG Global. But it is a platform, though. It's going to come down to a team fight, but it is Maggie versus Gibby comp. Who's going to use their utility better?
Which Latin American squad will triumph? Sin Nombre taking on AG Global. With Sin Nombre having just made it up to the Pro League, and AG Global having run this place for a long time. Jaguar is going to take a creative angle, but Yosi doesn't shoot him in the back just yet. AG Global have managed to take away height, and Chickus safe behind the fence for now. Almost takes Nazul straight out of the sky. Jaguars commits for the fight, and through the altar portal he goes. Neither team trying first blood yet, but with Chickus going down, it's traded by Yanya. AG Global, these Latin American squads going head to head, making a close fight. The knockdown shield critical though, as Jaguar pulls Yanya back to safety for the reset. Will the same thing happen on Sin Nombre as AG Global managed to recoup their health bars? We've got Rezes going off the other side, and Nazul says absolutely not. The rest of AG Global push up. Nazul goes down, but it is AG Global ultimately that assert their dominance in game number 4.
AG Global against the tides of Mad Maggies does not matter at all, as they pull out the Newcastle Gibby Val comp and place it to a high level. That last 3v3 only because of the fact that they could also reset with the Newcastle, and then having the Newcastle Q and eventually even bubble if they wanted to eat once again can close out this game, and they played super phenomenally that entirety of the match.
The baby comp difference in game number 4. Sin Nombre They just didn't have the same recovery capability. Catalyst, Mad Maggie, and Alter. Who's forgiving you there? They're all sinners.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I thought Jaguares was getting confused in that fight during when we saw the alter Qs through that wall, back and forth, looking down, looking left, but managed to turn it all around after he got that rest. Really good. Being able to, in hectic moments, still take some time to recuperate is incredible. 11 kills overall, 23 points off the day. They were looking strong. They even had some really good moments yesterday as well, but today they definitely warmed up.
And while Team Vision and NinjasinPyjamas were looking each other dead in the eyes in the 3v3 around the corner of the map, as NinjasinPyjamas tried to take control of the first spot in the league, it is AG Global that surpassed both teams in game number 4 and take the top spot with 2 games left. AG Global now are the team that must be dethroned, and after that game, I want to hear what Tiff and Snipedown had to think about it.
Honestly, I'm excited to talk about it, but I know who even is, because AG Global now getting to the top of the day so far on the series results are looking really good. They've been in end games, but they finally put it together. Snipe, were you hearing anything by kind of watching some of their gameplay that we didn't quite see on main?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what I noticed around that game is they just ended up trailing a lot of teams. A lot of teams ended up, playing on that North Hill by the cannon. There were multiple teams up there. Shopify was there. Crazy Thieves was up there. All those teams ended up running down the hill to try and third-party fights, and AG just wrapped around it, and they didn't really have to initiate any fights. The only real fight they initiated was the very last one in the final 3v3, which is going to be fun to break down as well. And this team's, they got tied for the most kill points in the lobby, tied for the most placement points in the lobby. Feels like they've been kind of flying under the radar until that game, so it's really interesting to see them pop off in this game. And honestly, with that last fight, it's going to be even more fun to kind of break down and talk about here.
But I feel like this trio in general has always kind of been under the radar throughout competitive history, but you break down the final circle, we've got it for you.
Yeah, so essentially, this is leading into the final circle. When you go into this, we're going to see how this fight starts and initiates, and it's almost always that the team that starts and initiates first is always going to be the team with the advantage. You see Jaguares, Newcastle ult on top of the roof. That alone draws so much attention towards him. Diesel takes a little bit too much damage flying up and trying to get this off, but both of them push, and I thought, honestly, this Alter was doing a phenomenal job on the other team here, trying to buy time and extend his life, because this is where it started to look a little interesting. But Jaguares knows that he's the most important person in this fight. He needs to keep his shields up. He's able to get the res right away, and they all group up after the guy gets knocked, and that's what puts them into the power position there to end up cleaning up the fight. But honestly, opening up that fight with Newcastle and getting on the roof, putting that down there, and making the whole other team look at you, that distraction alone allowed your team to push up, get the damage. I think honestly, one of them should have stayed on height instead of both of them, the Valkyrie and the Newcastle, dropping off and chasing that Alter. I think that the same result would have happened, and it probably would have been a little smoother. But overall, I mean, you could tell that they're working very well together on both rotations around the map and slaying.
Yeah, just seeing kind of their flexibility, but that's just the long-time chemistry I think they've had, which is also interesting because Dia shouted this out back on World's Edge when we had that Harvester Circle. Sinombre was the team that got second there, but it was AG Global and Sinombre back in the top 5 even then. So he's like, we have all of our Mexican players being consistent. I'm going to say Mexico's showing up today.
Yeah, Sinombre actually been flying under the radar too. They've been in a lot of these end games. I think it's just the slays, and even in the previous game, they're making game-winning plays, trying to get into East Village the game before where NIP won. They're trying to make the plays to get them in the right spots, and they're getting to the right spots. So now it's just trying to put it together and being able to work together to get the slays to be able to hold those spots where they can get the actual wins.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of see the difference, right? Sinombre down there, they only got 2 kills in that last match. They're still inside the top 10, but the difference is pretty much double between them and AG Global in first place on the series leaderboard. Team Vision has been pretty consistent as well today. Ninjas putting up some high kill games to be in contention for it with 2 matches to go on the day. Just a quick hit on this. Do we think that we could see any upsets? Are Falcons going to put up a banger? Team Liquid fall out of the top 10 after that one?
I mean, honestly, seeing Worldwide and Full 11, Sinombre, all them in the top 10 here is fun to see so far, because we have a lot of teams that you would not expect to be at the bottom with Falcons, Shopify's, and we saw Alliance start off a little slow, but we're 4 games in now, and if they're going to turn it up, it's got to be now, and we'll see. I mean, I'd be curious to hear what the comms are like on that Falcons roster with a really slow start.
I feel like that's maybe somewhere you could go scope out. Give us the inside scoop of what's going on over there. Hopefully, Timmy's cat is watching with just sheer positive vibes, so Timmy can be like, "Yay, we're doing it." But honestly, it's just the first day. It's all about having those quick bounce backs. But thank you so much for all of your analysis. Let's get into see what happens in game number 5. I'm gonna get Graceful back here though. Had some fun with Dia commentating a couple of games, but now's my chance to pick one of EMEA's legends. Right.
You know what? No better time than now, as Alter has finally been banned. I despise that character. I already knew when she came out initially that she was gonna be a menace. She didn't quite pick up just yet, needed a little bit of buffing, but once she got that ball rolling, hasn't stopped since. Absolutely crazy.
Hey, it's just been crazy. I feel like I say that all the time with Apex in general, but the game never ceases to amaze me about where we take it and then how everyone just has to adapt to it. But guys, keep these numbers in mind. We have 2 maps on Storm Point to go, and these are your current numbers. Teams at the top: AG Global, Team Vision, NinjasinPyjamas, and Crazy Thieves, who have been there, but we didn't really say, hey, they're under the radar. Right? But they kind of are. We're taking fights, but just really haven't had that pop-off game. But they're sitting in a better position now than they were yesterday in match day 1 at this point in time, because they left a lot of it on the line for that crazy game 6.
Mind you though, the top and even the middle area is incredibly tight. We're talking 20, 15, 20, at most 30 points. And mind you, Tiff, yesterday and today, we have seen twice. We've seen 20 bomb and 21 bomb. It could happen again, and that leaderboard could shuffle real quick.
At this point, it needs to happen again. Who is going to step up to the mantle? NinjasinPyjamas, they grabbed 14 kills in match number 1. Thought it could potentially be them, but haven't quite net that just yet. For AG Global, your winners of match number 4. We'll check in with them at the beginning. Now, because they ran this comp last game, they're going to run it back. They weren't playing Alter, so they're going to do a little bit of a copy-paste.
Indeed, it did manage to find the success needed with this comp. It's gonna be tough though, but as long as they can navigate through the lobby the same way they did the previous match, potentially playing more natural cover and then playing your abilities to the same utility that they did, to where maybe even if you're getting balled at or even if you're getting drilled quite a lot, manage to stall out those abilities, you can still survive.
You know what? Speaking of survive, now that Alter's banned, the majority of our Alter players from last game went to Wraith, but the Falcons over in Checkpoint, okay, have taken the biggest change. We've got Mad Maggie, Sparrow, Pathfinder. It is happening. Also, Team Vision running Pathfinder. Graceful, the time is now.
He did say he was going to come back when Pathfinder got buffed, but I don't know if it's been to the degree that he wanted. Nonetheless, though, very happy to see him back in this game. Timmy joining that roster for the moment due to Waltzy having a baby. Big congrats to him again. However, something that I'm not congratulating them on is the lackluster of a start.
Oh, okay.
I normally say that you got about 3 games of duds before you can make a comeback. We have seen back-to-back wins from the likes of Alliance and EMEA and other rosters as well. But Falcons really needs to wake up right now.
Let me just introduce you to one of my favorite A Day to Remember songs. It's called Have Faith in Me. And that's just what I need you to do. Have a little faith in the Falcon sub. We're not going to break out into song here, no kumbayas, but we are going to Checkpoint and we're going to have a dang good time because Falcons are already there. Actually, it's probably going to go a bit north, but you know what? We'll check in with Checkpoint anyways.
It's definitely going north, most likely, but Checkpoint indeed. Something could break out here potentially as other teams are absolutely rotating towards the zone. Everybody is optimizing their pathways up north, as it's actually going to go past the choke, I assume. No way it's going to pull back down as people are preparing for north pad. Outside in the water, we see Triple S actually. That's a old spot by the rocks. Really enjoy that one as people are getting looted up as well. ShopifyRebellion always find themselves in the thick of things as they are currently low HP on Zap.
Yikes. Okay, well, I mean, Crazy Thieves up there in the great north. Let's see what happens. One of our players post Alter ban that goes Axel is going to be phony. Breaking out the Jen Burton on Sparrow. Mad Maggie, Axel, they are ready to run it down.
We've seen some teams in other regions as well run that Sparrow Mad Maggie combo, and honestly, very effective. If you can just get the positioning to where you get to surround somebody, whether they're playing indoors or playing in some tight spaces, you can definitely bully them out.
You know, here's the deal. I don't want Stallions to be a one-game wonder. I need to see them turn it around. We already got one of them on the ground. Skittle Cakes is full, so down to a duo. Stallions in a bit of pain. But that's okay, because they still got 26 points. All it takes is them to have another game, and if you play 2 games out of your 6 series and you walk away with 30 or 40 points, I'd say that's a good day for Stallions.
Indeed, because at the end of the day, this is a league. You have to play several days, and at the end of that, make your way into the finals day, and then plays really well. Well, in Americas, you have quite a lot of spots, so you don't have to just play above average, honestly, and you're gonna make it on to that Las Vegas trip if you're lucky.
Ooh, if you're lucky. I mean, America's got some of the most spots. What is it, like 15 going into it? You can almost coast. Don't, though. Don't, because there's a lot of these teams coming up from CC that are just running amok in the lobbies and could do the same at land. We go to the north, though. JD Gaming. Keon falls way low, but Naughty does get the knock on a negative.
Keon as well, one of the people a lot of people have been talking about regarding this roster, as Naughty still in control on that Wraith, looking to make plays right now. JD Gaming trying to take him out. And Free Thinkers once again eliminated. We have seen a lot of, and we even have talked quite a lot about them, is they will run at everyone. However, so far from the past 2 days, it kind of feels like everybody's running at them.
Yeah, I mean, look. We did see Free Thinkers third party and immediately get sent upon because we have fourth parties, we have fifth parties, but NinjasinPyjamas seem to have a lot more thought process that goes into the fights that they're willing to take. And now you see them just kind of cutting down a member of JDG. It's going to be Shuby, and now he's a death box. I don't think Shuby is going to be coming back until we can hit a crafter. I don't know if we're going to be able to recover this one.
Indeed, gonna be hard for them to recover, but you know what I need to recover, though? Some more Bloodhound in my life. We don't see no Bloodhound in this lobby anymore.
Said. He's like, no
Very
Bloodhound.
sad.
Madge, what's happening? Nah, no time for Bloodhound, guys. We got Pathfinder. Pathfinder on the horizon. On Falcons, Pathfinder on Team Vision. And I really hope it kind of changes the trajectory for them. It gives, like, Timmy a comfort. Sometimes you just need a comfort pick. And if that changes it for you, sure. Carter locking it in as well. You got the little boxing gloves. Little pop, pop, pop. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know, though. Do we need to change things up? Team
Maybe
Vision is
not.
sitting at 3rd spot. Why do we need to do these rough changes? And if we want to do something like that, Crazy Thieves dropped their 20 bomb with Bloodhound. Where's that Bloodhound?
Oh, here's the deal. That was also on E-District. But the thing is,
It is true.
we are on Pathfinder, but we're not pulling a play like we saw Aurora do in Skyhook. So it's fine. And as long as if that does happen, then I don't know. I'm just going to leave my house and just go for a quick walk.
Let's go over there.
It's okay. Next zone is about to show now. This is where people make their decisions. They're gonna see this zone, look to see if did we predict this zone correctly or not. Most of the people don't have this information as of yet. They're gonna try to scout things out. You can scout this out whether by taking the actual information in-game or scouting around you. Are people actually playing here, or are they also moving? Team Falcons in the middle of things, Sesame as well, and Crazy Thieves came in from the northeast. All of these teams now are looking to see and adapting to what the rest of the lobby is going to be doing.
Who's the, like, 2 arrows at the very top that their names didn't even show? They were so far north.
That's SSS, I believe. That's
Okay.
SSS who played in the water earlier.
Yeah, SSS. I like their positioning, but here's the thing. There's only like 1 or 2 Newcastles in the lobby, and with how open this is going to go, I really think that having a Newcastle wall for endgame is going to be great. Majority of our teams do have Catalyst, though, which gives them the Dark Veil so long as you use it at the right time. But if not, it's an open brawl.
It's going to be rough indeed, and once teams tend to find you out, oh, I'm very excited. I wish I had the clip on my hand to back in OG Seer days when there was teams sitting in trucks getting absolutely Q-spammed. I feel like that's something that could happen to anybody at this immediately if somebody scouts out a team sitting in a tight spot with all of these Maggie drills available.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's just a very interesting start to our split. And because it's accelerated, we keep talking about that. It's like you really don't have a lot of a time to adapt. And some of these teams, if it's their first time in Pro League straight running it down, not quite the same for a lot of our teams that have came in through PLQs and such, but Shopify Rebellion, 8 points, not really where I thought Shopify Rebellion was going to be sitting on the day. So to finally kind of cut their way through this choke, we invest the Dark Veil. And is this going to help us full send AG? I mentioned Newcastle. They are one of the only rosters to have Newcastle in this lobby.
Indeed, you can see them react appropriately as well to that wall. Immediately throws out that Gibby ult. Mind you, they already have the Newcastle wall down and they can still extend this fight. They do have a Maggie at hand, Shopify Rebellion, if they can find that opening, but they are not only getting shot at by the team in front of them, but the team past them as well.
Oh, dang, Vex. Yeah, you see the nades coming out. James Fearless just full sending straight into AG Global. There's no way they survive here. They don't. Your match 4 winners are going to be leaving the lobby in 18th place. And now Vex Gaming start to get points on the board. At least 4 KP attributed them thus far. And SR kind of get a free walk up. And they can choose to take that fight against Vex if they need to, but for sure need to watch their back. Elsewhere, NinjasinPyjamas looking low on HP. Good portal out of there to all collectively hit shield bats and reassess.
Plenty of wall comes out. There's Team Liquid as well ahead of them in the donut right now. Team in the tunnel looking to approach them. NinjasinPyjamas looking to take this fight to them, but JD Gaming gets eliminated in between them. Comes down to the fact now if they can stabilize during all of this nade spam, or can they take the fight to them? NIP walks up on the hill.
On Sykes to throw the catwall down to really kind of try to cut off NIP, but JDG still have some members alive and they're taking down NIP. Stallions getting messy as well. A couple of kills go their way from down Beast. But to the north we go. On a Team Liquid, Sykes down, NinjasinPyjamas out of here. Panic, 1 pixel. 5 seconds are needed. We don't get it done. And 0 on the Axel. Full sending. We're prioritizing the res out of Sykes, but we have to call it off because here come Nice Guys, here come Stallions. Everything is getting messy in the trenches.
People don't care the fact that Alter is gone. They're still immediately 3-ping as fast as they can as Liquid is trying to reset there. Should be able to get this as Nice Guys also reset their location instead. Stallions is on the hunt for the moment. Haven't really sniffed out just yet. The Team Liquid is still recovering. Can they? They are seeing something.
Okay, here they go. Shuby with Skittle and Alb. And here it is. The P2020s are ripping straight through Sykes, but Skittle gets picked off. 0 and an Arcstar trying to hold it down. But with multiple players down, 0 on the Axel will just try to survive. Here goes the Chow, and Alb wins it. Team Liquid out of here. Team Liquid not able to catch a break. Tries to take fights, but just so many people everywhere full sending into it. It's like, you're right. Someone said it earlier, like, if you look weak, we're jumping on that.
Never mind the fact that the fight got stalled out for so long now as other teams are walking up. Buckle Boys is scouting things out. Full 11 comes through on the southwest side of things. Nice Guy still holding a great spot in the next zone as the zone is actually pulling just south, a little bit southeast of North Pad. Sesame Oil also in a great spot in the opposite side of the tunnels up north. But so many teams to the east. All of these teams will have to go through the path of either Vex Gaming or Team Falcons. And don't forget Triple S, who's been in the water, in the river, cozying it up for quite some time.
Bro, they call that down here in Georgia like floating. Have you ever gone like floating down a river? You just get like a little raft or a tube. I haven't done it in a very long time, but I didn't know if they did that in Europe.
Definitely some, I mean, we have some areas where you go canoeing, I guess.
Yeah.
But
a little canoeer?
A little canoeer, but I haven't really done it since I was probably 15, but many years ago. Back before Apex existed, but right now Team Vision does exist in this moment, right here, right now, looking to take this fight to Shopify Rebellion. And immediately gets detected, but Team Vision comes out on top, 2 for 1 right now. Sacket's low, and Zainu, it comes down to Zainu.
Strongfish down, but Carter trying to get through here past Zainu through the Dark Veil. The vision is blurry. Do we survive this? Wait. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, Carter.
Oh, hell no.
It is but a flesh wound, and Team Vision are out.
Team Vision is out. Shopify Rebellion comes down to the last person. Zainu walking into a full Vex Gaming. There is no way he is making it out. He's getting held out right now. Crazy Thieves comes down into a fight and again Burton falls. Team Falcons still ahead of them. as they are just making sure to hold out their backs.
And they're doing a good job of it. Team Falcons still in it, just on the outskirts of the next circle. Vex and Worldwide will be on the outskirts. I'm really curious to see how Falcons have been operating, so let's jump into a listen to him.
Oh, yeah, do it.
Remember, there's a team back here that they might try to third us.
Trying to see what we're actually in on. We're like hard fighting in zone. The rock is not safe. You have to play up here. Yellow ping is our next spot, okay? On where the rocks are. Yellow ping.
Good luck. All right.
Let's move this way.
Holding.
Target spotted.
They're going towards them. That's good. That's good. Let them fight. Let them fight.
Oh yeah.
If they fight, we get third party.
Yep.
There's only 9 teams. I'm shooting the guy in the height. 60 on him. Finish on the back. On back.
I'm shooting the water team.
We might have to go ravine actually. The ravine is safer. The rocks are not really that safe.
Okay. Do you want me to come to you now?
Okay. No. Just keep holding these guys out. They already raced rape TP from Armory. I don't know why. They went the other way, so they're gonna have to just run in the fucking open maybe. It's an Armory team.
Yeah. They're peeking out Armory right now on my thing.
We gotta be careful we don't get wrapped by this team, Hal.
Yeah, I know. We have to probably come gazebo.
Alright, I'm coming.
Can you put Q in the side, Gil? Just make sure we don't get wrapped.
From Armory, I'm cracking him. They're going into the bunker now. It's fine. They're running triple south. That's good. I'm just make sure these guys fuck off.
He's waiting for Q. I didn't mean don't bullet.
They already used portal. I'm nading it.
Okay.
Nading as well.
We're playing for the ravine.
I hit 190. I hit 100 here. I'm burnating it.
Okay.
They're gonna fight over there.
Yeah. Watch the wrap, Timmy. Watch north. North. Green man north.
I'm
balling it. Good ball.
I'm dead.
Fighting this.
Cracked him.
Race dead. One guy. It's just Maggie.
In the knock. Play together.
I'm done.
I only have longbow.
I'm giving you a knockdown.
Give me knock.
He's getting shot. You gotta jump down.
Fuck, man.
They had the awareness to see that there were several teams around them, whether that be the Armory, whether they came into the bunker, but Triple S actually wraps them from the north, and then they end up getting fourth-parted essentially by Sesame Oil right now, playing the crevice right now, feeling really good about that 3P.
Honestly, even if Falcons survive that, they're just going to go down to Sesame Oil right there because they were so weak. There was really no way to survive that. And it was a tough situation to kind of witness. The comms that we do here, though, they're definitely cognizant about watching all the things. And I think those are moments where we can tighten them up going into their next match day. Maybe today is just ironing out the kinks for them, especially with Timmy coming onto the roster. Elsewhere, full 11 having a pretty dang good day.
They are indeed. Even then, though, when you make the plans of having to look several directions, sometimes you just have to full commit on a side to make sure you don't get pinched, which is exactly what happened to Team Falcons right there. Full 11, however, right down here in this crevice, seeing other teams around them as Nice Guys actually occupy a majority of the zone. Full 11 is going to have to climb into the high ground, which they are doing currently, but will end up getting crossfired unless Buckle Boys and Sesame Oil is fighting in the other side right now. Full 11 sees this and hears something. Might look to wrap them.
You still have Nice Guys in the mix, so you have to keep tabs on all of that. But a battle of the trenches is going to ensue. And with the riot drill and even the piercing spikes to avoid those climb ups, the ball connects. A1's down. Fredster and Pluto have to hold through, but they've got trades. Thanks to the knock on a Cersei, but a rogue rip off from the top. But full 11 walk right into this, fresh off of Buckle Boys elimination into the top 2 as Sesame Oil falls. It's full 11 taking on Nice Guys.
They wall off to be able to get some KP, but couldn't close out that fight fast enough as one of their members get immediately wrapped on. Comes down to an insta-down from Cody.
Cody in a 3v2, holds on, brings it down to a 2v2. Nocturnal, Juki's, Legatron, 1 HP, and Nice Guys do not finish last. They finish first with a nice map win here on Storm Point.
Honestly, I can't be too mad about the results despite falling down on second spot right there. They managed to get a couple of KP and better placement, but the one who wins it all is Nice Guys. Nice Guys earlier on as well looked to actually 3P on Team Liquid when they were playing that gazebo, what I like to call donut. And the fact that they're being so proactive regardless of having a superb spot in the zone shows that they're really active, and I like that because that's the only way you can rack up those points on that map.
I was trying to look back to see where they started, and it's actually Mill. So for Nice Guys to wrap through Mill off the start, that's going to give them a pretty quick rotate up to North Pad and just kind of play from that southern side. I think that was a great move for them. Timing worked out really well in their favor, and if you look at a double-digit KP, 22 points, that's definitely going to throw them up the leaderboard. For teams like Full 11 who have been consistent and have already been inside the 40s, a 14-point game is just the perfect way to stay kind of in the mix. Falcons, on the other hand, yes, they made it pretty deep into the lobby, but couldn't escape the eastern side, only have a handful of points. And then you look at the bottom 10 and it's just like, dude, this is a really tough day. This lobby is stacked and you've got people that are inting, so it's been playing out kind of weird.
Even though it's been kind of weird, I would say look at top 5 right now. It is incredibly close. In the middle of the pack, incredibly close. On the lower end of things, still close. Anybody could jump. We've seen a 12 spot jump. We can still see at least a 5 to 10 spot jump by any of these teams on the lower side of things.
I mean, Nice Guys just bumped up 5. They're in the top 5 with 42 points, with 5 points away from a top 3 finish. They still, if they go back to back on these games, you could walk away with a match day win. And if you're at home thinking you want to see more Apex action, try it live. ALGS lands are so insane. October 29th through November 1st is going to be Split 2 playoffs happening in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Orleans Arena. Tickets are on sale now, but if you guys do go, you kind of have to dress up because it's over Halloween, and we like to get a little spooky sometimes here at the ALGS. Grace, what are you gonna
whether you want multi-view for VOD reviewing or multi-view in the city where the ALGS playoffs will be held at, both things are great because nonetheless, Apex it is.
Hey, Apex it is, right? We got one more game to determine who's going to be our match day 2 winners after this break.
Sony InZone, the official audio and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Some call it luck. I call it skill. All right, here I go. Yeah, good try. Maybe try harder next time.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the day here in the Americas region for the Apex Legends Global Series. It is match day 2, and as such, it is also the final match day of the first round robin for all of our teams from Group A. A lot of pressure, especially for those that did not have the best start to the day, but also that did not have the best start to the weekend, as after this, Group A will play no more until the next weekend.
Indeed, and we keep talking about this, how this pacing of the format actually makes or breaks you. If you had a hot start, you're feeling really good about yourself, as we heard yesterday in the interview as well. If you had a cold start, not a good thing to look at. And I'm looking at the bottom half of the leaderboard when I'm saying that.
Yeah, I'm noticing Buckle Boys down there again, and with Buckle Boys having a difficult game yesterday, this very well, along with Free Thinkers, could be the kind of situation that already this early into the split defines you by your first 2 match days, and that puts you in a very difficult spot when it comes to making it into the regional finals. You may have to rely on LCQs instead to try and make it to Sapporo. And it's so weird to be saying that this early in the season, but the reality is the Americas is full of strong competition like those that are dominating the top of the leaderboards right now, and those teams are not going to let you walk into Sapporo for free.
Incredibly strong, I think without a doubt the strongest region in the world, and has been for quite some time, as everybody is playing neck to neck against each other to make sure to stay above the rest of the competition. As we've seen people pull out the same different, like initially they have some sort of variety, and now we have so many formations of this, whether you're pulling out the Fuse, you're pulling out the Axle, the Sparrow, the Pav, a mix of the two. So much happening right now.
This is both on a small level infuriating, but on a larger level just interesting that EMEA values Bloodhound much more highly than the Americas, who seem almost allergic to the legend. Bloodhound has been completely passed by in this game for things like Pathfinder, even things like Sparrow that Free Thinkers are using to try and pick their first fight up against the Nice Guys, winners of Game 1. But the first team to lose a member in Game 6. Winners of Game 5.
Free Thinkers have to make sure that they are doing something, because so far they haven't done nothing in this series. They do get the ball rolling by getting that first KP. Hopefully this is the momentum shift that they needed.
For Nice Guys, I was thinking this was a momentum shift off of last game. Obviously, moving themselves up to 5th place is good, but we have to remember that this is just Nocturnal's first full split back in competition. He came in at the very end of last split to join the Nice Guys, and his return to competitive was preceded by coaching casually, I'll say, the Stallions squad. I talked to him a little bit about that, and while it was something that he was happy to do to stay in the scene because he liked Apex, he wasn't exactly sure whether he would ever return to competitive. However, as the split went on, Nocturnal got that itch again. To see him back and then to win a game might just be the thing that he needs to get a little bit of momentum under his wings as a very seasoned and previously an IGL in the Americas that was rated among the greatest.
Indeed, and getting a win under your belt, whether that be a match day, whether that be a match in the series, is something that ShopifyRebellion desperately needs right now. Sitting at not too many points, but like we saw the leaderboard, nonetheless, very tight. You can at any point have a top 3 performance and shoot yourself up that leaderboard real quick.
The Nice Guys still on the path to recovery after Free Thinkers dealt them a difficult blow. It is the reality that when the day is coming to its end, there are squads that are going to feel desperate. For Free Thinkers, it's much more difficult to decide whether it's desperate or whether it's just them getting to play their game, because Free Thinkers are a squad that will just run at you. In this case, though, it is still the Nice Guys that ultimately suffer at the hands of it, no matter what the cause. Free Thinkers inherit mill. Falcons are starting to rotate down through checkpoint, and for ShopifyRebellion, who find themselves up here on the east trail by Lightning Rod, their move down will bring them straight into the team Sin Nombre just as the first round is closing.
See Nombre as well, one of the teams that we have been talking about in generally putting themselves in the into endgame, but haven't been able to close anything out as of this moment. And the fact that they can make their way into endgame, but if you can't close out those 3v3s, something is lacking. But at least you can pinpoint what went wrong, and hopefully they take something from these games today to lead on into the future.
Fun play from Nice Guys to wrap all the way back around for the death box res. Freethinkers don't actually get to punish it. ShopifyRebellion's fight seems to have kicked off. See, Nombre didn't sniff this out ahead of time, perhaps due to the lack of recon that they are running. No Sparrow, no Bloodhound, no nothing. See Nombre have to expend the bubble and actually end up using the Wraith Portal from Chickus just to make sure that they get out of this situation alive. Not going to see any portal cancels like we saw in EMEA this morning, as ShopifyRebellion are not nearly close enough, nor are they running a Watson.
Indeed, but the fact that the team is running away from them probably makes them feel a little bit more confident going into this Evo currently, trying to get stacked up before they do anything. I assume we're gonna see something in the like of mid-speed, potentially getting purple armor on everybody, finding that information needed, and then making their way in towards deeper parts of the zone, as most of these teams currently are vouching for the fact that the zone is either going into wall or outside of wall, or even further towards north of Cascade Falls.
Worldwide, the team that I've had the most mixed emotions about through the day. The places they put themselves in, great, but the squad has been crumbling like a house of cards recently, despite their record in fights over the last couple of games, though. Worldwide still maintain themselves a solid position in the top 10, and like we had talked about earlier today, Graceful, it is just about putting yourselves in the conversation for an end game over and over and over. Eventually it will go your way. I think for Worldwide it will take a little while longer than eventually, but they have the first part right. They're getting to the right places. Worldwide just are not fighting on the level of other squads we're seeing.
One team that has been getting pretty much everything right at this point is Team Vision, getting top 3 yesterday and still in contest to win this match day if they can have a banger of a game at this point now, as they are looking to hunt some teams on the edge with them right now. ShopifyRebellion, one of the teams we were talking about desperately needing this game right now, might get shut down by Team Vision hunting them.
Zone 1 is just closed. We still have 20 squads left as this locks in and reveals the next zone to every squad, be they with ring console scan or without. Everybody now knows where we are going to be playing for next. Team Vision deciding to play for actually getting inside of the storm, but we'll have them running straight into Team Liquid. Zero went down for a little bit of scouting, but ends up running right back to the squad on the Speedster, as we affectionately have been calling the Gibraltar.
The Speed Demon, the big boy.
Look at this guy, he passed everyone!
He is so fast right now, faster than Octane on Stim, as Team Liquid is making their way towards the zone, seeing that this zone is pulling really far off of wall. People were hoping it was going to be a little bit closer. It just goes north of Cascade Falls, so all of these teams right now are making their way. However, big, good, favorable positionings for Team Liquid. But this is one of those things again, Dia. We saw it happen to Falcons. It has happened to many teams in the past. You might have a really favorable spot only if you can hold out your back. But if there's too many teams opting to or vying for your positioning as well, getting pinched is worst case scenario. So it's going to be really interesting to see where they end up playing.
And it's not just about the number, it's about the who. The numbers we've got in Checkpoint. Freethinkers find themselves in a 3-squad battle as the Nice Guys are going to come in behind all of this. And it looks like against JDG, Freethinkers were already struggling before introducing the 3rd squad. Right now, getting slammed on. Mike Jutsu loses the roof, and a nice move from JDG has negative, jumping all the way down to the low ground, avoiding the attention of Nice Guys. But I don't know if that's going to save him. Meanwhile, the Stallions encounter a little bit of trouble and are getting wrapped on from the high ground. This looks recoverable for them, but W Press would really like to finish this squad off, as the Freethinkers are the first squad eliminated.
Indeed, and chaos also happened to what seemed to be Team Liquid as well after having that positioning. a lot of these teams end up getting into fights because everybody's trying to adapt on the same timing. I keep talking about how important timing really is. The main reason why you want to do stuff before this zone shows is because at that point, everybody's making the same decision. Are we going to move or are we going to stay? And if people are vouching for the same macro, you're bound to run into several teams to catch you off guard.
Liquid and Vision seemingly running with the same positions, but for very different reasons. Team Liquid, unfortunately, having lost 2, and I'm noticing Falcons losing 1 here as well. Falcons who have had a very disappointing day, and that's not even by Falcon standards, by the way. That's by literally everyone's standards.
Indeed, Falcons, one of the teams that people say, is Hal playing? Well, today he is still not playing, guys, okay? You guys can keep on rolling and look for other teams for the moment, as Triple S, also one of the teams was very highly anticipated, have fallen kind of short of today.
The Americas is a very competitive region, of course, but when it comes to the Americas, there are people you expect to be standing on top of the lobby, given their history, given their talents. Hal is one of them, and Hal is the last one standing, and certainly not on top. 17th place is where they sit, but 19th is where they exit us in the final game of the day. Team Falcons will round out their extremely disappointing debut on the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2. And hope to come back stronger tomorrow because they've got no choice.
Indeed. Another team that has been kind of lackluster for today, but is showing signs of waking up right now is Triple S. They have been kind of close to endgame throughout the middle part of the games, but haven't really been able to make a splash just yet. This last match, however, should see them some success. The moment this zone shows for them, they're going to be more than happy.
Waiting for the next zone to pop. Round 2 just finishes, and SSS find out that they are still safe in the subsequent one. Getting to share space with Stallions and ShopifyRebellion, all right, but Team Vision, Team Liquid coming up from the south, and the zone pulling even further north onto, again, Worldwide, who have a great spot in zone, but if history is any teacher, that's not even getting them top 5.
As long as they can hold to some sort of positioning there, maybe they can get a couple of KP on the board, but Team Vision indeed coming up this hill. Oh my god, look at that Gibson right now. Let's see what Team Vision is thinking right now, and let's have a listen in with them.
Bro, you're running out of time, bro.
I know. I'm gonna hit him back to the second.
I mean, we're gonna be disconnected here. I think me and Carter have to shoot without you, bro. We're running out of white meds. We need to shoot Carter. I'm peeking. You're on my part. You ready to shoot? Give me 3, 2.
Putting him. I'm scanning. They're wall space the wrong way. You can scan them.
Really?
Minutes. Huge.
I'm going.
I'm I can slam the wall.
I think you need to. Slow, guys, slow. Doming, slow. Back up and with back up. Falcons behind you. I have to give you. Oh, no. I'm pushing them down.
Yep.
Guys, go slow. Bring your attack back to me. Bring your attack back to me.
Give me that, I think.
Low left is threat. Can you drop low left? Water stay. Drop low left with me, Carter. And look for this.
In the water here. Falc.
Drop with me, Carter. I'm dropping a layer.
I'm with you.
I have got
under the tree. I'm dropping a layer now. Dropping another layer, Carter. I have dome.
It's all you guys.
All 3 down. Running. Filming.
No,
Stun him in the corner.
He's in the corner. Or maybe pick up.
On my next dome, me and you will kill him, okay?
He's box 16.
I'm dropping.
I'm staying high, making sure you're not getting started. Nice, good job, bro.
Who's doing that? Red ping? Red ping fuse. Guys, yellow ping valve, red ping fuse. So what is our biggest threat?
Even though that opening from the zone was a little bit scuffed, they managed to close out that 3v3 very convincingly, pushing them off that high ground. Great timing from Team Vision.
Yeah, really coordinated play, and like you say, it's scuffed as heck. This even more so, though, for Crazy Thieves. Jen Burton gets exploded off the high ground, and Crazy Thieves now have to fight in a 3 versus 3 as Jen Burton did get off the ground. Turns around, though, and instantly falls again as the zone closes past them, burning Crazy Thieves to a crisp, designed to hurt anyone outside of it, and they find that out the hard way. Crazy Thieves go down. JD Gaming take them out. Looks like they'll find themselves the extra kill on Fredster as well. The reset from JD Gaming, really clean. Baby Comp basically unkillable in this corner. Even with A1s right above them, they might even take this evac tower and try and take them out themselves.
I think that they're looking to have a banger of a game as they have several KP for this moment right now. Actually Vice for the Valk TP instead, or Valk ult instead to make it out of that positioning. JD Gaming floating through the skies right now, sees full 11 and goes for Cascade Falls. Okay.
Rev had to play a little bit safe even on the Pathfinder. Moving up the high ground, fighting A1's just sitting there, king of the hill. It's nowhere near the next zone, but it'll keep A1's in charge for now, dictating who can walk up to the last member of Sesame Oil. As to how long that'll be, 12 teams left, and we've seen Rats do crazier things, especially with the limited amount of scans in this lobby. You can make it a pretty far distance, even as a solo. Check out Nice Guys' position, though. They won last game, and now Nice Guys have a really good position for what looks like the final zone.
This is even better because Nice Guy gets help from Vex Gaming, essentially holding out that northeast side of things on that. So Nice Guy has a big rock and actually a tree to play behind to survive for the moment. Never mind counting the fact of their comp as well. Other teams are in the skies right now. This time, instead, it is Team Vision looking to see if they can find something. Ops to land behind the cannon, but AG is right next doors. Not trying to poke them, though. They got a good spot.
AG could shut them down. Sesame Oil finding a respawn. Hero play from A1's to make sure that the team stays in this. I'm noticing that A1's has just gone down, though, perhaps attracting a little bit too much attention from the Nice Guys, while the Ninjas in Pajamas in danger of dropping out right now. Should they do so, second place goes up for grabs. Full 11 could easily surpass them in points, and Team Vision right behind them. Speaking of full 11, walking up right now, taking fate into their own hands. Up against NIP, Ninjas in Pajamas are taken out. Full 11 eliminate the competition.
NIP gets bombarded once, it loses 2 people, gets bombarded again and gets eliminated. Full 11 right here. Right now, needs to reset potentially, as they're also keeping an eye out for the moment. Skymate comes in, doesn't get anybody, hits them a little bit, but doesn't down anyone. TP comes through as well, and Bubble is up. They get to reset properly.
Full 11 in their debut during Split 1, won the first match day of Split 1 Year 6. With a lot of luck here, they could win the second match day of Split 2. But it is going to take that heck of a lot of luck, especially with AG Global looking over at them, who have been safe so much of the game. It's worth noting Worldwide still in this as well, as the top 7 squads tick away. Full 11 are going to lose their IGL Soviet and play with the Wraith portals just to try and stay alive. Does not seem like Sesame Oil interested in giving them that chance, though. And as a duo, Sesame Oil are going to find what looks like a full squad wipe on the team in second on the day. That is a duo of Sesame Oil clawing their way up from bottom 10.
Team Vision as well had to drop off of the cannon for the moment as Gibild comes out. They used all of their abilities as AG Global is trying to force them off of that cannon. They want to play that themselves if they can potentially, but the bubble comes back up.
AG Global need to be eliminated. This is a pressure cooker, and like I always fear with pressure cookers in my house, it may be about to explode. Stallions gonna drop down right on top of Worldwide. These two sharing space, and certainly not going to be doing that for long. Stallions immediately exiting the building, but committing even closer to AG Global, who still maintain first place, who are crucially still alive and gonna rip a Valk ult to stay alive a little bit longer. Where on earth will AG land, or have they just doomed themselves to a quicker death?
Stallions currently trying to nade out Team Vision on that cannon. Bubble comes out, huge days comes out. Fight is completely one-sided as Stallions is trying to wipe Visions, but they're not gonna fully commit though. They have a
AG Global land
zone right now. Team Vision gets
AG Global. They take out Team Vision, like you say, and now are looking for a little bit more, swinging onto the duo of Sesame Oil. AG Global are gonna pick up even more kills. Their best land yet at Split 1 playoffs. Their coach and Amigo said they needed to play just that little bit more aggressively, and we are seeing the aggression, we are seeing the risks, and we are seeing them pay off for AG Global. But the nice guys, consistent, have slung their way up to second place, 55 points to the 66 of AG Global. If they wipe AG Global here, they could still take the win, but it is on a knife's edge. Nice guys look sure to win the game. Worldwide, make it to top 3 again.
Unless Worldwide swings Nice Guys on the far north side, I think it looks like a Nice Guys game. However, AG Global doesn't go down without a fight. As long as they can make it somewhat clean, they could come down to a 3v3.
AG Global go in. Yanya so incredibly low, is even gonna go down. And like you said, the Nice Guys win seems all but inevitable as Cody slides in to make it happen. Nice Guys finish first, not once, but twice.
Not only do they finish once or twice, immediately hits him with the longbow headshot for that match victory. Match 6 winner goes to nobody else than Nice Guys from holding that space for the longest of times. Whether that be the north side, whether that be the south side, kept staying proactive and in the end could close out that game.
Nocturnal, if you see this, I'm proud of you, and I can't wait to talk to you. I'll be hitting him up on Discord later to get an interview as to how this week went down, because Nice Guys in the last 2 games really pulled it together, and you know that from behind the scenes that it is an incredibly difficult task to do. Nice Guys, they were looking all right for the first part of the day, but kept getting eliminated, much like Worldwide kept doing the entire day. But both of these teams kept putting themselves in the right situation, and again, twice, Nice Guys are able to execute on the highest level.
Indeed. A couple of other teams, though, we did see in that endgame circle as well. AG Global on second. Worldwide, once again, making their way into these endgames. Can't quietly convert to the degree that they want to, but 2 teams I'm definitely thinking of, maybe even 3 at the bottom of that leaderboard as well. Liquid, Falcons, and SSS. All 3 teams that a lot of people have a ton of hope for have kind of fallen short.
I don't think we have the tweet, but there is a tweet out, guys. Go check out Hal's Twitter. There is a tweet out. I actually don't know if we legally can show it on broadcast.
Probably
it's
not.
a bit explicit. Yeah.
Be smart out there, my friends. We're safe here at the ALGS. But here's the deal, guys. I look for patterns in life. It's just something that I do. And over in EMEA, earlier today, we had Majin win games 5 and 6. And here in Americas, we have Nice Guys run it back 5-6. And I kind of love that for Nice Guys tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Nice Guys, it's one of those teams where they turned up in the final 2 games and gave themselves a really good position heading into, the following days and following weeks, because we've talked about it many times. This is the quickest pro league that we've ever had. So making sure that you get these big placements and get those extra points at the top of the days is absolutely massive. So huge wins out of them to gain those extra points to give them a little cushion heading into the upcoming weeks.
They broke into the top 5 after that first win. They go up 3 more slots, second overall on the day. A beautiful return into Pro League for Nock and kind of seeing the journey on Nice Guys, but 4 points shy of taking down AG Global, who looked phenomenal all day, Dia.
Well, we threw that story out there about full 11.
Oh, dang.
Their placement not quite making it, but looking a lot better than this.
Okay.
I'm not punching down. I'm not punching down, by the way. These are literal world champions. They probably make the most money in the scene. This is not punching down. The Falcons did have a terrible day.
You're allowed to have a terrible day, okay?
Yep.
It's just one day. It's how you bounce back from this. And we're at a point in the game, and I'm sure like Snipe and Grace can both talk to this, that it's so RNG, it's so different, and we've got teams like some of them in our lobby just running it down, making things difficult. But based on the listening that Grace and I both got, there were some details that we needed to deal with that didn't get dealt with in time.
Let me ask you a question, Tiff. Let me ask you a question. Would you consider for a world champion 12th place on the day to be a disappointment in a pro league?
I mean, look, if I'm a world champion, anything below first place is a disappointment.
Okay.
But we're in a world in Apex where just getting first place time after time is not something that is doable. You don't have those levels of dynasties that we saw in the past anymore with where we currently are in Apex.
But you'd say 12th place, it's disappointing, but it's achievable, right? Like Sentinels yesterday. place.
Yeah, but if we go 12 again and then 12 again and then 12 again, I'm not pumped. I'm not pumped at all. I'm taking a vacation. I'm booking a flight to Greece. I'm hitting a beach.
Okay, Buckle Boys and Free Thinkers, they are the worst performing teams that we have out of Group A so far.
Okay.
Falcons beat them by 1 point. These are the worst performing teams in Pro League so far, and Falcons are a single kill above them. Like, there is a certain amount of forgiveness, and obviously, like, Falcons are humans. I'm excited for them to come back, and I believe that they'll come back. But this is just imagine if, I don't know, if Kobe lost to a college team. Like, what? You're not going to sit there and like cope about Kobe. Like, what are we doing?
Was it a really good college team? Like, were they just next up? Phenomenal?
I don't know anything about basketball. The Kobe meme is like, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
How good is this college team? Are they all like 6'7" and they can just whoop? I've never watched basketball in my life, so I apologize.
Same. Am I going too hard, Snipe? Am I not
basketball? Don't you, Snipe?
I do. I love basketball, actually. So, yeah. No, we're good. But
He's like,
for Falcons,
cut it out, guys.
Honestly, watching them play, you could just tell that there was some frustrations going on with just overall movement around the map. I mean, even in the end, scrims are completely different. Hal's been complaining about the quality of scrims not being max quality. And you really don't know what you're getting into, especially for Timmy, who's been out of the scene for a little bit, getting back into Pro League. I mean, I saw a couple plays, like even when he pulled the longbow out and tried to get the finish on the guy behind the 2 knockdown shields, instead of whipping out the P20s, reloading him and pushing the guy, that was just a little bit of hesitation that would never have been there in the past. He would have cleaned up those kills and just gotten the extra points. And even in that last game, getting down to Newcastle first, it's just a little bit of a slow start for them. But this is only week 1. This is their first match. I guarantee you they're going to come back, go over some film, talk about these games with their team, and come out tomorrow with a better performance. I'd be shocked to see back-to-back days for a roster like this, especially with Hal IGLing. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see, but I mean, it wasn't just them. Shopify, SSS, which was an interesting team to watch. I mean, Liquid didn't have the most phenomenal day, and it was, this has been kind of a theme for a lot of Pro League days with the top teams having a rough day 1 and then bouncing back. But with this being as quick as it is, like, you don't get the luxury of a bunch of scrims and a bunch of time to iron things out. It's kind of get it done now, or you're going to be in for some trouble coming into that last week.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. And as we pull up our Sony in-zone kill leaderboard, we can look at kind of our standout players as we continue this discussion. We're talking about all these like large organizations, these teams that should not be where they currently are on the leaderboard. But one team that's been consistent is Team Vision. NIP too, honestly. And you got Cole up there at the top with 15. But those two, in my opinion, have still been trying to ride out some of the flexibility and adapt quickly.
Yeah, Vision specifically, I mean, they were one of the best teams in the last Pro League. I think they got 2nd place overall. They, dominated at EWC. They had a phenomenal event, and now they're coming back again. It just seems like Zach has a mission, and he's got 2 teammates that he's very confident with, and not only that, but they trust all of his calls, and you can just see the cohesion with them. And it's interesting because they remind me a little bit of like the old Disguise roster with how they play, where they just kind of patiently play around the edges and take flanks around like the edge of the map. And you could see specifically that happen in the last game where SSS looked like they had a really good spot, but Vision just comes in from behind them. SSS isn't paying any attention to their back, which is another conversation that I'd love to get into at some point, because they're just, it doesn't seem like they have an anchor player that's really holding things down or paying attention to those things. I was listening to the comms there, but for Vision, that has worked out consistently. Look at the game 2 or 3, I think it was, where it was the Harvester Harvester ending,
it was
where,
Harvester.
they just ended up just rotating around. They just sat there on the tracks, waited for the zone to come, walked in, waltzed in. It was the easiest thing ever, and that's consistently been their style of play, is wrap around the back of zone, maybe take the one fight and get into the best position, and it's worked out for them.
Yeah,
I wanna give something there as well. I keep saying this over and over. Outside of just clearing your backs, I feel like a lot of these people actually don't keep track of zone damage nearly as much, because we've had several different iterations. We've had where you took 0 damage in the final zone, and you could just win by popping 20 medkits back in the day. We've had when it was so dangerous where you almost insta-died to zone, and now we're at the point where you can still medkit circle 3 closing easily, and people aren't keeping track of that. So timing is key, and we keep seeing some teams, Vision as an example, always coming in super late, but just for that power spot, taking over that spot. They're just in zone forever, comes in, fight for a power spot, and then that places them enough far up the leaderboard. Because at the end of the day, this is a league and you need to make it to finals before we talk about LAN. And the consistency of Team Vision as an example, top 3 and now top 5, I believe, is incredibly good.
Sorry, I was just waiting to see if anyone else had anything to say on that. I was like, if we're talking about timing, like, come on.
Yeah, looking at this leaderboard again, I'm just going to highlight Freethinkers and Buckle Boys, the underperformers from Group A right now who do not get the chance to play again. So their spots, the ones that are in the most danger, and that is a realistically tough position to be in. W Press going to join them there, and weirdly, 4th from the bottom, ShopifyRebellion in Group A.
Ooh, but I mean, AG Global Vision kind of up there in the 30s, but when we think about teams like we saw yesterday in A versus B brain rotting, once they're back in the lobby, seeing what rank grinders like Mr. Rosie can do again, I just want to see some funness here to round out the weekend. But Snipe Down, all of your input has been so cool to hear just from your perspectives and getting to listen into the comms. So thank you so much for sharing your analysis. You crushed it today. Go rest up. We'll see you on the next one.
All right, have a good one.
Bye, guys. All right, so here's the deal. We get to talk to Yanya and congratulate AG Global on a great match day 2. Welcome to the broadcast, homie.
Thank you so much. How are you guys?
I mean, we're good. How are you? We should be asking you that question.
I'm good.
You guys just played phenomenally today.
Yeah, we really tried our best today. I was having some issues in the first games, but I had to change my PC and we won.
Wait, so you did a PC change during the series, or you're saying you have to coming soon?
No, I did a change in the third game. Yeah.
Okay. That made a huge difference. Great job on that. You guys also ran baby comp earlier than everyone else, and I think Dio may want to talk more about that, so I'm going to kind of kick it to him.
I wasn't going to ask about baby comp, but I'll give you the chance to do it, and then I'll ask you something else.
No, it's fine.
No, let me have it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Graceful's not giving it.
We
you do the baby comp thing.
A lot of the times we tend to see, before Maggie gets banned out, people are kind of shying away from obviously Gibby Newcastle Valk or any iteration of Valk Newcastle. You guys went on earlier, even though there was like, what, 15 Maggies in that match specifically, and still had great success. What is it that makes you guys comfortable picking that when a lot of other teams are not comfortable doing it?
It's just like a feeling that I have. Everyone just plays so different between like scrims and real like tournament days. So I know that everyone is just gonna not int everything, and every space on the middle of the zone is gonna be open. So sometimes I just tell my team that we are playing baby comp when it's like Maggie games, and yeah. Everything is just free in the zone. You just ult them with the Gibby and you just kill everybody. And also there's no Watson too. So no one can really push us because I'm just gonna ult them with Gibby and yeah, we can just win pretty much.
Nice. Sometimes that gut feeling is all that you need. So happy to see that it worked out for you guys today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It was a big improvement from day 1, with you guys making it, I believe it was like just above 10th. I'm going to have a look at it. You got 9th on day 1, and then obviously 1st today. And just before the weekend, I talked to an amigo about you guys' goals for this weekend and for the Pro League. He mentioned that Split 1 playoffs was amazing. It was one of the best LAN openers that you guys had in groups, but that your next step was to reclaim some of the explosiveness that you've had in previous iterations where you guys are playing a lot more aggressively. How do you feel you guys were able to adapt to that goal during the first 2 days of this split, and how much further do you have to go?
I think we are just adapting really much to the metas, and because we have like so many experience together, we really try to like fix all of our mistakes and keep improving. And yeah, I don't know, that's pretty much what we do every single time. We try to fix our mistakes and we just keep getting better, pretty much.
Look, I like that, but here's the deal. It's an accelerated split moving into Split 2 playoffs in Vegas. How difficult is that between scrimming and then knowing that you are just playing all of your match days within 3 weeks, especially if you're looking to fix some of those things, find that explosiveness again?
Yeah, it's a little difficult, but I think we are just playing so much time together that we just know what to do every single time as a team. And yeah, I mean, it's a little tiring playing so many days of Pro League, but I don't know. We just gotta adapt, I guess, and play better.
I feel like that's the biggest word we keep hearing is adapting, and that might be the key to success in Apex comp these days. Because I mean, you're right. You guys have the chemistry. You've been playing for a really long time, but it's been a joy to see your success here today, and I wish you the best moving forward in Split 2, and I can't wait to see the continued growth. So go celebrate with the boys, and we'll see what you bring to your next match day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Honestly, I love talking to the boys at AG Global, and it's so weird to call them AG Global still, because I'm like, how many times, like, we have been cheering them on for so long. D has always been a fan favorite of that roster, and I love that you checked in with Enemigo specifically before the split as well. So that was a good question.
I really wanted to know about their playoffs run, and it ended up paying off, right? You know, when you have a little bit of inside information on the team that gets first, that's great. I mean, I love having inside information on the team that gets 20th as well, but then you're just kind of like, well, what do I do with this?
It's still good information to have, and it does kind of help you in your arguments when it comes to naming a player of the day. We didn't quite do it earlier, but we do have some time to make it happen. Do you want to state your case, or should I kick it over to Graceful first?
I was gonna state my case. I think that this one is a slam dunk as well, but we do have options. I think this could go to Nocturnal for the Nice Guys victory. I think that is one call, but I think realistically it's going to an IGL, and my decision was probably going to be Yanya if left in a vacuum, if we didn't talk about it. Grace, you seem like you're nodding, so you're not mad at me for the way that I'm thinking about this.
No, I'm with you on that one. I felt like they were the force in the lobby that people had to play around. Normally, you know, people try to adapt to the lobby, but I felt like most people were just trying to adapt to them. Whichever team they ended up fighting, they just came out on top. So I would be fair with that.
Yeah. So,
I mean, I'm not going to argue against it. I'm not arguing against either of you guys. I'll give it to you guys, but I do think that honestly, we had some teams in 4th and 5th place, NinjasinPyjamas and Team Vision, that although they did not get to the top, there were some arguments that could be made just based on some of the listen-ins that we got on main. Of course, I don't get multi-view and I can't listen to all the comms as it's happening, but the dynamics between Zach, Carter, and Loader, you know what? It's only a matter of time before they get some match day wins and just absolutely slay out doing it.
I think that out of the top 4 teams, like the thing is that today the dynamic of the lobby changed so much that yesterday it felt a lot easier to give this to a fragger because the games were so explosive. Today, I was basically just thinking IGLs the whole time. If I was really going to give it to a fragger, I'd probably give it to Cole or Kurev, but that's all the way in 4th place, and I don't think you can give an MVP to a 4th place team. I mean, it'd have to be a crazy MVP, you know?
I mean, Neozil did get 15 kills on the day. That is tied with Cole.
But Yanya put him in position to do it.
And Yanya also got 12 kills.
Yeah. Are we happy with Yanya? Everybody thumbs up if you're happy with Yanya?
I'm good with Yanya.
Okay.
All right.
Congratulations, Yanya.
Yes, player of the day. Okay, I'm never clapping in my camera like that. That looked like I was like baby sharking it out. My bad, guys. But I think Yanya is a stellar choice, and I'm loving that we got to talk to him. It would have been cool if we got to talk, player of the day before that, because we could be like, oh my God, Dia's player of the day is you, Yanya. Woo.
I'll tweet at him later. You know, timing. We got to fit in the interviews. Respect the player's time. We have this discussion when we can.
Hey, perfect. Now that we've settled player of the day, I want to get your guys' quick thoughts on match day 2 before I let you guys get out of here. We got to rest up because we got match day 3 tomorrow. Grace. No, Dia.
No. Grace.
I would say, since we've actually seen a team go from, you said 9th to then winning the next day, the adaptation has been incredibly good for them. But that was a team that has a lot of experience nonetheless. And with the issues we've seen in the regions, and we've heard right now, I believe, we've heard from HAL as well, we've heard from Alliance as well, that the region scrims have not been it. The quality is subpar. One team that in spite of all of that, grinds rank to the next level, Brain Rotters, like I said as well, came out on top, won the match day. I just go out on my Twitch and I see 15 minutes after winning the match day, they're on ranked again. Maybe the practice is in ranked at this point. So for the people that are at the bottom of the leaderboard, hey man, just put in the hours if you can and then come back locked and loaded for the next time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm looking at worldwide and how they're going to fit into that, because we know that in Group C, they're going to be playing again tomorrow. Worldwide were crazy consistent today, but their fighting was where they were really, really not good. I think that Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, you know, worldwide there is variation. Maybe they just had a bad day today and yet they were so consistent, or this was their ceiling of mechanics or close to their ceiling of mechanics for the split. And also they were calling well, in which case they'll fall apart tomorrow. So tomorrow for worldwide is going to be really determining whether we think of this team as a strong team with a high ceiling or a team that's kind of going to be left in the background of the Americas.
On paper, I'm going to go strong team with a high ceiling, but of course I will defer to how it goes down tomorrow, because if it crashes and burns and I'm a curse, I feel absolutely horrible already. So great job from you guys both today. All brilliant thoughts and just great casting. So go rest up. We got match day number 3 to round out our week 1 of ALGS Split 2. It has been full of action, guys, but we are not done. We're running it back yet again tomorrow with EMEA match day 3, kicking off at 2 p.m. ET. 7 p.m. BST, or wake up bright and early, grab yourself an early brunch, and log in from the PT side of things at 11 a.m. And if you guys are true degenerates, you can stay on, watch some APAC South and APAC North running it out in the other regions. But it's been a blast to absolutely throw down and watch all the Apex actions. We'll see you again tomorrow.